you slip away, lost in a world of rising, bound to sway. Your silent thoughts deeper than 1,000 blades. In this twisted game we both became the prey. The truth's been buried, hidden in the night. A father's heart in pieces, losing sight. If I could break these chains, you'd hear my plea. But you're lost to whispers that you cannot say. Daughter, can you hear me screaming in the dark? A ghost of what we were, left with broken hearts. My sorrows apart, built a wall so tall. In the silence I fall. I see the pain in your eyes, the drifting night. I'm walking through the woods, they twisted lies. The memories we share, now distant cold. In this haunted house that lies too cold. If I could tear the veil, reveal the truth, bring back the days of innocence and youth. But shadows linger down, stay intertwined. In this silent war, I'm losing time. Daughter, can you hear me screaming in the dark? A ghost of what we were, left with broken hearts. My sorrows apart, built a wall so tall. In the silence I crawl. The days shatter the lies, see through the deceit. Open your eyes, I'm still here, waiting in the dark. My father's love, a bleeding heart. Daughter, can you hear me screaming in the dark? A ghost of what we were, left with broken hearts. My sorrows apart, built a wall so tall. In the silence I crawl. In the silence I crawl. In the silence I crawl. Daughter, hear my call. In the silence I fall. The shadows slip on the stormy skies. A million deaths in a deadly night. With each strike his humanity fades. His limbs dull and darkness pervades. His life's a battle cry lost in the roar. To defy death forevermore. To the depths of despair and the torrents of woe. His face is set with each blow. With each blow. Clash of souls in the night's cruel sway. Against death's embrace he fights the day. With every blow he feels his essence fade. In this tragic dance his humanity slain. Lost in the silent cries, he confronts death with determined eyes. With each move he's just mad to be flawed, becoming his mentor, craving nothing more. His will trembles, his spirit bleeds in a fight with death, where all remains the The night's cruel sway against us embrace. He fights the day. With every blow he feels his essence fade. In this tragic dance as humanity sway. A fade through the shadows in the night's deep. A king of clouds, eternal flame. In the depths of the soul, where the lost wing of every justice is humanity today. In the golden rays beneath the stormy skies, the thunder roars as the heavens cry. Whispers in the wind, a voice calls my name. In the pouring rain, nothing feels the same. Eyes wide open, I can see the signs. In every conflict to find its own way. There's a higher grace, every tear that falls a guiding trace. Darkest soul we find our way. In the rain we feel the present stay. Lightning strikes illuminating night. A flash of hope in the darkest fight. Shadows fade away under holy light. In the crazy rain, everything feels right. Eyes wide open, I can see the signs. In every drop of divine inside. There's a higher grace, every tear that falls a guiding trace. Darkest storm we find our way. In the rain we feel the present stay. And what's endless long way from the place. In the chaos we embrace. Every storm will end and will remain. In this sacred place they reign. In the rain, there's a higher grace. Every tear that falls a guiding trace. In the darkest storm we find our way. In the rain we feel the presence. So let's let's wait, let the floodgates break. And every drop that falls we find our fate. In the rain, guiding us through pain. In the downpour we rise again. Yeah. Tony's in the mirror, doing his two-step tango. Tucks his junk, winks at himself, in love with his own Django. Promises freedom and rights to every Tom, Dick, and Harry. Folks like AOC, so contrary. Tony, oh Tony, what a peculiar show. Eating corn the long way, is that the way it goes? It comes breaking straight, shooting in bright. While Nick's exposing Tony by the morning light. Tony claims he's all for guns, waves them in the air. But check his closet, you'll find no around the stage, but at home he loves to preem. Dances with a shadow, the funniest scene you've ever seen.
Hey, what's up?
Hold on, you guys couldn't even hear any of that because I am fucking stupid. Hello, this is Dalton. I am wearing booty shorts and wearing boxers. So, Dalton, there's Dalton. Everybody, hello. I fixed it. My booty shorts, they're technically my wife's. By demand, I've got my Stetson. It's gonna come off because I have to wear the headset. But I hope everybody's fucking ready. Just really quick for the super chats. If you have given a super chat, thank you so fucking much. I did see 2 before. One of them asking about the metal album. If it's going to include the Offender song. The Offender song is going to be a separate single, but that is coming out in a metal version. And then also, yes, Tony does eat elote the long way. So, hats coming off, headsets going on. Dalton and I, we're going to start it up, and we have a special guest for everybody today. How you doing, Dalton?
Hey, doing good.
So, that might have been a little insane. You know, I had to scream. Everybody, sorry, everybody. I've got beer. Dalton, are you drinking or is that water?
Nope, I just got water.
So, for anybody who doesn't know, Dalton can't taste, if that's correct, right?
Yeah, I got COVID back in November of 2022, and I lost my taste and smell. So now everything is distorted.
Gotcha. Well, and you're what, 20 months in, you said?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yep, just about.
We just got gifted memberships. Does that mean that 5 more people are members, Dalton? I think that's what that means.
I assume.
Yep, I think so. Thank you, Doug. Fucking 5. Bit quiet. Dalton's a bit quiet, or I'm a bit quiet? Because if Dalton's a bit quiet, let me know. I will adjust Dalton to be higher. COVID is real, but at the same time, a lot of people get it and it does nothing. Slide that slider up. All right. Nice legs. Thank you. Beautiful. All right. Dalton, say something so then maybe the chat can tell us if your mic is a little bit louder now.
Hey, is that better? Can you guys hear me?
Is that better, y'all?
Check.
Or are they saying turn me up a little bit? Might be me. I'm wondering if it's me. Let me turn my compressor up. Lower, I mean. There we go. Is that a bit better? Fantastic. All right. So, everybody, we have a watch party tonight. What is a watch party? That means that Dalton and I, in all of our heavy weaponized autism, will be following the election results so you guys don't have to. And therefore, we will be memeing, making fun of, shitposting, and also interviewing people that fucking despise Ernie Gonzalez as much as we do. But also, we are going to be, of course, going over our boy, Brendan Herrera, who is going to be, as far as I'm concerned, the next congressman for Texas, right? Was that your thought as well?
Yeah, I think he's definitely got a great chance.
Yeah. So now, what does everybody in the chat think about? Everybody here supporting Brandon in this? Everybody here thinking that we're going to pull out OW? And then also, what was I going to say? One of our special guests. Should I tell them what he did? Should I tell them? Should I enlighten them prior?
Ooh, I don't know. It's up to you.
It's up to me.
Yeah, I don't want that power.
You don't want that. Dalton is very loud. Okay, so Dalton, you're now too loud. And then I think they're saying I'm too quiet, which is strange. But let me just double check something here and also go into my compressor and just reduce it more. Audio stuff is always fun, right? So we're going to turn that threshold down and hopefully that's better. Is that good? All right. Looks like everyone here is saying Brandon W. Brandon W. All right, so yeah, we're gonna get some beautiful things. We got a lot more super chats. We will be going over super chats at the end, everybody. If I just keep popping in, it's gonna be a little too hectic. So I promise you, we'll be giving you each an independent some love. We'll maybe send you like a thigh pic on Twitter if you want. But one of our guests, well, I guess our special guest, you've been talking with him more than I, correct?
A little bit, yeah, the last couple days.
All right, so why don't you tell the fine lady and gentleman, because I think there's probably one girl in the chat at least, a little bit about him before we bring him on in here.
So I know him as somebody who has been in the Navy with Tony Gonzalez, and he's got a little background with him, and put out a video that was pretty interesting. I tweeted it out the other day, and yeah, that's kind of the basics that I know of.
Okay, so you served with Tony Gonzalez, also known as Ernie Gonzalez, because we don't like to call him by that name, but I guess to some degree we have to because it's how he runs his campaign. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's kind of how I've been going about it. I've been calling him Tony because that's what he likes to be known as. And if he likes to be known as that, not his real name because he's afraid of his real name, that's cool. Whatever.
Now, you got banned before, not banned, blocked by Team Tony before me, correct?
Yeah, which was funny. I posted a video, the second video, kind of going for the jugular.
Yeah.
And he did not like that second video. I think it was, I doubled down on his voting record, and then I also posted some of the lies and the smear campaigns and the contrast between what Brandon has actually said and done and what Tony is saying that Brandon has said and done. They're two different things. So it's like reality versus clown world.
Yeah. Dalton, I'm gonna send you something.
Oh gosh.
Hold on, everybody. We might have a development, a very specific development that I think Dalton might shit themselves as much as me. Okay. I've got a surprise for everybody. Okay, give me a second. Dalton, check your Twitter DMs, please. And then everybody, I've got a surprise for you. I've got a huge surprise for you.
Oh wow. Very cool. That's huge.
So let me do this real quick, because everybody, I think that there is a wonderful thing that you are all deserving for not only supporting liberty and all of that, but also just for being the fucking autistic chads that you all are. You don't like surprises? Mephisto, you'll like this one. And what's up, Mephisto?
This is a great surprise.
Thanks for the 10. So once that happens, once I see it pop up, I'm gonna have to shift the camera around. So everybody, you're just going to have to hold tight. Dalton knows what's happening. I'm sure their heart is racing a little bit, but it's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful fucking thing. Is. And you're all a quiver. I'm a quiver. I'm a quiver. Yeah, everybody, if you are a member, make sure to spam some Tism time in here, because goddamn. Ernest goes home. Ernest goes to Dollar General. That's I think where he's going to
the dumpster behind Dollar General.
Yeah. I heard a lot of people say HEB, and I was like, nah, they're too good for him. There's no way. The heartbeat increases. So I don't know when this is going to go off. I believe that it just takes them. It just has to go through, and then I think he just has to click it, right?
I think so.
Okay. So,
man, it sucks being 30-second lag and everything.
Oh my god. All right. So Now, for anybody who has been asking, been seeing a lot of people asking, when are we going to start getting poll numbers and all of that? They technically should be coming through in about 9 minutes is when we're going to start seeing updates on the poll numbers.
Supposedly,
that's when we're getting some updates. And I'm just going to say, hope that worked. Let's go. All right, so and let me just I have to send in the password.
Which he's gonna love.
Was it the second one?
Yeah, it was the second one.
Okay, so it was, there we go. All right, there we go. All right, sent it. I totally fucking blitzed on the password for a second. What is surprise? So everybody, I just wanted to announce my OnlyFans now. So, all right, so we'll be getting poll results, but very soon I had my brain totally farted and I forgot to include the password, and hopefully now all is well. So then this the surprise can come through. The surprise can come through. Donut really should be his bodyguard. Yes, by the way. But can we be 100% here that the love that is between those two is just fucking fantastic? Like the friend group as a whole, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
I haven't seen anything like that in any, because here's the thing, it's genuine, and you really see it when they like create content together, like, but it's you really it shows when you know, somebody's running for political office being lied about, you know, and then you have your friends to stick up for you. And I do hope that I got that password right, by the way. There was no caps, right?
Right, it was all lowercase.
Okay, just fantastic. Oh my god. Like the anticipation of just sitting here, like waiting for it.
It's a great surprise.
It is a great surprise. It is a fantastic surprise. And then we've got multiple. I'm surprised, dude, that my fucking Twitter just goes off and I'm like, so the Unsub podcast is amazing. Now, are you a fan of the Unsub podcast, by the way, Dalton?
I am. I've seen quite a few episodes.
Yeah. I think everybody's got their favorite person on. It doesn't have to be Brandon, everybody. Who's your go-to guy? Who's Tism close to yours?
Everybody kind of has their own character, and I don't know. I can't pick one person. That's unfair.
Fair. My Tism, I'm going to say, probably clicks the most with Eli. He's just pure chaotic energy. I adore him.
He's a genuine person, just like all of them.
Yeah, no, they are all genuine people, which is a beautiful thing. First off, can we also just thank everybody who's here? This support here is fucking insane.
Yeah, for real.
Fat electrician, chubby electron man for the win. His hatred of communists is, it's peak. It's peak. I am definitely not a lover of communists, and that man just reinforces those ideals. I loved his breakdown about how you bake a cake or a pie or whatever in the, you know, and it's just like, it's made of shit. You know, it's so fucking good.
Exactly.
So yes, now hopefully the surprise is going to be coming through, but
perfect.
Yeah. So now we've got 5 minutes until the polls close, everybody. Now, what would you say? Do you think that the polls are, because the polls are going to close 7, and then we're going to start taking a look at the results. Now, do you know if the early votes are going to just immediately tabulate?
I don't know. I kind of would assume, but that's a great question. I know that we'll be able to tell the early votes from the rest of the votes. So we'll be able to tell how many people, supposedly we'll be able to tell how many people voted early, and then compare that to, I guess, today.
Yeah. So, because I do know that the breakdown does show difference. It shows early votes, and then it shows the normal tabulation as well. Now, today on Twitter or X, whatever you want to call it, you saw a particular manager. What's that guy's title specifically within Ernie's campaign?
Which one are you talking about?
The guy who kept saying, "Where are you from? Where do you live?" And then
so I don't know. I don't know if he's attached to the campaign at all.
Okay. You don't know. Okay, so you don't know if he, because that guy, what was his name?
The one where I sent you a whole bunch of screenshots?
No. The guy under the tweet today. Under the tweets today that I replied to, and I said, "Oh, look at the little man."
Oh yeah. Yep. I don't know that he's tied to the campaign at all. Okay. I haven't seen anything. Maybe Renegade Sailor has. I haven't seen anything when I was looking. I just seen he's attached to a whole bunch of other campaigns that are very questionable.
So this guy, from what and Renegade can 100%, let everyone know. Better. But from what I believe he told me is he's like one of the community managers for the I guess campaign. And then if you look through his LinkedIn, he's worked for Beto O'Rourke, Bernie Sanders, and Elizabeth Warren.
And then a couple of other
Democrats, but it's always been like anti-gun. So if you guys really want to know where Ernie Gonzalez stands as a conservative, you take a look at that, and you got it right then and there. It's kind of hard to deny any of the allegations, which is why he's blocking people on Twitter. I have officially been blocked today. I'm very proud to finally be part of that club. Dalton was in the club before me, which blew my goddamn mind. But
I saw one person say that they were blocked, and I was just like, all right, he's not going to start blocking all of us, is he? And then the next day, I was blocked. So, and then everybody, it kind of seemed like everybody who shared the video that I made about Tony, it seemed like they got kind of blocked first. And then just more and more people who criticized him started getting blocked. And it's a shame. It's a shame that he's a coward.
Well, it's not just that he's a shame that he's a coward, but also, do you think that it's a little sussy that the man is doing it on his campaign account so then he can legally get away with it?
I wonder, part of me wonders if how long he's been considering blocking everybody, and I wonder if he had to consult with a lawyer or somebody to be like, hey, can I legally do this because I am so scared right now? And it's no surprise that a week before the runoff, he just goes nuke on everybody. So,
well, day of too, like the day of the runoff.
Yeah,
it is today.
Yeah,
we should be getting poll results in a minute. And I got blocked today. I know that one of the community members, Jessie Bear, she got blocked for saying that Brandon had more people at his rally. That's all it took. That's beautiful. All it took, everybody. Noble wasn't banned yet. No, wasn't blocked yet. Now, well, did you start tweeting it as an official account?
Tony's?
Yeah.
I went under his government account. Yeah.
Yeah. Because he can't block you on that one.
You can't block me on that.
That one is illegal.
Yeah. And it kind of blows my mind that he would block his own constituents from even his campaign account. That kind of seems really weird and really backwards, honestly. You're blocking your own constituents. He blocked Patrick, which is somebody who's been in the comments and the replies. He's been kind of right there with us, kind of going back and forth with Tony.
Yeah.
And then he blocked the Unsubscribe podcast. It would be hilarious if he actually blocked Brandon, but I don't think that would go over very well.
I saw the Unsubscribe podcast tweeted out and says, how are you going to take our clips out of context, Tony, if you block them?
Exactly.
Oh, it was brilliant. It was brilliant. All right. Hey, Dalton, can we see, are we getting any poll results? It's officially
refresh.
Polls are closing, so we should be starting to get them soon. This will be fantastic. Also, for any Pepperbox members, just remember, You have to watch the Tiny Guns 3 behind the scenes that was posted today. If Dalton, did you see it?
I did not yet.
It is glorious. It is absolutely glorious, and let's just say that it's probably a good thing that it came out today and not earlier, because Ernie would have taken that one out of context.
That's very fair. I can only imagine. So I'm not seeing any results so far. The next update will happen in about 5 minutes, it looks like, or at least that's when the page is going to refresh.
All right.
And for anybody who wants to track on their own, it's I'm just going to the state, the Secretary of State of Texas website.
Yeah.
And I'm just checking that.
Yes. And so I should have that link. If you did, we send that on Discord? Or did we?
I can't remember. I think it was on Discord.
I'm pretty sure it was on Discord as well, because I wanted to make sure that everybody can keep an eye on it. So it is the Republican primary runoff. Everybody, here you guys go. I am putting it in here so then everybody can see. Everybody, so then they can take a look at it. So as you said, we've got 4 minutes and 40 seconds until the next bit comes through. So hopefully, and I'm still waiting on our guest. I hope that comes through. Do you think Ernie's guys are watching this stream right now?
I would not be shocked.
I would not be shocked either. Do we have anything in particular to say to them? Dalton, do you have anything to say to Ernie Gonzalez and his campaign?
I've got a lot to say. But I don't know. I really don't know how to convey it. Tony has ran one of the worst campaigns, but then one of the worst smear campaigns that I have ever seen. And I've only been following politics, for a couple years. And then I've been following Donut and Brandon for a while. And then to see these two worlds collide, and then to see the lies that this swamp politician would throw at Brandon, and to see that kind of come out in real time, it's kind of wild to see how far a politician will go to lie and take things just wildly out of context. And so, I hope he loses big today. He deserves every vote against him. He deserves.
Yeah, no, and I agree. I'm gonna be less nice than you.
I'm really filtered right now. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a little filtered.
So my thoughts are, first off, I'm going to agree that it is really a shame to see how slimy somebody truly, like, here's the thing. Prior to this, it's like, oh, your votes were slimy. But there wasn't so much, I guess, on the public side that one could say you're a horrible person. Now I can officially say, not only are you a horrible fucking person, you are the last thing that we need in government. Every single person who has chosen to work with you, knowing full well that you're full of shit, is completely despicable in my book. And may the fucking gods take mercy upon your soul when Brandon kicks your ass out of office and hands you a cardboard box with your fucking dildos in it, because I saw that image on Twitter. Context doesn't matter. It's true. Yep. If anybody hasn't seen it, please go check it out. Fantastic image. There's Ernie Gonzalez with a bunch of dildos and his campaign dude that are just sitting there fondling. Yeah, and it's obviously true because I saw it on Twitter.
Everything on Twitter is true.
The internet is fact. The internet is factual. Yep. There's
except for Tony's account.
Except for Tony's account and the Daily Beast.
which I love that you brought that up, because the fact that Tony would go so far as to quote the Daily Beast to take Brandon, to just quote that thing about Brandon, and then it's like you go to the Daily Beast and you type in Tony Gonzalez and you read all the shit that they post about Tony Gonzalez, and it's just like, why are you quoting a magazine or a publisher that hates you?
We've got numbers.
Why?
We've got numbers.
Yep.
Tony Gonzalez is at 48% of the vote. Brandon is at 51.49%, everybody. That means that early voting, Ernie Gonzalez has 98.
Yep.
98.
And then Brandon has 104.
104. So this is just early votes right now, as it looks like. So just early votes, everybody. We're not seeing any of the real-time votes as of yet, but it does look like right now Brandon is in the lead, which is exactly what we expect to see. And if anybody doesn't believe me, let me just take my display capture right here. I'm gonna move that up over this. Sure. And we're just going to take a look. Look at that right there, everybody. Plain as day. Look at them numbers. Look at them numbers. We've got 104 and 98. So there are 202 votes counted. This is just Tony Gonzalez versus Brandon Herrera right now. So Brandon is currently in the lead. Next update is in 3 minutes and 30 seconds.
And I'm going to do my best to live tweet the results. So I just sent a tweet now with exactly what we just saw.
Yes. And so everybody make sure that if you have people that aren't here, if you know of anybody who couldn't be here, make sure to tag them in the fucking results on Twitter. That way they can see it. I want people to understand that we are kind of done with this bullshit, and we're done with lying politicians in general. I think that this is going to be regardless of the outcome, by the way, I don't think that this necessarily requires even a win. I do think we're going to get a win. But I also feel like Brandon standing up and doing this and running is going to ignite the fire in others to say, oh, well, that incumbent was so scared that he had to pull out all these stops. How much did he spend?
Millions. I think altogether, Brandon said that around like $10 million between him and all the PACs and everything. Just 10 million against Brandon, just in ads and stuff, from what I understand.
Yeah.
And, you know, the fact that he scared the crap out of DC and all the uniparty and all the elite Republicans, that's a win already.
Yeah. No, 100%. And I think that's going to ignite other people to do the same. Are we having any new numbers? Was there an update yet?
I'm waiting 2 minutes. I can try to refresh right now.
Yeah, it's still showing 98 and 104 for me.
Yep, same.
Remember, everybody, we are using this is the actual government website for this, correct?
Yep, it's the Secretary of State, the Texas Secretary of State website.
Secretary of State website.
If you go to the website, I think in the very top, there's a little banner that says election results. If you click on like tonight's election results for May 28th, you should be able to see it. And then you should be able to click on a couple of links, and then you'll be able to see the entire table that we're looking at.
Yes. And
it's kind of cool because it breaks it down by each county, and then it tells you which precinct within each county. Then it tells you the early votes versus the total votes. It's pretty nice.
It's a solid website. I'm actually really happy because originally you and I were going to use the San Antonio local news to do this, and then we discovered this. By the way, if anybody doesn't know, we have Ernie emotes, so enjoy those. Can I put the link in the chat? I will put the link in the chat again for everybody. So here we go. So if anybody wants to see, just make sure that you click on the Republican primary runoff. That is what's going to take you to that result. So you have the May 28th Republican runoff. Because I believe there's also another District 12 is also having one, correct?
Sorry, I was reading. I totally spaced. What's that?
District 12 is also having a...
Yeah, there's a couple. There's definitely a couple of districts in here. Yeah, District 12. There's I see District 1, District 12, District 21, District 29, District 30, District 33, 44. I think that's 58, and 61, 64. There's a couple. Yeah. From what I can see.
Clammy Boy says, I know supporting the New York Times stinks, but they got a pretty good site for watching the election results come in. That's fair as well. We were talking about that.
Absolutely. Yeah. I looked last night and I didn't see that they had a page set up. Maybe they do now. But I'm kind of happy with the Secretary of State site. I feel like if my assumption is correct, I feel like this gets updated and then every site kind of follows suit. So I think this is still our best source so far.
Yeah, I think so as well. Although we've had what, 2 update cycles since, and I haven't seen any new numbers. Have you?
Same. Nope. Same.
Chat, have you guys seen any new numbers? Oh, apparently New York Times does have it, saying that Tony is 59.6 and Brandon is 40.6. That's what the New York Times is saying.
Interesting.
Bob saying Central PA supports. Hell yeah. And remember, there are going to be a lot of fluctuations in this just based on which polling places they're pulling from. No change as of yet. Mail-in ballots are a hell of a drug. I agree.
Man, I'm hitting a paywall on New York Times.
Yeah, that's another thing that I hate about the New York Times. There are ways to get around it, and I'm glad that you also know that there are ways to get around it.
Yeah, as a web developer, I definitely know those secrets. So,
in the meantime, do we want to get Renegade in here?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, so Renegade, I know you're in the chat, buddy. I'm going to send you this, and I'd like you to pop on in, bud, so then we can get you going. I'm sending you the link, and then I believe that is the password. Renegade. So once Renegade joins, I am going to have to shift the camera around or whatever to make everything work properly, but we'll get her done. We'll get her done.
Cool.
It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Also, I think that you guys need another bit of exposure to the metal album. A little bit more. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. No. Do I want to? Some angry cops. Some angry cops while we're waiting for the results and while we're waiting for Renegade to get in here. Renegade, for anybody who doesn't know, is a man who actually served with Ernie Gonzalez and might have some particular insights into that matter. Metal's always good. Yeah, but so is swing jazz. By the way, can I just say that when you have parts down here, booty shorts fucking suck. All right, so now we've got Renegade here as well.
Hey, how we doing?
All righty, let me just frame this out a little bit better because I am retarded. So yeah, let's do that, and then I'm just gonna put myself on the bottom corner for everybody so everybody can see, and it will be beautiful. It will be absolutely beautiful. So perfect. Renegade, how you doing?
Outstanding, man. How you guys doing? Isn't it great already seeing Brandon in the lead? I mean, here we go.
Well, now, so Chad is saying that New York Times is saying that he's behind, but we haven't seen any updates from the Texas House website. Have you?
Well, I was looking at the Texas website, and the Texas website is where all the numbers come from. So I don't know why they're saying, unless they have some kind of API access that's getting the numbers before they're posted publicly.
Yeah.
Because maybe there's some kind of deal like that. But, you know, generally, the Secretary of State website is the one that matters, you know, since they're the ones that are counting the votes.
That's what I thought as well.
And so we'll just have to see there. So,
yeah. All right, there we go. I just needed something to fill the bottom right corner, so I put Ernie, transvestite Ernie, in the bottom right corner for us.
Oh God, you're gonna do that to us?
Oh well, yeah. He's got to join. He's got to be able to defend himself. Everybody. Texas is updated. What are the updated numbers? Really quick, Dalton.
Hold on, let me refresh.
All right, we're refreshing.
It sucks because every time I have to refresh, I have to like click on 4 links in order to see. So right now I see Ernie Gonzalez is 335 votes and Brendan Herrera is 257.
So okay, so Ernie did take.
Ernie is in the lead.
Ernie is in the lead currently. All right, so Ernie is now ahead, everybody.
Boo! Boo!
It auto refreshes, they're saying, so we could just keep it open.
Yeah,
I think
it's
it,
gonna
every
auto
5
refresh for
minutes.
us.
All right, so if it auto refreshes, we might as well just kind of run it off of that and just kind of keep it open in the background. So
Yeah, and this is important to note. This is still early voting that's still being tabulated. So it's not. I don't think it's the total votes yet.
yes,
Yeah, it's only 5% of the total vote right now, so it's not a lot.
yeah, so being that it's just the early votes and it's such a small percentage right now, guys. These results mean fuck all. We could cheer for
Yeah,
it,
things could change epically.
and it will. Most likely, it's going to have a lot of ups, downs. We're going to feel weird tonight. I hope everybody brought drinks or amphetamines if you have them. You know, whatever your fancy. So
Smoke them if you got them.
Have you seen me? I smoke like a goddamn chimney. So
Regular.
now, Renegade, why don't you introduce yourself to everybody on the stream?
Okay, I am at Renegade Sailor on Twitter, Renegade ADV on YouTube, also Renegade Politics on YouTube. I do 2 channels over there. U.S. Navy veteran. I live on a sailboat, traveling around the world a bit. Sailed to Alaska last year, had an amazing time doing it, and kind of got involved in this whole thing a few months back. Yeah, I'm a big Second Amendment rights advocate. Really strongly believe that without the Second Amendment that we have no rights because the government can do whatever they want. And so when I wasn't like a huge follower of Brandon's channel before this, I mean, I watch his videos sometimes, but I mean, it's your standard gun tuber content, which I've seen a lot of, and I do a lot of shooting myself. So, you know, it's like some of them I enjoy, some of them not, you know, but I wouldn't say that I was any kind of a fanboy, right? It's just like, okay, you know, he made a good video. Okay, this was okay, whatever. But when he started getting into the political spectrum and he started going out and speaking to these anti-rights politicians, I was like, wow, I like what this guy has to say. He is absolutely spot on the money here. And so I started paying more attention at that point when he started running. And at that point, I had no idea who Tony Gonzalez was. Didn't click in my mind at all. And so I started watching this thing go down, and I started watching Tony tell all these lies, and it made me mad because Tony is using his military service as a shield to stand behind and lob lies from, which to me is just reprehensible. You know, we're supposed to conduct ourselves with honor, being military men, and to see him doing that, it just to me is the lowest thing that a military man can do. And so
you see it as like an oath to essentially everything that you're supposed to stand for in the military.
Well, yeah, I mean the core values in the military, in the Navy, are honor, courage, commitment, and you know anything you do, any type of PT you go to, whatever, you'll be doing push-ups. They do a 3-count push-up, and you go honor, courage, commitment, 1. You know, so you were sitting there screaming this at the top of your lungs, you know, working out, you know, as hard as you can, and you know that's how hard they drill these values into you. And to watch this guy come out here and just totally spit in the face of that, it just made me mad. And so I started posting a lot about it because I damn near died while I was in the military. I was in a terrible accident stateside. Yeah. Actually, I was injured by an illegal alien who was in the country illegally, who got himself high on methamphetamine and wrecked into me while I was changing duty stations. And then, you know, it's a whole other big story, but that's why my military career ended, is because I got hurt by an illegal alien. And so I went through this whole big process, getting out of the military, getting all screwed up, you know, and the military in the process of dealing with everything actually hurt me worse. And so when I sat here and I'm watching Tony do all these things, it starts making me mad because, you know, we're supposed to be better than that. You know, that you're using the military, because the thing is, I understand. And I mean, believe me, I did not do any hero shit in the military. You know, I mean, I was an air crewman, you know, it's not like I was a Navy SEAL or I wasn't a frontline soldier or anything like that, you know. And I certainly don't want to take anything away from those guys, but even me, just wearing my Navy hat places, you know, showing off that I'm a Navy veteran, people give that a certain amount of respect right from the get-go. When you have served like that, and especially when you've got that title disabled veteran, you know, they give that a lot of weight. They give that a lot of brevity. And so it really bothers me to see someone like Tony, who made his way all the way to Master Chief Petty Officer of the United States Navy, the highest enlisted rank you could go, to sit there and just start lobbing lies for the sake of politics, and to use his pictures of himself in uniform, to use his military service to do it, and especially when he's talking about like the whole, the lie where he's saying that, Brandon was making a joke out of, veteran suicide and everything, because I've done a whole lot of work with, organizations up here that help with veteran suicide. We'll take people out, we'll take these guys sailing, and it's an amazing thing every time we do it, because you get these guys on the boat and they'll be like stone faced, when they get on the boat.
Yeah.
They'll take them out there, get them out sailing, and they'll start smiling. And their family members will break down crying because they haven't seen them smile in like 10 years. And it's just an amazing thing we're able to do for these guys up here. We're able to do all these things. And so when I sit here, and I'm familiar enough with Brandon to know that Brandon has done a lot of the same type of stuff with veterans, and I know how good of a thing it is.
Yeah.
And then to watch Tony sit there and twist it and contort it, for over a joke he made sitting next to, a Purple Heart veteran and a couple of more veterans, all guys that actively saw combat, being in the room, understanding the context, made the joke. And I mean, oh my God, you get military guys behind closed doors. We're going to joke about way worse stuff. And I know that Tony's been in rooms where way worse stuff than that was said. I mean, because, there is no dark humor like military dark humor, let me tell you. And it's just kind of the way that we cope with things. And so now he's taking this thing that was said, amongst friends in a group of veterans and trying to twist it and contort it. And that's what he's running on. It just made me sick to watch that happen. I was just so disgusted that I started posting and I started calling him out. And there's a first post out there you guys probably saw, which is like me with my face all damaged after I got in that terrible accident. And I put it up there and I called him out. I'm like, you have abandoned your core values. You are not acting with honor, courage, and commitment. You're telling lies. This is not okay. You need to stop it. And he just kept on. So I kept posting that and posting that. And pretty soon got into putting up, I just started keeping a list of all the times that he got community noted. And then I think about the same time, Dalton started making his page too.
Yes, he did.
And so, we just started hammering him back and forth between the two of us and posting all this. And, I wouldn't even have been that involved if he hadn't been lying like that. And that's kind of the irony. The whole thing is, had Tony not done what he had done, behaved the way he was, I might have actually supported him, because the kind of the funny thing is, here's a shocker, I actually served with Tony. And I didn't even realize it until after this whole thing got rolling, because he's aged quite a bit, and he is not aging well. Oh my God. Because when he was kind of younger, he was kind of that good looking guy, and everything else. And I mean, he did not look like anything like he used to anymore. I mean, he's kind of a shell
thicker,
of what he used
thicker
to be.
on the neck.
Yeah. Oh, and so he, it turns out, I'm like, man, this guy's like really familiar. There's just like something in my brain, like, man, this is really familiar. And so I turn around and I go back and I look at his campaign website finally. This is several weeks into this thing that he actually made me mad enough to start like going and researching who the hell he was.
Yeah.
And I pull up his campaign website, and he's got a picture of himself up there in his flight suit holding his daughter in the hangar. And I'm like, well, son of a bitch, I know this guy. And it turns out, I mean, it wasn't for a long period of time, but it turns out that in back at Naval Air Crew Candidate School, I was his class leader. And so we were there with each other for about 6 weeks. And all of a sudden I remembered who he was. And the reason I really remembered who he was is he was such a dick to everyone. I mean, he just treated everyone like shit around him.
So this isn't anything new behavior-wise for him.
I was going to say nothing's changed.
And as soon as I remembered, I was like, oh, that mother effer.
Now,
and so
I was just really quick. I just want to let you know, we do have our other special guest that has just messaged me saying he's going to be hopping in here in a bit. So once that happens,
And quick update with the numbers. It looks like a huge batch of San Antonio just came in. Right now, Tony Gonzalez is at 5,380. Hold on, sorry.
Wait a second.
5,380.
I think.
And Brennan is at 3,786.
Okay. I think we just got somebody joining in here without their video.
Uh-oh.
You might have to give it permissions. You might have to give it permissions.
The surprise and the suspense is killing everybody, I'm sure.
The surprise and suspense is going to...
A plus for the suspense.
Oh, 100%.
Dun, dun, dun.
We're just waiting on this, and we're gonna see. Oh, I think he might try and rejoin.
Yeah, he's got to back out, I think, and click the right permissions, and you can see like yeah.
So you said Tony is currently up right now?
Yeah, Tony is currently up. It looks like we're around 2,000 votes right now, but a lot of San Antonio just came in. So,
oh wait, here we go.
Yeah.
There he is. Good.
Everybody, I want to welcome Brandon Herrera to the stream. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm so sorry to cut you off, Dalton and Renegade.
No, you're good. You're good.
Outstanding.
The man
We'll
himself.
happily stand by here.
Brandon, how's it going?
It is a pleasure to finally get to talk to you guys. Big fan of a lot of your work, by the way.
Thank you. So how are
you
things
enjoy
on the ground?
them to death?
Same.
Things are going good. The results are just coming in, and I'm being told, look, I don't know how this is going to go. I honestly said this morning, I think it's about 50-50. It could go either way. News seems to say the same. But I'll tell you this. We've made them spend a lot of money, and let's see if elections can be bought for the low price of $10 million to my one or two.
And one spine as well.
Exactly. The it's I don't know. It's really cool to see the results come in. I've been told that early voting numbers in Bexar County, which is Tony's stronghold, Tony being under 60% is not necessarily a good number for him. So even though he's well above 50%, he's below 60. So that's going to be interesting.
Okay, so now I'm to understand that you're tailgating right now.
I was back when we were still at the polls. We were tailgating at the polls. Now we're just here with a couple friends. We're just watching the results come in, and we'll hope for the best. Hopefully, we get a bad vote out of Congress, and we can move on to the next fight, which is the Democrats in November.
Oh yes, and I'm sure let's be real. Texas is a GOP stronghold, so. We know the way that will go as well, but we're hoping that for tonight that Liberty wins over obviously lying and let's just say spineless acts of cowardice is the only way I could describe Ernie's actions.
Well, tell us how you really feel.
I despise the man. He blocked me today, Brandon. He blocked me today.
I saw that.
Did he block you?
Guys, I have not been blocked. If he was smart, he would have blocked me a long time ago. Really. He's responsible for a lot of his own reach in a very negative way. But to his credit, he never did. Although his social media manager should probably get fired and never work anywhere near DC again. Because I wouldn't trust him to run a Pizza Hut, much less a congressional candidate's race.
A lot of people are saying Trash Man for an HEB. So, that's my thoughts as well. And he's had some people from his campaign, or at least affiliated or supporters, that have gone on Twitter and actually been like, oh well, where do you live? So first off, for anybody who doesn't know, and Brandon, I don't know if you know, I'm in Pennsylvania right now, but I've originally lived in San Antonio.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, and then I also lived in Diana, Texas, which is East Texas as well. So I lived all over Texas. So that guy can eat an absolute chode. So
it's kind of funny because I got hit by that guy too, and I lived in Texas for 10 years. I went to college in Texas. It was kind of hilarious. So saying that we don't know anything about Texas. Yeah, that we're not Texan enough, apparently.
No, and most importantly, I think the biggest thing is Tony isn't Texan enough. Really, it's like it sucks that it takes an apparently East Coast fake, like Sam Houston and half of the other great Texans from history. It takes an East Coast fake to come in and actually vote like a damn Republican Texan, because he won't do it. So that's the part that drives me crazy. But you know what? Hey, guys, I got to jump off of here. I got to go back in. But hey, guys, I just really wanted to say that I want to jump in here and say that you guys have been fucking awesome. I've really appreciated you this whole time. You've been my unofficial propaganda wing, and it has been noticed, and it has been appreciated this entire time. I've been sharing a lot of your stuff around, and you guys have been just fucking great.
Thank you so much for joining us. It means the world.
And I will see you guys as we continue to watch the polls.
Sounds good.
Awesome.
Appreciate
Have a good one.
Good luck, bud. Our special guest,
surprise.
everybody, was Brandon Herrera himself.
Yeah, I don't mind being interrupted for that one at all.
Yeah, no, neither do I. Fantastic.
That is
All right,
awesome.
we just got some new.
Oh, Dalton?
Yep, we just got some new numbers. Tony Gonzalez right now is at 6,923. Brendan Herrera is at 4,971, so he's about 1,000-ish, maybe 2,000-ish
so
off.
the gap's closing.
Ish, yeah. And so, but a lot of the rural counties still have yet to kind of, submit their votes and everything. So still a lot to happen. Still a lot to...
My wife just ran upstairs fangirling like a... she's literally zooming out, going like this on the stairs, by the way. So, hi, babe. So he's closing the gap. That's looking good. Yeah, because it's what, 57 to 42% now?
Something like that. I mean,
I don't know that I can see it. Yeah.
What's his overall precincts that are currently reporting, by the way, is only 14%. So we're going to have a way better idea when we get closer to 50, 60%, everybody. So don't let any of this dissuade you at all.
Yeah, it's going to take a long time for all these numbers to come in. And, I suspect with a lot of the Democrat help that Tony got in this election that they're probably going to have a strong showing in the early voting.
Yes.
Because that's the thing that Democrats seem to be really good at. And, I can't remember if Texas is open primaries or not. There may be an issue with certain Democrats crossing party lines to vote, in this as well. I can't remember for sure how Texas does theirs, if you have to be registered beforehand to vote in the primary or not.
Right.
It is an open primary state, to my knowledge.
Yeah, so
I hate that.
There is
so
going to be
much.
some of that.
Same.
Because he's been so vocally pro-gun that you're gonna have some of that. That's just no way around that. So we'll have to see what it comes down to there. But I'm optimistic. I mean, they're only like 2.36% turnout at this point. So
yeah,
and with 14% reporting, so it's not as though there's been a huge landslide or anything yet that's insurmountable. And the other thing with that is kind of what I'm wondering is, spending all that money might actually backfire on Tony. Something I was thinking about is they were talking about the pounds and pounds and pounds of mailers that they sent out in his district. And kind of the thing is I know that people hate getting junk mail.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering if they managed to just turn off a whole giant block of the voter base by sending so much of that stuff.
I think to some degree that is definitely an option, for what's going on, just because, but here's the thing. I think that people are naturally disenfranchised, during these kind of elections anyway. I feel like a lot of people feel like it doesn't make a difference. Local elections make the biggest difference overall because that's where you live. Your local elections are going to matter the most. But I also feel like with such national attention right now that you're going to have, as you said, you're going to have Dems that are going to be like, oh, okay, well, if Tony's really just lying to them and saying, oh, I'm a conservative, but really voting like, how you would expect an anti-gun, big government Democrat to vote, that he might be pulling them because it is an open primary state.
That is a thing.
Yeah, it is definitely a thing. And by the way, I just moved the poll results over to the fourth camera area because I feel like that makes sense. Good idea, chat.
Yeah.
I had Henry Cavill there, but this is more important. Sorry, Henry.
Hey, zoom into your page a little bit so the numbers are a little bit bigger.
Zoom
if you
in
can.
a little bit bigger?
Yeah, just a little bit.
All right, so let me... I'm going to pull up...
Or narrow the window size.
I can do that. How's that?
I'm being very picky right now.
You're being picky? Okay, as long as it's just you
Plus
being
there's
picky.
a lag.
Yeah. Is that better?
I'll have to tell you in 30 seconds.
Okay. No problem. So I will also have to say, just for anybody, because I did see a comment in the chat that says we all fangirl for Brandon. Just so that people understand, because I've had like 3 or 4 people in my videos say like, oh yeah, glaze him harder or whatever. I would, in the same circumstance with any other candidate, still be this vocal a supporter for the principles of liberty. Does it help that it's somebody that I already enjoyed his content and that I really kind of look up to on the YouTube sphere? Of fucking course it does. Does it also make for a much better video? Of course it does. And I'm sure Dalton would agree with me, and I'm sure Renegade would agree with me as well, that does kind of make it a little bit more digestible content. We just got
absolutely.
an update, by the way.
Yep.
So it's looking like the split is just hanging right at 1,820 something votes.
Yes.
So,
Yep.
you know, we're kind of just holding that margin there, and none, you know, the other counties haven't really started coming in. Although Brewster, oh my God, Brewster is 132 for Tony and 227 for Brandon.
Yeah.
So that's, and then also Dimmitt is like 11 to 19. So it's not huge turnout numbers, but
yeah. Somebody said that they think the New York Times is off because it says 42% in total, but that doesn't seem right. That doesn't seem right at all, considering it's only 15% on the Texas website.
I trust the New York Times about as far as I can piss into a hurricane.
Okay.
Agreed.
I'm going to agree with you on that. I'm actually 100% going to agree with that. It's not what I would call the reputable source. Sorry, everybody. That's my media player. I'm just giving you guys some background tunes. But so right now it still is an Ernie lead. But at the same time, as you said, you're going to have those especially considering that the early votes and all of that are typically going to be the elderly, older generation that are going to do it.
Right.
So I feel like those are the people that are going to watch an Ernie Gonzalez ad and actually believe it. The way I've always put it is those are the people that would get scammed by an AOL disc. So, you know.
Oh, man. That one woman in one of Tony's ads, it looked like she was standing in front of a Buc-ee's. That kind of person. That's who I'm thinking of.
That's actually what I said was an AOL. It's like, this is a woman who's going to get scammed by an AOL disc. Like, that still uses it to this day.
Yeah,
Exactly.
They're the ones that when they get the call from the guy with the Indian voice and he is saying, "Hello, I am from the IRS, and if you do not send me Apple gift cards, we are coming to arrest you."
Exactly. His name is Steve, by the way. So, remember, everybody.
Of course it's Steve.
It's always Steve. Well, South Park popularized the Steve thing, right? I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. So right now, just remember, everybody, with 15% of precincts and polling locations reporting, we have 96 out of 110 counties reporting, but the polling locations within those counties we're still waiting for them.
Now, I think what that means is that 96 out of 110 counties have started sending in votes. So that's probably their early votes. And they're probably waiting to get everything tabulated, because I don't even think that they could start tabulating the early ballots until they've finished the election. I think that once those go in, they stay under lock and key, and then those have to get rolled out and counted, and they start by counting those first.
Yes, I think that those count first, and then after that, they go into your total votes as well. Because right now, early votes and totals are matching.
Yeah. And so that's what it seems like to me. So it's going to take a bit of time. I mean, it probably won't even be settled by the time we're done at the stream tonight. But it'll be interesting to watch how it goes down.
Oh, you mean it's going to take days to figure out who won this election?
I'm really hoping that we do not have a repeat of 2020 with hanging chads. But oh my God.
Yeah. Now here's the question: never lose hope, Riley. Never. It's way too early to lose hope, by the way. This is like the guy who's good at sprinting, is beating you in a race and you're a long distance runner. Like, it doesn't fucking matter. So what I will also say regarding this is
I mean, we're only 40 minutes in.
We're 40 minutes in.
Yeah.
We've got hours, everybody. Exactly. Thank you, Dalton. Like my brain just totally slowed down for a second. So it's this, everybody. We are gonna keep these tabs. We're gonna read them off. If there's any big news, any big showing, any big crazy shit, we will be letting you know. I promise. So now, really quick, Renegade. Now, you said that you had actually known Tony. I hate having to call him that in person, and you said he was kind of an asshole. Do you have any specific story about what makes him an asshole, or just like any generalized, like, what type of person are we dealing with here?
Here's what I remember, you know, and mind you, this was all the way back in 2000. It's been a hot minute.
Yeah.
But I remember that when the weekend we showed up to aircrew school, there was a tropical storm, and there were just a couple of guys that showed up first from the AT side, which is what I was. I was an aviation electronics technician. And then there were a couple of CTs that showed up, and Tony was in that group. And they were just like totally arrogant, looked down on us. And this is before we'd classed up. So at that point, we're all kind of like on the same footing. And then, you know, I guess probably the thing that I remember is just how unremarkable of a guy he was. You know, he was just kind of arrogant and kind of, you know, had his nose up at everybody. Like, you know, no one else was good enough for him. But he wasn't a leader. You know, he's not someone who was, you know, when they said, hey, we need someone to step up, be class leader, I was like, hey, I'll do it, you know, and no one else raised their hand.
Yeah.
And that's how I got the position. So, you know, you take that for what it's worth.
Yeah.
And granted, we were both pretty young then too, but you know, he certainly
doubled down.
Didn't take the initiative back then, and did not leave a good impression on me. I didn't like him.
Yeah. No, and that's I think you could see that with his voting record as well, because not a single bit of it is actually a man of principle voting. It's always from the point of tagging on to somebody else's bad idea.
Oh, and not only that, but you look at what his voting record is. He voted for the investigation into Trump.
Yep.
He voted to keep the border open. He voted for gun control. I mean, all these things there that just should not. I mean, he got censored by his own party for not voting with the party. I mean, what else do you need?
Yeah, no, and you know, if you look at the people who have been, I guess, endorsing him versus endorsing Brandon, you look at the Liberty candidates, or the ones like Matt Gaetz, Bob Good are both endorsing, right? But you have a lot of local people that have endorsed him as well and said, no, I'm not going to vote for this fucking shill. And I'm not going to tell you to vote for this shill. I really think that just by his endorsements alone, and, you know, a lot of people have said that, and you and I talked about this earlier, that Abbott, we kind of figure, oh, he just saw, oh, this is the Republican incumbent, I'm just going to sign my name. But the more I've looked into Abbott, the less I like Abbott. So it kind of makes a bit more sense. But Speaker Mike Johnson, as we know, is having to go down there kind of tells you a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know.
Hey, so real quick, numbers update. So
okay.
Oh, I was just gonna real quick. So Brendan Herrera is at 5,929, and Tony Gonzalez is at 8,090, with 16% reporting so far.
Now, looks like some of those are no longer early votes. 90% are early votes, but the remainder are not. So we're starting to get actual votes tabulated?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
God, this is a terrible website that Texas has. You can't expand the frame at all. This is simple CSS.
Yeah, well, it's government, and government is the most inefficient thing on the planet. So
Bingo.
well, to be fair, this is better than the VA website, so at least I can give it that.
I've heard horror stories about the VA with the whole, especially with veteran with a sign. That whole thing with the VFW as well. Just blows my goddamn mind how much people are getting screwed, how much veterans are getting screwed. Something that Ernie doesn't really give a fuck about, but Brandon does.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, Ernie has kissed the ring of power. He's got his seat at the table. What does he care?
Yes, exactly.
You know?
He's got a seat at the table. He's you know, trying to obtain the throne of evil or whatever. I don't know. What's that guy who lied so much that his mouth rotted within Lord of the Rings?
Oh God.
You know what I'm talking about? Sauron's like mouthpiece, the guy who threw the chainmail at Gandalf and said, "Oh yeah, the little hobbit screamed" or whatever, you know. That's Ernie. He lies as much. That's the way I see it. Yeah,
I mean, it's just been kind of despicable. And actually, I didn't know this until I actually saw a live stream that Brandon did the other day. But this is the big election for Tony because this is the one, if he wins, he gets the congressional retirement because of his time in government service.
Yeah.
And so, you know, that's...
So if we can vote him out, I mean, no pension at all.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, he'll still get his military pension because I think he did the full 20 in the Navy.
Well, military, fine.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
because, I mean, if
Or
he did
congressional.
that, he did that, but congressional pension, he would not get. And Mouth the Sauron, by the way, that was his name, Mouth the Sauron. We just got another update.
I'm 30 seconds.
6,052. We've got 6,052 votes for Brandon, and we've got 8,214. So Tony didn't go up much there, but Brandon did. So we are closing the gap, everybody. And that's with 21% of polling locations reporting, by the way, with 96
And I don't know
counties.
that that's total reporting, though. Those numbers may continue to climb because it's like I'm looking at the Bexar County number has gone up and up as well. And so...
Yeah.
I think that's the San Antonio County, too. So, and if I'm making an assumption, I assume it's more lefty than conservative. So,
well, I mean,
more of those rural counties might be
Austin,
a little bit
so
more conservative.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I know some of the rainbow vomit in Austin spilled over into Bexar County, so...
Yeah, luckily, hey, here's the thing. At least we're not talking about a race in Austin because, you know, we wouldn't really be doing much here other than just sighing and drinking and sadness. So, sorry to anybody who lives in Austin, but let's be real. It's Diet California. So, as I drink my Diet Dr. Pepper. So... I'm not too worried. I'm personally, I'm feeling very good about this because we're so early into the night and we're actually quite close. That's the really fantastic thing. I'm really just hoping that people weren't dissuaded by the initial primary and come out for the runoff in the same volume, because in the primary more people voted against Ernie than for him if you combine the candidates.
Right. And I'm looking at it right now. You know what I think may be the kingmaker in this is El Paso County.
El Paso?
And the reason is you got Fort Bliss there in El Paso. And there's a lot of military people around that. And there's going to be a lot of people because, like, you know, the Drinking Bros, all them came out of that Fort Bliss area. And so that's going to be a really tough one for Tony to carry.
Yeah, and also I'm looking at the total voters that are registered in the area. It's 49,000, almost 50,000.
Yeah.
So
not as many as Bexar County, but it's, you know, that one there could certainly be a kingmaker. If Bexar County's close and El Paso goes hard for Brandon, and there's nothing reported out of El Paso yet. So there's and of course, being a government website, you can't sort their damn table by, you know, the numbers of votes or number of registered voters, anything like that. So that would be
nice. It would be nice, but once again, government websites suck. Remember, everybody, if you are ever wanting government to do a thing like government ought to and then blank, just remember, this is how they format their website.
Yes.
And that should tell you they should be in charge of nothing.
Wasn't it like the healthcare.gov when Obama was president? Wasn't that the whole entire website just a shit show?
It shut down. It crashed when people were attempting to buy
Yeah, like I think they launched it and they're like, "This is the best thing ever," and nothing. It just crashed.
It was horrendous website and even worse program. So for anybody who doesn't know, I'm not even sure if I've even ever mentioned this. So a lot of people think that I'm just some country roughneck. I think there was actually one dude that said that he didn't like my ideals on college. Because I said that college, to a huge degree these days, provides a lot of wasted degrees for bloated amounts of money that will get you fucking nowhere, right? As somebody who went to college, apparently I'm a flunky, but as somebody who went to college, I ended up working, oddly enough, in the healthcare sector on statistical analytics side, doing technically because of the ACA, I worked for and created a entire rewards program that would lower people's overall cost of health insurance based on them taking proactive steps in their health on an individualist basis, right? Which I think is how you have to handle it. You have to handle it with the individual. The problem is that when that fucking site went up, we had what we called navigators, right? And these navigators would help people, guide them through the process of understanding their insurance. It made it 1,000 times more complicated. It made it to the point where they were like questioning, do I understand this at all? No, none of us do. None of us do. Fucking worst thing ever. Never let the government touch a goddamn thing. They will fuck it up beyond belief.
Insert every Ron Paul quote ever.
Yeah, seriously though, seriously, we just got another
there
update.
There is no
by the
idea
way.
that's so good government cannot destroy it.
Yes. By the way, we got another update. Brandon at 6,147, and Ernie is currently, I believe, at 8,278. So Ernie went up by what, 50 votes?
Yeah, I'm looking at 8,214 right now from the previous batch.
214. So about, yeah, so like 60 votes. All right. Good job, Ernie. Proud of you.
We're seeing some movement in the right direction there.
So proud of Ernie, everybody. Oh my God. Let's take a look at chat, everybody. So we've got the chat just died. I'm sorry, Warhammer. Is the chat still going? Is the chat good on your end, everybody?
So far on my end, yeah.
Okay.
I'm not reading it
fantastic.
though, unfortunately.
I'm neglecting the chat as well.
Do you now? I see a comment from Noble. He says he's still irritated at how many people fell for Tony's BS. I'm irritated too, but also, as Renegade was pointing out, it's open primary, which means that anti-gun Democrats can vote for Ernie. So it's not necessarily a representation of him fooling anyone, or it could just be people know exactly who he is.
Yeah. And the other thing is, like, I'm looking at that, and like Uvalde County is, showing 8 of 15 precincts in.
Yeah.
And right now it's 1,061 for Tony, and it's 729 for Brandon. And they went hard with the anti-gun message down there in Uvalde.
Well, because of obviously the tragedy that happened there, which is what Ernie quotes as his reason for voting for gun control. But
yeah.
First off, that's never going to help. My daughter goes to a school that has armed guards. That's what we need for every school in the nation is protect them with the weapons that may harm them.
You know what would be even better for the kids is if we just completely got the federal government out of the education picture altogether, let parents and communities decide how to raise and educate their kids so that, maybe these public schools wouldn't have become just indoctrination centers where they tell your kids that they need to get into hundreds of thousands of dollars of student loan debt so that they can get a job and then spend the rest of their lives servicing that debt.
Can we get a hell yeah in chat for that, please? Can we get a fuck yes, everybody in chat? And by the way, I saw Jesse Bear in there. Jesse Bear got blocked by Ernie Gonzalez before me. That is who called Ernie out on the rally size. And goddamn, I'm still mad that you got blocked before me.
One of us.
One of us. Somebody replied to me on fucking Twitter and they said, welcome to the club. We have juice boxes. And I was like, yo, I could go for a juice box right now. Because it's like I see it as a point of pride to be blocked by the guy at this point. And I was actually and Dalton, when you and I were talking the other day, I said, like, how the hell am I not blocked yet? Because you had been blocked. And I was like, how am I? Like, I feel like I'm not doing enough.
You're not doing enough.
And so I just started going hard. Like, every single time I saw like an opportunity, I'm just like, hey, this is your voting record. This is why you're a cuck. And
exactly.
And finally, today of all days, the day of reckoning, I get blocked, which is beautiful.
And the funniest thing is, I didn't even call him any names. I didn't even call him a rhino. I used his real name and everything.
Yeah.
I just pointed out facts. I just took the sunlight and
built a really good website
on
that
his
showed
voting
every line
record.
that he told and completely cataloged everything automatically.
Exactly.
I don't know why he got upset about that. Actually being held accountable and forcing to speak the truth.
Yeah, no,
It's weird.
Well, also, I've used your website in so many fucking videos and tweets. I'm just like, nah, here it is, by the way. Fuck this guy. And then also, I today, Renegade, I tweeted out yours because that guy started commenting on my shit. And I was like, weird, didn't you work for Bernie and Beto? And I was like, here you go, here's your LinkedIn. I was like, nice website, buddy. And you know what he says? Thanks.
Should we tell the chat that story?
Please do. Actually, I'm gonna go use the restroom, and I'm actually gonna get out of these fucking shorts because my balls are suffocating. So tell the story. I shall return.
Okay. Well, what's real funny is I am going to drop a link in the chat here. Just a second. Let me get this open first, so you guys can see this. So this dude here. Just dropped the link in the chat. This Who Dat AJ that I just dropped in the chat there. This dude, he's also a military veteran, and he's someone who was also up here in Washington where I'm at for a long time. And I'd actually met the guy up here because he was running this tactical pause consultancy, supposedly trying to help veterans and whatever else. And doing some of the veteran work I've done, I bumped into him somewhere. I don't remember where it was. But he starts coming at me, and I was like, oh, what, who's this dipshit think he is coming at me, et cetera, et cetera. And so me and Dalton wound up on a thread with him, and this guy is just spewing hate at us. And we kind of figured out who he was, found out what his real name was and everything, and found out that he'd actually run up here in Tacoma against one of the local city elections after working for the campaign, getting in a fight with the candidate. He went and filed as an independent and tried to screw up their chances of winning. And so and then we started finding out that this dude, he worked for Beto, he worked for Liz Warren, he worked for Bernie Sanders. Now he's working for Tony's campaign, right? So, real winner there. It shows you what type of guy that Tony is, if he's got someone like this working for his campaign. I'll drop the link again. I wonder if it's
Yeah, it might be
that link I just dropped.
blocking it.
Yeah, my chat might block hyperlinks. If you want, I could post the link.
Okay, it's that @Who Dat AJ.
Yes. You want like his actual page, or you want the thing that you sent me?
I want to send everybody to his X first because I want them to walk through this with us and see the glory that we pulled off on this guy. See how bad we rug pulled this dude.
Okay, give me one moment, everybody.
Well, it's funny because I figured out what Renegade Sailor was doing. I think before he even wanted anybody to know. Because I'm a geek and I go on that stuff and I try to check things out. And I was just like, I figured out what Renegade was up to, and I couldn't stop laughing.
Yeah.
And so you guys in the chat could follow it over now. And so you go over there and you see this dude's page, and please don't tip him off. The longer that this stays up, the funnier it's going to be. So like, don't
running
this guy.
Yeah, the running joke.
It can be a running joke because at the top of his page, you're going to notice that he has Pause Tactical there. So when you click on Pause Tactical, it takes you to the Tactical Pause Consultancy, which he touts as his project, which he has a whole 31 followers for his veteran service organization, by the way. I mean, really knocking it out there, golf clap yet. But then you click on the link at the top of the page for Tactical Timeout. And what was funny is Homeboy forgot to pay his web hosting bill. And so I went and bought his domain.
Like they always do.
When you told me this, I died laughing, by the way, because his website is just, oh, what you did to that poor man's website.
Oh. He still doesn't know.
You piss off a web developer in 30 minutes, they can do a lot.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Tell me about it.
So you want to direct him over to his website for tactical time? If you guys want to see how much damage a web developer
just give him the Tactical Timeout link.
This is what happened to this poor man's fucking website.
So we rug pulled his ass, and he still doesn't know. He still hasn't listed on his Tactical Pause page.
I complimented him on his fucking website in a tweet, and he said, "Thank you."
Thank you.
I saw that, and I
well, it was funny because, yeah. Well, in an earlier thread, I think Renegade posted, failed or something. He was just like, "What do you mean failed?" And then he posted a screenshot of his website, and it wasn't working. And I had tweeted at him, I go, if I was a dick, I would have bought this and redirected it to a veteran website that actually mattered. And he liked it, and then he posted a GIF, and basically was like, "Do it." So I was like, that's permission. I'm not going to do it, but that's permission.
By the way, just really quick, Luthinator just pointed out that it says on the website, and it does for me as well, 112 out of 110 counties reporting.
Yeah. Isn't that weird? 101%.
I'm a little confused. By the way, the updated numbers, as you guys can see, is for Brandon, we now have 6,147. For Tony, it's still saying 278. I might need to refresh because every now and again it doesn't want to auto refresh.
I'm sure that website
I had to
getting the
refresh.
Brad
There it
right
is.
now.
Oh, mine just did it. So 8,595 for Tony, 6,470. We are climbing up. That we are
The
climbing
gap
up.
is closing.
The gap is closing. I mean, realistically speaking, 2,000 people is so easy to clear. It really just takes one county that's more pro one candidate.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, the big county is in right now, which is Bear County, which is Tony's stronghold. And so for that to be in, well, it's only one. And the thing is, in Bear County, it's only one of 123 precincts reporting. So
yeah,
I don't know if that's updating or not. So
look at the turnout, by the way. Are you seeing the turnout numbers? They're so low.
Well, that's because they've only got
compared to the
the thing is that's continuing to rise. That's going to continue to rise.
Yeah, that is continuing. So this is based on current vote tally.
Yeah, that's based on the current tabulation, correct? So
yeah.
And by the way, for anybody who doesn't know, I'm live tweeting the results on my X. If you guys want to go check that out and follow me, it would mean a lot if you guys are already.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so I'm going to give some love to the chat here because they were going off about what we did at that website. It seems like everybody is just loving the way we rug pulled that bastard.
They are. They think that is the greatest thing ever, as did I, because you saw me just die laughing in the call. By the way, everybody, there is Dalton's Twitter right there, so you could follow him, or X. Does anybody, who here actually calls it X? Do you call it X, Renegade, Dalton?
I call it X.
You do?
I kind of go back and forth out of habit.
Same.
You know, it's
every once in a while I'll call it Twitter too, but X.
Yeah.
And for anybody who wants to, here's Renegade's Twitter as well. Follow him as well.
Outstanding.
Give the boys some
Thank
love.
you.
No, of course. Happy to have you on, man. This is so far I'm having a fucking ball. And also, can y'all seriously believe that Brandon messaged me, says, "Hey, I could pop on." I thought like he said, I was like, like in the chat. And he's like, no, like in video call. I was like, here's the link. So if you're just getting here, you missed Brandon. Brandon was on the show for the watch party. And it was wonderful being able to talk to him and hear from him. And
it was unexpected and very, very cool.
Yeah, very cool. Very cool. When am I going to be on unsubscribe? Guys, I don't know if I will ever be on unsubscribe. None of us. That's not how that works. But all right, so
yeah, all I'm saying is that if they wanted to send me an invite to go shoot some machine guns, I'd be on the first thing smoking.
I'm down for that. I'm down. Brandon, if you're here, I just want you to know I'm down for that. And I'll bring these two with me. And my wife, though. I guess I have to bring her.
You know, we could actually have a great time with that. We'll call it the Tony Gonzalez weenie roast. We'll roast some hot dogs, make some corn,
some special corn, some special corn. Get a KY fucking sticker, plop it on the barbecue sauce. It'll be great. Dalton doesn't have a boat. I believe that Renegade has a boat.
I do have a boat. Let's put it out to the chat. Would the chat like to see some of the boat while we're waiting on numbers here? I've actually got a photo slideshow of like some adventures on the boat and everything loaded up.
Go for it.
That I could throw, and we can. So I'll go ahead and do that. Let me get OBS popping here.
Oh, virtual
And
cam.
yeah, check it out. Virtual cam. Here we go. So just give you guys a little bit of background. I was an over-the-road trucker for a lot of the years. This is me doing my thing there. That's my truck, the Red Express. And here is the boat. And pretty amazing. It's a 1966 Spencer 42. This is what I live on. This is what I spend my life on. And get to take her out, go sailing around, you know. Pretty cool little setup. This is in the yard with my old dog. That was the best pupper right there on deck, that German Shepherd. I sure
Great
miss him.
dogs.
We had a lot of adventures, yeah. And then, you know, there she is back in the water after the last haul out. And so last year, we sailed her up to Alaska via the Inside Passage from Washington here, which was a freaking amazing trip. I mean, just one of the most amazing things I've ever done in my life. And this was just leaving Washington right here, headed up to the San Juan Islands. This is, you know, basically the last of the mainland USA I was going to see for a while. And this is my friend Damien. He brought his boat along as well. He cruised part of the way up there with me. Dude is only 23 years old, built this boat by himself. So, you know, really cool friend. We had an absolute blast
That's
for
awesome.
that portion of the trip. Yeah. And he lives on that little boat, and he's getting ready to build a bigger one. I've actually been helping him design it. And so that was that first sunset that night going across there. I mean, just that beautiful keyhole sunset. And then we got up to Vancouver, BC, anchored up in False Creek. And, I mean, that sunset right there, just oof.
By the way, really quick, now it's saying 128 out of 110 counties reporting, so it's 116%.
You know, government math for you.
Yep. We have 23% of polling locations reporting. It just updated, so it looks like currently Gonzales is 8,901 and Brandon is at 6,871. So total votes in so far only 15,772, and that's out of 507,000 registered. So that is nothing.
Yeah. Kenneth said he lives by the Hood Canal in Washington. Well, Kenneth, I'm not that far from you right now. I'm up. Well, let's just say I'm on the peninsula. I'm not going to exactly say where because, you know, that right there. Billy asked, do I like Vancouver? Vancouver's beautiful. Like, you know, really nice people there, but damn is it expensive. And so continue with the slides. This is going north. This is a little place called Port Neville. And, or excuse me, no, this is, what the crap is the name of it? I can't remember the name of this little spot, but beautiful little spot up there. I mean, just gorgeous trip going north. I mean, you guys can see from the slides here that I just had an amazing time on this
it looks
trip.
incredible.
Yeah, no, it does.
And I mean, just it just continued to floor me. And this is still Canada. We're not even in Alaska. Now, this photo here, I wish I had taken more while I was there. This is Bishop Bay. And Bishop Bay has these amazing natural hot springs there, and they've got some hot tubs with a little, you know, shelter and everything over them, so you can go up there and soak in the hot tubs. And oh my God, I loved that place. Stayed a few days in there. I'm definitely going back again next year.
That's gorgeous. You know, the only time I've really like ever been out like boating, let's just say, like I've gone deep sea fishing, but that's really fucking it. Like normally it's like. I guess technically in Aruba I got to take a yacht trip for my honeymoon, which was kind of sick, but I'm my knowledge for boats is quite limited. You know, it's like I look at it and I'm like, hey, that's pretty boat. So
well, maybe at some point here we'll have to introduce you guys to the sailing life. Get you a new addiction. You think cigarettes are expensive?
Cigarettes and guns, man. Trust me, I've got enough expensive habits.
So
this slide
is a
right
very
here.
expensive habit. So
oh, guitars.
This slide, yeah.
and drums.
Yeah. Oh, drums, so bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this one right here is the last morning in Canada. We were heading out to Ketchikan that day, and just got slammed by this beautiful sunrise as we were getting ready to go. There's a little spot called Douglas Bay over by Prince Rupert, and I mean, just started the day off right. Got going early, sailed all the way up there in one day. And then got into Ketchikan. There's my ugly mug sitting in Ketchikan. And just such a beautiful little city. And here on Creek Street, they've got, you know, all the houses built out. And they're all so colorful and wonderful. And I thoroughly enjoyed that whole little spot in there. It was phenomenal.
That's gorgeous. That is absolutely gorgeous.
And then this was the last sunset anchored out by Ketchikan. We started heading further north from there the next morning. And then it took a couple of days to get up to where this photo was taken. This is, it's just off of this little island. There's this little no-name shoal out there. I anchored there for like 3 days with this view of the Wrangles off in the distance. It's just south of the Wrangle Narrows. I mean, beautiful, beautiful spot. And just sat out there, enjoyed the sunset. And then this is going through the Wrangle Narrows. You know, just this is Petersburg, Alaska here coming in. And the boat there in Petersburg. And then first glacier we saw on the trip, leaving Petersburg
awesome.
right there. It just, in Alaska, I mean, once we got up in this country, like every time you turned a corner, it was like, oh my God, it's so gorgeous.
Now, real quick, not to interrupt all the gorgeous things that are beautiful, but another beautiful thing has come through, and that is that the gap is closing. We have Ernie Gonzalez at 9,587, and we have Brandon gaining a lot, 7,859.
Nice.
Yes.
So it feels like Tony's slowing.
Tony does seem to be slowing, which is good, and it seems like Brandon, because that's what, about nearly 1,000 jump on Brandon's side?
Yeah, he shot right up there.
Yeah, that's looking really good.
Yeah, my math brain is not mathing right now. So
with the 120.
Give me a second. Let me send this tweet out.
Yeah, okay.
Well, you're
That's what I'm trying to do right now.
It's beautiful.
Cool. While you're sending those tweets there, we'll just dive through this. This is almost done with the slideshow. This is Taku, which is just south of Juneau. Nice little harbor in there. We kind of scooted all the way up there because the weather was getting bad. And then got into Juneau the last day of June and got to spend the 4th of July there. And that was cool, sitting in this harbor. They haul a barge in there, and they do this massive 4th of July fireworks show there. I mean, party.
That's beautiful.
And then got some of the wildlife up there.
I see those guys. So there's a decent bald eagle population by me, and I get to see them when I'm on my motorcycles. It's so nice just seeing them fly above you while you're going through like the back roads. It's gorgeous.
And then, of course, float planes. Just saw endless amounts of float planes up there.
That's sick.
Yeah. So when I was little, my family's a military family, and we moved around a lot. And so I was able to live in Alaska for 2 years. I lived in Fairbanks, Alaska, and I got to visit Anchorage, Alaska a couple times, and it was gorgeous. So, yeah, very, very cool.
No, it's gorgeous.
Yeah, that's Sum Dum Glacier, and what was really cool, and this is the thing that like I really love about the boat life, is when I took this photo, we're anchored right there for the night. Like, we were sitting there eating dinner. I looked up, I was like, yeah, that's a photo. Went and got the camera, took a picture. And we're just sitting there eating dinner, enjoying this. You know, that's one of the things that I really enjoy about this whole thing. And, you know, I mean, I can pretty much stay there as long as I want to and do this sort of thing.
Yeah. No, and that's like I'd say the true sense of freedom. You know, is that you have the ability to just see all this and travel all over, and then you could go somewhere else and do it all over again. That's the same reason, like, as I said, I don't know much about boating, but that's actually why I love riding motorcycles. I'm well aware they're horrendously dangerous, and especially mine. And for anybody who doesn't know, my wife and I have matching Ninjas and then an H2R.
Oh, nice.
Which is the dumbest bike in all of existence, minus maybe the Hayabusa. But I have that same sense of freedom where I could just go anywhere and enjoy the scenery, and it's all presented before me, and then just kind of like live in that moment. I love that. You know what I mean?
I tell you what, yeah, I totally get it, because I've ridden motorcycles for years as well. I mean, although I'm more of an enduro guy, like I love my XR 650s, you know, the Hondas. And all right, I'd like to have a Goldwing. I've never had one, but I really like the XRs. And if I could do it the way that I wanted to, I mean, if money was not an issue, I would have a bigger sailboat with a cargo hold, where I had a landing craft where I could take motorcycles with me and just like go sail around the world, throw a motorcycle in the landing craft, roll it up on the beach, and go scoot around wherever I wanted to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
That's the long-term dream. So we'll see how this YouTube thing works out for me, once I start documenting the travels and everything again.
That'd be, yeah, and that's I love that kind of stuff. That kind of stuff tickles my fancy, just because it's, I think the reason, like, for anybody, I'm sure everyone here knows of Demolition Ranch, right? We all know Demo.
Yeah.
My favorite channel isn't Demolition Ranch; it's Off the Ranch. I love his
where he's got all the
channel,
cars and stuff,
where he's doing the car work, and he's building the resort, and he did the abandoned mansion project, and just the vlog style of, like, oh, this is like really cool. I'm getting to experience another person's life. I think is really neat. Now, really quick before we go on to the next numbers, I just want to go over some super chats for everybody, because thank you so much everybody for joining. Oh wait, do we have?
While you do that, I'm going to use the bathroom real quick. So
okay, go do it. Go do it. So we've got from Rock and Ruin says, okay, tipping my hat to you. You showed us the shorts. I did. Did you get to see the shorts, by the way, Renegade?
No. What are the shorts?
So because when I originally scheduled the stream, I scheduled it for 7 p.m. CST. It went live at 7 p.m. EST. So people weren't here waiting, and I felt like shit. And said, okay, we're starting early. So we started early for everybody. So apologies. Says, by the way, but I'm well aware I have no ass. I'm Swedish. It's all in the front, and yeah. And then says, and the Offenders in the background, because the Offenders song needs to play in the background. We've got Taiga saying South Carolina with booze. Let's go, Brandon. Fuck yes. Thank you for the $2, and also Rock and Ruin. Thank you for the 10. We've got Fuck My Butt. Great name. Says 1,230 viewers on an 18K sub channel. Impressive. Community here is super supportive, and I love each and every one of you. And that's the beauty of, I'm gonna say specifically, the GunTube community seems to be real close knit. I don't know how you feel about that, Renegade, but that's how I see it.
Yeah, like, I'm really happy to see it coming together, and I'm happy to see this younger generation getting into firearms and actually fighting for a lot of this, because I came up in kind of an interesting time, because I was born in 1981, and so I got to see, like, the 80s, like, just more as an observer because I was a child. But I remember starting school, in a small town in Montana. They had the local firearms instructor, who was an NRA guy, come down to the school every year and teach every kid gun safety in school. Yeah. And when they signed that Firearms Act, I think it was in 1990 or 91, they had to stop doing it because they couldn't bring the guns to school anymore. They couldn't come into the school and do the gun safety training they were doing. And I think it's really sad that they discontinued that, because when I was in, like, kindergarten, first grade, they took us in the school buses to the gun range, brought us out there, and they gave a demonstration. They shot a milk jug full of water with a 30-06 and showed us the destructive power it had, to explain to the kids, hey, you need to be aware that this is a dangerous device, that this is not a toy. You don't want to play with this. This can hurt someone very badly. They're like,
there's it's a lack of respect now because they didn't learn about it. Yeah.
Right. And so the instructor, he takes that milk jug and holds it up in front of a couple of kids to show that milk jug's like the size of their body. And then he goes and shoots it. And, like, so many of the kids were like, oh, yeah. And you know what? Out of all that time growing up, all of us had guns around. I mean, I had a gun in my truck most of the time going to high school. And, as many fights as we got in or whatever else, nobody pulled a gun on each other. And that's the thing that I really think made that difference, is they demystified the guns to us.
Yes.
So when we were watching the movies, we didn't see them as a way to deal with our problems. And that's actually something that they said to us, is that it's not like what you see in the movies. If you shoot someone, they don't just magically go away. They're still there, and you have to deal with the consequences.
Yes.
And we were taught that from a very young age, and I think that is a very important message for kids to get, and I think we would have a lot less problems with guns if kids were getting that.
Yeah. By the way, Dalton, any updates? You're muted, by the way. Yep. Nope, still muted. What happened? Is it within the actual control room thing?
Hard to say. It's a 1,728 vote split at the moment, though. So 95-87 to 78-59.
No, Dalton's still not back. Dalton's gonna join back in a second. So
Alrighty.
apologies everybody for the fucky camera at the moment.
Yeah, like I was saying, though, 1,728 votes is what the split is right now. And Bear County, I mean, they're only showing one precinct out of 123 in Bear County reporting. So I don't know, maybe it's hard to say because, like, you don't know how good the data on this website is.
That's very true. Still can't hear you. Oh. Is it your microphone?
Oh, and anything now?
Now you're good. Now you're good.
Okay, good. Sorry.
So let's continue going over super chats. Rob Doherty said you're still quieter than Dalton. For anybody who doesn't know, I run my mic through a compressor. And obviously when we're in a video chat like this, there's going to be no compressor on their end. Mephisto with the $10 saying he doesn't like surprises, but I think everybody appreciated the surprise today. I think that was a really cool surprise.
That was pretty amazing.
Yeah. We got Rob Yamato saying, let's go Brandon with $1.99. Hell yes. Let's get some let's go Brandons in the chat, everybody. We need to hype our boy up. Z3 Music Official saying, I'm considering doing a Spaces on X following the results. Tony is to Congress what Stephen Hawking was to standing up. Come on, Brandon. That's
Savage.
a great comment. That's a great comment. Thank you for the $4.99, Z3. Cookie of Cream says, I hope this day will be a good day for us non-white moaners. I agree. Now, really quick. Renegade, the joke obviously being that Ernie moans when he wipes because he uses one-ply toilet paper intentionally. Now, a lot of people have said that that's specifically a Navy thing, but you don't seem like somebody who moans when they wipe. So what are your thoughts on that?
I think that Tony is the type of guy that had he been on a ship, he would not have wanted to go down below decks because with the way he treats people, he'd have probably run into a couple of snipes with a pneumatic grease gun, and I'll let you guys fill in the blanks.
Fair enough. Garbage Man Stacking says, I'm wearing my Tism Touch t-shirt and nothing else. Beautiful. Thank you for the $2, by the way.
Okay, I just got some numbers. The numbers just popped up for me. It was a 1728 split. It is now down to 1708. So Tony just gained 20 Brandon just gained 20 in the last update.
Yeah, I'm seeing that 9,000 total votes for Gonzalez on my end, 9,642, and we've got 7,934 for Brandon. So the gap is closing, and it's closing quickly. More for Brandon.
Yes, so happy to see that.
Yeah, I'm gonna start including the split into my tweets as well, like the difference.
Yeah, that's a good idea as well. I'm
also seeing we got a lot of fellow Navy men in the house tonight, so salute to you, glorious bastards.
Hell yes. If you have served in any of the military branches, just let us know. Here to let you know that not only do we support you, we respect the sacrifice that you have made, and please stay safe. I know the world's a little crazy right now.
For sure.
Carson. So for anybody who doesn't know, I know Carson. Carson gave us $1.99 and says Tony is a bottom in denial. I mean, is he really in denial though?
I know. Maybe when he loses tonight, he can reach out to the Democrats. They can issue him a therapeutic drag queen.
Oh my God! Well, he did vote for taxpayer-funded drag queens, so they might. Another person named Tony gave us $13.34. Says Tony says yes, just perfect comment. Fucking great comment. Thank you for the super chat. We got $2 from Rob again saying early voting's come in at the end. So in Texas, it comes in the early voting comes in first. But I guess in their state it comes in at the end. I guess in different states. Yeah. Different states do it different ways. Sean says get you some Lord Chesterfield with a $5. Thank you. And then
I just noticed we got a C2 air crew in the chat. Those are some awesome guys in the Navy because they fly cargo planes off of boats. I mean, you would talk about having some brass balls.
oh my
You know,
god,
it's one thing to drive a fighter, but to land an actual damn cargo airplane on a boat, you know, they do some good work out there.
that's always blown my mind. Like seeing like the planes land onto a carrier and shit like that. That's always just been like, holy shit, that has got to be terrifying, but also exhilarating.
You want to know one of the craziest videos that's out there? You can actually look this up. Is they landed a C-130 on an aircraft carrier.
How the fuck did they manage that?
Ooh.
Balls of steel?
Yeah, pretty much. Well, they determined that it was not viable because the aircraft carrier wasn't big enough to do it effectively because they had to completely clear the deck. But they learned that they could do it, and then they went on to do it with a U-2 spy plane.
That's insane.
It's a hold my beer moment.
Yeah, that is a hold my beer moment. And you know what? I raised my glass to whoever the fuck did that because damn. By the way, we're getting a lot of out-of-state people. I just want to put this out there that no matter what state you're in and no matter what country, I've seen this a lot in comments, and I'm not sure about Dalton or Renegade if you have as well, but there are a lot of people from other countries, other states that are very pro-Brandon and for the reasons of liberty and principle within politics, right? I will always maintain that principle, the values of principle and liberty have no borders whatsoever. So I don't give a shit where you're from. You could be from fucking Zimbabwe. You can be from any goddamn country on this goddamn planet. Respect the principles of liberty. No borders, everybody. So if you are from another country or another state, doesn't fucking matter. Support, and it's good to see that is becoming a more recurring trend, especially amongst the youth, by the way. So thank you for that super chat, No Sauce.
The way I break that down to people is your most basic human right. You think about what is your most basic human right? Well, it's your right to be alive. And okay, so you've got your right to be alive is your most basic human right. What is the best way to defend that right? Well, it's with a firearm. And so that's gun rights are human rights, and anyone who tries to take that away from you does not respect your life.
I agree wholeheartedly on that. And I also believe that is the great equalizer. So if you are, especially like a woman, right? Like my wife, right? My wife going up against somebody who is the size of, let's just say, me or my little brother who is gargantuan. No, a gun's gonna make that an even fight. It's gonna give her, I was talking with my friend Lex last night. He says both of them, I say a statistical advantage. He says a mechanical advantage. And I think both are very true.
Well, how's the saying go? God created man, Sam Colt made him equal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's accurate. Look at this in chat. We got Nova Scotia. Everybody sound off from your country or state of origin. Let's get some love in the chat, everybody.
Got a lot of veterans in here tonight. I love to see that.
Yes.
Awesome.
It is actually beautiful to see. And also, doesn't that somewhat defeat the Ernie Gonzalez argument that vets don't support Brandon because Brandon hates vets?
Exactly.
Well, you know, what completely defeats that argument is the fact that, you know, he has blocked how many veterans who have criticized him?
Yes. Yeah.
I mean, you know, you don't say you stand for veterans and then turn around and silence them.
Yes.
Right.
Holy
I mean, blocking the entire... I know. I just saw the chat. Yeah, I mean, to block the unsubscribe podcast where it's like all veteran hosts, it's like,
yeah. And not just veteran hosts, like if you look at just their guest count, right? How many people that have just been on the show as guests are vets as well. And it's really it's an absolute shame that people can't be truly represented and have to fight this fucking hard for true representation in this day and age. With the age of the internet, information is at an all-time high. You're able to look this shit up yourself, and if you don't, that's on you. 100% that's on you. You can't blame anybody else for that. And I saw every state and country, I think, in that blur of a chat, by the way, everybody. I don't think there was a country. I think if I were to throw a dart on a map for each fucking thing I saw, I think we'd cover the goddamn map. So beautiful.
I love how it all came in at once.
It was so quick. It was so quick.
Yeah.
Do we have any updates? On numbers.
I don't see anything compared to
I
your
think
stream.
the numbers are pretty stuck right where they've been. I got an update a few minutes ago, did the math, and it was right. It's still right at that 1708 split.
Yeah,
Yep.
so it's still at 96.42 to 79.34. So we're looking at about a 1,500 gap.
It's 1708 right now on the numbers I have.
1,708. Okay.
So it's going down. I mean, it's the gap is closing.
It was what 2,600, then 2,000.
Yeah.
So we're
Yeah,
getting closer and closer.
And I'm kind of wondering because, well, in some places we're seeing like 5 of 5 precincts reporting, 4 of 4, and then 1 of 9. But in like Bexar County, it says 1 of 123 reporting, and so that's kind of odd to me.
Yeah, the 130% of overall counties reporting is what's odd to me.
The 143 of 110 counties reporting. A little weird.
It's a little confusing. I don't
think some numbers
understand
are off.
government math. I think that this was created with Common Core. So
It absolutely was. It absolutely was.
no doubt in my mind, this was Common Core.
Yep.
If
But
I'm gonna post the website. Go on. I'm so sorry.
looking through the website though, like Val Verde County, it says 17 to 17 precincts reporting. Tony got his claw.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, he cut out for me.
Okay, so it wasn't just on my end. Oh, there he
Nope.
goes. I think
Yep,
he dipped.
he'll
So
probably pop in.
anybody who doesn't know, he's on Starlink. So shit like that is just well, being on a
Yep.
boat, I guess it makes sense, right?
Right. Yeah.
So
I was gonna say, like, I wonder what the internet on a boat is like.
it's Starlink. I mean, that's the beauty of Starlink is it gives you anything
A lot of
internet
flexibility.
everywhere.
Right.
Yeah. So I could pin the URL for the result. Oh, can I pin it in the chat? Is that a thing?
I think you can pin chats. Like, if you make a chat, you might be able to pin that.
Let me.
Although I've never been on this side of YouTube before, so.
Yeah, no, I'm guys, I'm actually not very good at this. So if
We're
that
just
is
winging
a
it.
possibility, let me see. Let me click on this pin message. Okay, so I've pinned the website. So everybody, if anybody asks, say check pins. I don't know.
Yep. I see it.
Oh, is it at the top? Okay, awesome. Thank
Yeah,
you.
I see it.
Thank you. Fantastic. Thank you so much for that, Zeke. Now, while we're waiting for numbers and while we're waiting for Renegade to maybe come back, let's go through some more hilarious super chats because some of these are great. Medic Babe says the count still has braces on its teeth. Stay calm. Yes, it is still in this. We're in adolescence right now. We are at 33%. We've got $5 from Benjamin Ben saying, "Let's go, Brandon." I love that that's just co-opted now. It's a beautiful thing. 300 Blackout says, "Brandon for the win. Down goes Salsa Boy." I still love that tweet from Brandon saying that Ernie paid 30 grand just to be called Salsa Boy.
Right?
We've got
The split that I have right now, just
Yeah.
a quick update, 1687.
1687.
Yep.
Okay, so we're very much closing.
We're getting there.
We're getting there. We're getting there, everybody. 300 Blackout says, oh no, I already read that. Blue Knight says, Florida man fully supports Brandon. Let's fucking go, Brandon. Hell yes. Thank you for the $5. UTB Doug says, Ernie is the sort of man who would gobble knob for bus money and still walk home. $6.36 to fucking say that, and God, it was worth every goddamn penny.
It got funnier the more you thought about it.
The more you think about it, the better it gets. Yes. It's Hample says, for holy shit, Hample fucking with $54.33. So first off, bravo to that. It says Subtac, hopefully we get Brandon at the helm. Even with a defeat, Brandon made that prick have to wear some fucking scuba gear for the shits he had. Damn
For
good man.
real.
Yeah, he did.
For real.
Also good taste in Henry Cavill. Not gay myself, but he's a Chad. He's the only man I'd go gay for. 100%. Henry Cavill is, first off, he's a nerd. How can you not love Cavill? Right?
I don't know who that is.
Henry Cavill? The Witcher. He played The Witcher on Netflix's The Witcher.
I haven't seen it.
Okay.
Yeah.
He also was in what was it? The fucking Mission Impossible movies. He's a straight up nerd, dude. He played Sherlock Holmes. Okay, we need to. We're going to sit in a Discord and we are going to watch one of these together.
Do another watch party with movies.
We got an update, by the way. We've got Ernie at 9,647. So that is the same number, correct?
Yeah, I had to refresh mine. I feel like you're like 15 seconds before me. So
maybe.
Yeah. Well, I got Tony at 10,216 and Brendan Her at 8,662.
Okay, so I am behind. Let me refresh then. Okay, so let's see. So, yep, I've got 10,216 with Brandon at 8,662. So they are coming through. They are coming through, everybody. And then we got another one from Gabriel saying that Tony Gonzalez eats elote the long way for $20. Fucking
it's a 3,505 split, by the way.
3,505.
Yep.
Okay, so which county is right now the most? Because obviously we have the counties here as well. It looks like, what's it say? Bear County is only one of 123 reporting.
Yeah, which is weird. But that's the majority of where all of this is kind of being reported, and that I believe is San Antonio.
That is San Antonio. So it's looking well because it's the largest area. Just right. 100%.
Yeah.
What we don't see, $10 from Jeremiah Swinson saying what we don't see is Cody, donut operator, just below Brandon's camera. I mean, that's love right there. That's bro love. Remember, it's not gay unless you moan. So, Angel, by the way, I know Angel. Let's go, Brandon, with the $6.36. Angel, fucking love your face. We've got Sean Duncan saying, can you see by county reports? Yes, we can. We can, Sean. So if we scroll here, you'll see each county. But I'm not sure how accurate because it says like for Winkler County, it's 6 out of 6. For Zavala County, it's 6 out of 7. I don't know how accurate that is. Because obviously Bear County is only one of 123, which does not make sense for these kind of numbers. But at the same time, I don't know how big each precinct area is going to pull in population-wise. So, but yes, so we can. Thank you for the 5. Master Chief Ernie 117 ain't got nothing on an AK-50. Don't compare that man to that Master Chief. I like that Master Chief. Runs with Phantoms, but thank you for the $2. Fatal Mutation says, Congressman for unsubscribed. I want an unsub episode from DC.
That would be amazing.
And that was for $20. I agree, Fatal. 1,000%. I want to see some like in government with like Matt Gaetz as a guest. Would be sick. Marjorie Taylor Greene on unsub while they're talking about having sex while autistic would be great. We've got Soul Killers with $5 saying, for Emperor Brandon, we must remove the heretics. Yes. I love all the video game references here. You play Halo, right?
I have a long time ago.
Okay.
I don't play games recently.
Yeah, we did talk about that, but the heretics and Soul Gazelle, I see you and I know you. $10 says, what's up, my fellow Marine? Are we winning? Soul Gazelle likes to say that I'm a Marine and likes to try and Brandon Herrera me with this fucking bullshit honorary vet shit. Fuck you, Soul. Thank you for the $10, but you're a dick. And I still love you, but God, fucking stop. I'm not. Okay? Stop it. You bastards. Do that to Brandon, not to me, okay? You can only have that meme apply to one. JT says for $10, absolutely glorious. I'm not sure if you're talking about my stunning hair or my beautiful booty shorts or Dalton's fantastic color matching hat and shirt. So, you know, whatever is absolutely glorious. You know what? You're absolutely glorious. And Jack the Reaper says, been following you since that night at the club with a kissing emoji for $2. I've never been to a club, but I'm fucking down. That's all I'm gonna say. I don't know. Any response to that, Dalton? Were you at a club?
Nope, I've never been to any clubs. I've played a lot of shows at like bars and stuff, but never like a club.
Okay, fair. We got more.
Let me see. Yeah, we got a little bit more. So Tony is at 10,235. Brandon's at 8,688.
Okay, so it's yeah, so we're gaining.
Brandon went up a little bit, but and Tony, honestly, he went up only a couple hundred.
Yeah.
Actually, he went up. Actually, he went up maybe 10 or 12 compared to the last match. Brandon went up a lot. He went up from 6,711, and Brandon went up to 8,698. So Brandon went up a lot on this batch.
Good. So we're getting these batch updates. For anybody who doesn't know, right now it is saying only 1 out of 123 precincts reporting out of Bear County. Brewster's 1 out of 9. We do have 4 out of 4 on Crane. Crockett 5 out of 5. Culberson 6 out of 6. Most other counties, it's looking like, aside from El Paso County, El Paso is looking like 1 out of 24 as well. But most of them, it does seem to be.
Yeah, and it's about a 15-47 split.
Okay.
So,
all right.
Closing the gap.
We are closing the gap, everybody. We are closing the gap.
Slowly but surely.
And we got James Martin saying, you're looking for a driver. We gore that truck. My current company sucks. I think that was probably in response to Renegade having the truck. You know what? I highly recommend maybe just reaching out to him on Twitter. I don't know what happened to his internet. He is on Starlink. He is living on a boat, guys. So
I'm on a boat.
I'm on a boat and it's going fast and I got a nautical theme. Pass me that. I fucking love that line, dude.
In my flip flops or in my swim trunks, in my flippy floppies. I haven't listened to it.
Yeah, no, I love that. You can't go straight flipping copies. I love that song, dude. My daughter loves that song. I have a 13-year-old daughter who loves the same music as me. It's great. Although she's addicted to this singer called Melanie Martinez, who's really interesting. Fucking Spartan D63 says Common Core math. Yes, this website is built with Common Core math. If anybody doesn't know, it's saying 136 counties are reporting. 136% of counties are reporting, which is interesting. Okay, so apparently CNN is doing this as well. So CNN, so according to Kingpin, thank you for the $2, by the way, CNN has Brandon within 1550 votes at 42%. So
okay, I'm at 1547. So
okay, so we're within that kind of realm of numbers, is what we're looking like.
Yeah, and I've got 39% of the polling locations reporting. So.
Okay. All right, we're
so
getting
maybe
there.
Comparable.
So
it seems like it.
I mean, right now we're still
They're
so
probably
low.
rounding.
You think they're rounding?
Maybe, yeah.
Still wouldn't explain the 136%. That's just straight up just the fuck.
I'm honestly ignoring that one. I love how it's in a red circle too, meaning like this isn't right.
Yeah, it's like your rev counter going well over bar.
Yeah. We don't know how to process this, but we're gonna give you a color, and it's not a good color.
Yeah. Carson says once again, Carson, I know you. I love you very much. Tony licks the floors at the bath. Wait. Tony licks the floors at the bathhouses for fun. Thanks for the $2 to say that, Carson. No one says, a little while ago, I had pissed off a scam caller so much that he called back to call me a motherfucker. I won that day. You did win that day. Thank you for the $5. So what I love to do is, have you ever answered a scam caller by pretending to be a scam caller?
You know, I don't get a lot of I get a lot of spam calls, but not scam calls. And usually it's like automated, so I don't really have the luxury to mess with them back, unfortunately.
Oh, so
I bet it's fun.
Oh, it's so much fun, and because like you'll get a call, and they'll, of course, their name is like some American name, and then they'll just be like,
and you're like, no way.
It's like, no, Bashir, your name is not John. You know,
Right?
It's like, shut the fuck up. But then I always answer, and I'm like, hello, no, this is Saeed at your local 7-Eleven, and they'll be like, excuse me, are you making fun of me, sir? And I'll be like, no, you left your turban in your undex on the counter. And they'll be like, my what? And you just be like, your undex, you know, the stuff you wipe the windows down with? Or I say I'm Saeed from smackthatharder.com. Yeah, we got your video of you rubbing yourself down with curry powder and having the goats lick it off.
Oh man. So I just got an update. I don't think any new numbers. I don't see any new number updates. However, it is saying 40% now.
Yeah.
So no numbers changed.
Yeah.
So we'll wait another 5 more minutes.
All right. Yeah, I'm seeing the same numbers on my end. Mine reported a couple seconds after you started talking, so I think that I'm just a couple seconds behind you for whatever reason. We've got Turd. For anybody who doesn't know, Turd is my mod. It says, you rock. Me more Warfare is an accomplishment. Damn straight. $2. Thank you, Turd. I love your goddamn face. And then we've got Based as fuck in Boston for Brandon. Fuck yeah, Donatello. Donatello, thank you for the 10. And I agree. I think it's beautiful to see the sport all over the country for liberty. I think that really signals a shift in politics as a whole. And then we've got Andrew that says, Ernie looks like the guy whipping his mouth when he comes out. Oh, wiping his mouth when he comes out of a public stall in a pub. Y'all are fucking brutal.
I love how savage these are.
Well, that one was $6.36, which typically I think means it was like British pound conversion.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah, that's hilarious. So thank you, Andrew. And Ken Rudd says, Tony using old census data to revive dead voters to help him. I mean, Democrats. So thanks.
With
for
the way he
podcast.
votes, I wouldn't be surprised if he sold his soul to get some of that power to get some of those dead votes.
Sold his soul to the demon Pelosi.
Exactly.
Somebody needs to make an American anime where Nancy Pelosi is a demon lord. You know, just be fucking great, please. Somebody who's good at drawing, do this. I need it. I need that.
That'd be amazing.
I'd watch it.
That would be amazing. That would be awesome.
Yeah, still as Jake says, Ernie the type of person that eats Snickers upside down for the texture. I love that comment so much. Thank you.
It's a great one.
Thanks for the 5. And Riley Harris says, I always answer scam calls like FBI fraud hotline. I like that. That's smart. Because they'll hang up on you. Thanks for the $2. So I think we're caught up on super chats to my knowledge. If there's anything else that I missed, I will be going over them. I want to make sure we get everybody. Thank you all so much for the support tonight so far. What are the numbers looking like? Can we refresh yet?
Let me refresh. It says 2 minutes and 11 seconds, but I can refresh real quick and see if there's anything new. I think we're at the same numbers, honestly.
Okay.
Yeah, we're at the same numbers.
Nancy is the Lich Queen of Angmar. Okay, so I've seen a lot of people comment on the fact that Nancy Pelosi has gigantic boobs, and I just want to say, guys, that does not mean anything. Like, AOC's got massive boobs too, because that's, you know, God said, I cannot give her brain, so I'm going to give her breasts. All right? That's what happened. I just want to put that out there, you know? And then you look at people like, let's just be real. Like, okay, we all know Donut Operator, right? He is with a wonderful and hilarious person named Heather Linno. Heather has a fantastic bodice, let's say. But at the same time, she's got the intelligence behind it to be witty, and you know, she's not a total fucking moron. So you can find girls that have boobs out there that aren't completely mentally inept.
Yeah, but just not elected to, you know,
No.
federal government.
Never. What is it about government that attracts the worst of people?
Power, corruption,
but it's like
everything, money.
But you'd anticipate that would have people that were somewhat intelligent. It's always people that are stupid. Who was that woman who said, was it Sheila Jackson Lee that said that Guam would tip over?
Oh God.
Was that
Yeah,
her?
I think so. I think so. I might have missed that one, but yeah, there's a lot of stupid people in Congress, and hopefully we can get one of them out tonight.
Yes, I
replace them
agree.
with somebody with some common sense. Yeah, my gosh. Ooh.
And Nicholas just threw another super chat. Says, how do I get Brandon to sign my tramp? Now, by tramp, do you mean your wife, your girlfriend, or your tramp stamp? I'm a little confused by what my tramp means.
All the above?
Maybe all of the above. It could be. And Moonflux says for $5, boobs, what is that? I'm a gamer. I only know waifu pillows and my Brandon pillow. I am also a gamer. You can't escape from this and touch the real Bobs and Vagine. We got an update.
Yeah, I'm refreshing.
Yeah, looks like let's see, do we have any new numbers, everybody?
We got a little bit. Give me 1 second, I'll calculate it.
Okay.
So we've got Tony Gonzalez at 10,279.
Yes.
And Brendan Herrera at 8,768. It looks like Brandon Herrera went up a little less than 100, and Tony went up maybe 50-ish.
Okay. So Brandon's gaining by larger numbers per pull, it looks like.
So far, yeah. And the split is 1591. And it was 1547.
Okay. All right. Gap, guys, remember, what's the county total polling location? 41% right now, correct?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, so I want everybody to understand there is still so much time. We're here for a while. It's only 9:51, y'all, for me, where I am currently. So it's 8:51 Texas time. I don't know what it is in California time. 3 hours before this? 6:52. There you go. I did the math. Unlike the government website here. So
I'm honestly just hoping and praying that all my math is actually right, and I'm not just putting bullcrap numbers out there. I mean, I'm looking at the screen and I'm calculating it and I'm tweeting it out and hoping for the best.
Yes. Now, really quick, I have to go piss because I have drank 5 beers.
Oh no, you're leaving me with the chat?
Yes, I'm leaving you with the chat.
All right. Tramp stamp. It's MacGyver tribute tat. I am so uncomfortable being left alone with the chat. You guys have no idea. I've never done this before. Gamers rise up. You missed the math. It's 1511. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. Oh gosh, now I'm uncomfortable. If I'm doing my math wrong. Anybody else hear the banging in the background? Spam the chat quickly. Don't overwhelm me. My super chat was missed. Oh no, it's being spammed now. No, I'm terrible at this job. I sorry. I'm the worst person for this. I'm struggling hard. Everybody's saying F.
It's all
I deserve it.
Let me. I'll go through the super chats, everybody. I'm just going through them.
Yeah.
All
Sorry,
right.
guys, I suck.
No, you don't suck. You're just not. You're not accustomed to it. It's all good. I'm still getting used to it.
This is not my world. I live in the world of code and music, and that's about it.
That's fair.
Man,
we both live in the world of music.
Yeah. Everybody
Oh
is.
my god, the chat, you bastards! You guys were torturing him.
I deserve it.
That's actually really funny.
That's fine.
That's really funny. Guys, be more supportive. Throw Dalton some love, everybody. All right, so we've got Pharaoh Phoenix saying Ernie is the worst politician alive. I think he's awful. That's for 5.
It's a low bar.
It is a low bar. I think he's within the group of them. I think that you have to equate it to the damage that they've inflicted. So I would put that more on like Nancy Pelosi, Biden, you know, like somebody with a bit more power. But within the realm of Texas, I'd say he's horrendous.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Like you said, within the realm of Texas for sure.
Yeah.
Man, people are still spamming me with Fs.
F's in the chat.
Yep.
Oh, come on.
It's cool. I deserve it.
No. We've got Commander Blitz saying Ernie the type of guy to think that Trudeau is a good country leader. Yes. Because you look at his policy. So for anybody who wasn't there, we did a live stream the other day, and we went over Ernie's voting record that Dalton here actually put together. And it's actually identical to Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's, bar one vote. And that one vote was better on AOC's side. She voted to have our troops taken out of Syria to get them home.
Yeah, just comparing Tony Gonzalez's voting record and AOC's voting record with the votes that Brandon kind of laid out on his website. Yeah, AOC is better at voting than Tony Gonzalez. That's awful.
That's
that should tell you everything.
We also got an update. We've got, on my end, we've got Ernie at 10,545, and we got Brandon now at 9,113.
All right. Let me calculate that real quick and hopefully not mess it up.
And Nicholas Judd,
I'm tweeting these numbers out.
Go for
it's
it.
Terrifying if I got something wrong.
I trust you with the math better than me right now. I've had quite a bit of alcohol.
In my defense, I am using government numbers, so
that does make it more difficult.
Yeah. 1432 split is what I got.
Oh wait, it looks like we might have Renegade back.
Oh, hey, nice.
Yeah, my Starlink died. Elon had abandoned me.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Had to go, like, I'm sitting over here like rebooting a router as quickly as I can, and like.
Oh, does it take that long for a Starlink router to reboot?
Well, there's a series of troubleshooting steps that I've got to undertake, and I finally had to do the factory reset on the router, because basically how I'm running it is I just shut the router down. I'm using it as a pass-through to my router.
Okay.
And so, yeah. And so, I mean, if I drop out again, I think the router may actually be dying. So if I just happen to disappear, that's what's up.
Fair enough. Well, we've got some updated numbers. We are closing the gap, and we're closing it quick. So
we are currently at Brandon Herrera is at 9,113, and Tony Gonzalez is at 10,545, and the split is 1432.
Yep.
So getting better every time.
Every time we're getting better and closer and closer.
So that's encouraging.
Oh, definitely. And we're still going over super chats because people keep on sending them in. Nicholas says, "How do I get Brandon inside my tramp again?" I don't know. Ask him. I don't know. They signed a baby. They'll sign your tramp.
Yeah, that's a Brandon question.
That's a Brandon question. Thanks for the $2. Moon says, "Boobs. What's? No, wait. No, I already got these. That's why I'm fucking rereading them. I'm just sorry. That was me being special. I think. Commander Blitz saying spam the chat quickly for $1.47. Tramp stance.
Yeah, that's.
Oh, you read this, the MacGyver tribute tat.
I tried to read it.
Okay, so then Nicholas, I just saw that. I'm sorry. And where do you purchase a Brandon Herrera pillow? You can custom make waifu pillows. Just letting you know. Don't ask how I know that. I had a weeb friend who needed love. Ernie's the type who teachers tried to keep from eating glue. They tried. It says Spartan. Oh shit, this is true. I'm not sure how you guys follow this. I'm sure Renegade, you followed this quite a bit because you're a libertarian. But Ragnar Helson says for $5 as a Mises Caucus libertarian, I want to apologize for the absolute shit show candidate for the LP and nominated for president this weekend. Oh my god.
It's like you guys know the meme of that the report of the week, where he said my disappointment is immeasurable and my day is ruined. Yeah, that was the LP convention for me.
Yeah. And what he's open borders, I know that much. He's pro transing kids, right?
Yeah, he's literally the opposite of everything that's good.
Yeah. And so basically, we should say thank you to the Libertarian Party, though, for nominating Donald Trump.
Yeah, kind of this time around.
Yeah, that's a lot of support behind Trump.
Yeah.
And I'm saying this is someone who voted for Gary Johnson in 2016, so don't come at me sideways.
What is Aleppo? We've got Thoth saying for $5 talking about Nancy Pelosi reminded me of a scene from Baki where George Bush got kicked out of a window. Wait, did that happen? I didn't see that. That's awesome though. Thank you.
Kicked out of a window.
George Bush got kicked out of a window? I need to see that. Somebody send me that clip in Discord or on Twitter, please.
Yeah, I know he got a shoe thrown at him.
No, in Baki, so it's an anime.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. No, I think if George Bush got kicked out of a window IRL, that'd be really funny. But Tino Money says if I wanted to off myself, I'd just climb Tony's ego and jump to his IQ.
That was great.
Bravo for that.
Savage.
That was amazing, Tino. Oh my god. You get a banana sticker for that. I have some really S tier candidates for the next commenting on comments video here, everybody. You guys are nuts with some of this shit.
All right, so I got some new numbers.
God-level meme trolls in here.
Oh my god, yeah.
Got some new numbers. Brendan Herrera is now at 10,076, and Tony Gonzalez is at 11,403, with the split being 1,327.
So once again, we're gaining another 100 there, correct?
Yeah, it seems like it.
On the split. 46.91. Oh my god, we're getting really close, everybody.
If it switches over here soon, and we might just see him walk away with it from there.
It's possible.
I'm waiting for my numbers to update. I've still got 46 seconds until it does, and I'm not clicking back through the website to refresh it manually. But I'm seeing
And also, why did you guys have to spam the chat when Dalton, who you guys know is not used to this? You bastards.
They're putting the pressure on me.
You handled it well. Bravo, everybody. Everybody give some love.
Is this your first stream, Dalton?
This is. Yep.
Yep.
Oh, well, hey, we got your stream cherry. There we go.
Yeah.
So we need to initiate you the right way by screaming at you and make you answer for all kinds of shit you never said,
Yeah.
Right?
Tell us your most
Yeah, over
embarrassing
2,000
story.
people watching.
I want to know about when you lost your virginity. I'll tell you mine if you tell me yours. I was in a detention bathroom and she was a year older than me.
Oh, man.
I want everybody, because I don't think that my chat actually knows this, and I don't think that anyone really knows this. I am literally, my wife will attest to this. You guys can ask her if you ever see her in the chat or in the comments. My wife says, "You're a whore," about me. I'm the biggest whore on the planet, so she's well aware. It's all good. Look at them just standing still. God damn,
it's just going.
This is the
Give me 1 second. I'm going to use the bathroom real quick.
Go pee, man. Go do what you got to do. The power of autism is beautiful. Don't egg us on. I will continue to egg all of you on.
So I just got my update on the numbers. It's a 13-27 split right now.
13. Okay. So I'm going to refresh manually on my end, everybody.
And so what that means is that this last refresh, it was 105 votes in Brandon's favor.
Yeah, so I'm looking at
And so-
still the 11. Are you looking at 11,403 for Tony?
Yeah,
Okay.
11,403, 1076. And so, you know, it's a 13-27 split, and from the last refresh, that meant 105 in Brandon's favor.
Yeah.
And so each time, because the time before that it was 276 in Brandon's favor, and so it just keeps bumping more and more and more. So I think we may, you know, I don't know for sure yet because it's still very early on.
We're
here.
not even halfway.
But I think we, yeah, I think we may see the big W with that gap closing. It's going to be, it may be a nail biter though. We're probably looking at a nail biter.
We are looking at a nail biter right now. So, but we're only 50%. We're not even 50% of the way there, guys. Oh, excuse me. Moon says when he back up, guys, everyone just go, ah. Thanks for the $4.20 to scream ah at me. Moon, what the fuck? Chick-fil-A employees say my displeasure to Ernie. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. Thanks for that, still is Jake. For $2. Commander Blitz saying shit, he's back. Act cool. You bastards were fucking with Dalton. That's fucked up, y'all. It's fucked up. Thanks for the $1.47. And then we've got Rogue Gunfighter saying need a Jeep, wife and kid for sale or trade. For $2. Wait, what kind of Jeep you looking for? Because I have an old X-Ray. Yeah, wait, and does your wife do butt stuff? Because that is a must for me.
Oh my god. I can see I'm in good company here.
What, 0 fucks and no filter? Yeah.
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 But I'm just going to throw a question to the chat. How many Jeep people do we have in here? Because myself, I've got an 80 CJ7. You said you've got an XJ. So, you know, how many Jeep people are in here?
Well, I also have a TRX, to be fair. So that's what I drive. Because I fit in it.
Okay, so you're partially gay then. All right, we got it.
Yeah, no, only 50%, man. I only let my wife put her thumb in there. Still no pinky, no middle finger, nothing longer than that. Yeah. Dalton's just like, what the fuck? And you're muted again, Dalton. I don't know why it's whenever you you like disconnect your headset, it seems to do that, I think.
Is that better?
Yes, you're here.
Cool. Yeah, it's my AirPods. AJ, he's been liking and commenting on some things, so I was just quickly reading that.
Okay.
I mean, nothing crazy, but it's funny.
What is it?
A lot of Jeep people in here, though.
A lot of Jeep
Love
people?
to see it. Love to see it. No Jeeps after the CJ7. Yeah, my people are here.
Death wobble only.
Although, I mean, death wobble only. Yeah, exactly. I got a 304 V8 in mine with multi-port fuel injection, so it's fun.
I need to read this out specifically for Dalton. Dalton, just know I love you, man. No. But JD donated $2 to say that you have a tiny bladder.
I've gone to the bathroom twice in 2 hours. And I'm drinking a lot of water. And just for the record, I've only drank water for the last 680 days. So nothing flavored, no nothing. So
his colon and his kidneys are like functioning perfectly right now.
They're the healthiest they've ever been.
The death wobble wasn't cancer; it built character. Stop. Oh God. But
by the way, a shackle reversal will cure death wobble. I know this for a fact. I had to go through that on mine.
Well, they apparently fixed it on the new ones, but then they fucked everything else up, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, well, you know, I love the product that Jeep was making through those years when I owned my towing company. I made a lot of money off of them in that era. when they kept dropping fuel pumps left, right, and sideways.
I just love the electronics issues because my wife's aunt bought a Cherokee, one of the new ones, and within the first day, the windows would go up and down by themselves. And they wouldn't stop. Boy. And it was just the funniest thing watching her panic as the windows are down. So good. We got updates. We got updates. Uh-oh, we lost him again.
Oh no. All right. So do we have updates? I don't know. I'm seeing the same numbers.
Mine just flashed at me saying that there was an update. So
Yeah, it probably
he's back.
updated, but I see the same numbers. I see the
Okay.
same numbers.
So it was a faux update.
Yep.
Okay, guys, just so you know, my girlfriend just got back. She is going to be cooking me a steak here. If it gets real loud, I'll just hop off the stream for a minute. But so if there's any noise coming through on my end, let me know. But I'm in it to win it here. I want to see this go down. So
Yep.
if
Yeah.
I think
sounds
that's where
good,
we all
by the
are.
way.
Yeah, still 11,403 for me, 10,076 for Brandon as well. So looks like there was just a site update, but that just might have been a refresh that didn't include any new batches.
Yeah, I think it updates, but like if there's no if it refreshes, but if there's no updates, it just remains the same.
Yeah, exactly.
140% of counties reporting those, so there's that.
Yeah, the fucking government math
Amazing.
here, man. Oh wait, hold on. So let me continue going over the super chats so I can keep up with them. Otherwise, I'll lose my mind later. Do you have any tacos? I want tacos now. Tacos. I had tacos the other night, so you missed out. I am sorry.
I had tacos yesterday.
Dalton had tacos yesterday. I don't know about Renegade. Renegade, when was the last time you had tacos?
Oh man, it's last weekend. Yeah, we went down and got Mexican.
So look at it. I'm sorry we all had tacos without you, but thank you so much for the super chat. No one. William Grossland says Ernie licks the floor of a XXX movie theater for $2. So
I wonder if they're just sitting there and being like, how can I one up the previous
I think that's
insult?
what this is. I think that's exactly what this is. By the way, we lost Renegade again. The man's internet.
Starlink.
You know what? It makes sense. It's all right. It's all right, everybody.
He's on a boat. He's on a boat.
We can't control the boat. And there he is. The boatman has returned once again.
Starlink is struggle busing tonight. Of course, the night that I want to sit here and stream, it's got to be doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've got Snafuber. So is that Snafu Bar? I don't know. But it says sitting here in Iowa watching this, wondering if we can get fat electrician to be governor of Iowa as a write-in. That would be awesome. I would love that. The most anti-communist governor in all the nation. He would literally round them all up. It would be great. He would Pinochet all the fucking commies.
Free helicopter rides.
Yeah,
Here
free
we go.
helicopter
Get in
rides.
there.
Only government program is free helicopter rides.
Call it the Stevie Ray Vaughan Express.
RF Daniel says New York Times is showing a different and higher numbers, which is weird. So this is the Texas election results from the Texas website.
Yeah, we're doing it right from the source.
By the way, thank you for the
only
10.
way that they could maybe be getting different numbers is if they're pulling them directly from the county.
They could
Very
be.
true.
Yeah.
Very true.
But
And that wouldn't surprise me.
I don't know. Yeah, we don't know. So we're going with this site just because we figured this would be the most accurate one to go by.
But keep in mind, it's a government website.
Yes. Keep in mind it is a government website. So RF Daniel, thank you for the 10. And also with those higher numbers, is it still showing Arnie in lead, or is it closer than we are? I don't know. If it's ahead, be interesting.
You said the New York Times?
New York Times, yeah. New York Times is showing different and higher numbers, says RF Daniel.
Yeah, I'm trying to find that page.
Alaric says, for 5, say what you want about Nancy, but she is the greatest stock trader of all time. She is. Did you hear about that guy? He goes around. He set up a thing that allows you to follow her trades in real time.
Yeah.
yeah, unusual whales.
Yeah. It's just follow that. You will make so much more.
Just do exactly what she does. You'll be rich.
Yeah, pretty much. Soul Gazelle once again coming in saying he's over 9,000. What, the autism? Is that my autism power, or is that Dalton's autism power?
Or is that the votes?
Is that the votes? Oh, why
I
did
don't
I
think that's the
default to?
vote.
Why did I default to the fucking meme? Because autism.
So I see New York Times, and they're saying Tony Gonzalez is at 11,403, and Brendan Herrera is at 10,076.
That's what our numbers say now.
Tony Gonzalez so far has 51.1% of the vote, while Brandon has 46.9% of the vote.
So New York
same
was
numbers we got.
apparently. So Daniel says that New York was showing it earlier and closer.
And they're saying that 67% of the votes are in. And that was updated 11 minutes ago.
Yeah, because the county site is saying only 49% of locations reporting. So, keep us updated, everybody, because we've got this, we've got our sources, and if you have a source that is reporting something different, we'd love to hear about it.
Absolutely.
And then we've got Commander Blitz saying Ernie's to type to help a vet instead of help a vet. Uh-oh. And we lost Starlink again.
No, he's still here for me.
Is he? On me, he's totally gone on my end.
Sounds like a you problem.
It does sound like a me problem. I'm sorry. We've got Kiara Silvermist. There he is. He's back.
There we go.
Saying... We've got Kiara Silvermist saying, resending this because it was missed. Liberal from Florida here, hoping Ernie gets thrown out. Bill of Rights should be absolute. Herrera for Congress. That's really good to see, that even people on the opposing side are seeing, like, hey, this is some corruption. I respect that. I respect that, Kiara. I really do. So thank you so much for the 5, and fucking hope things are good in Florida. I love Florida. I was just in Florida. I was in Longboat Key. It was a great trip. I had a great time there. We got to see dolphins. I got to go kayaking and see dolphins. That was pretty sick.
Yeah, I want to sail down there eventually. That'd be really nice. I was down there when I was in the Navy and really want to go back.
Well, see, because it's right outside Sarasota. It's beautiful. Really beautiful. You're on Gulf side, so it's just, a lot chiller. Aside from the traffic over the bridge. That was pretty bad.
You know, that's one of my favorite things about being out on the boat is I'll be out there sailing along in like Seattle, and I'll get the notification on my phone there's higher than usual traffic in your area, and I'll be looking around like, where is it?
Oh, Kiara says technically it's 10. Yes, because you said that it didn't go through or it was missed the first time. So thank you for the 10. And Florida's going great. Fuck yes. Happy to hear. Happy to hear. Thank you so much. What's up?
New numbers: Brandon Herrera 10,655, Tony Gonzalez 11,804, with the split being 1146 or 1149.
So we're once again moving up bit by bit. Yep. 11,804 for me, and then 10,655 for Brandon. Is that what you said?
I missed your numbers, but I'll just repeat it. Brandon Herrera 10,655, and Tony Gonzalez 11,804. Yeah.
Yeah. So okay, so we're on the same page.
I was reading.
No, it's all good. It's all good, dude. I just want to make sure we're on the same page because it's updating
I can't read and
randomly.
do math at the same time. I can barely do math without hearing anybody. So,
does anyone here have updates on the Uvalde sheriff's race? Can we just really quick check in on that? See if there is anything on the sheriff's race.
Sure. Give me 1 second. Let me
Just because Kenny did throw a super for $2. We'll check for you, bud.
Okay, this last round though, real quick.
Yeah.
It went another 178 votes in Brandon's favor.
178 votes in Brandon's favor.
So each time we're getting 100 to 178. One was 276, one was 105, one was 178. So it keeps pushing the needle towards Brandon. So it's trending to crossover.
Okay. All right, that's good to see. And what's the total votes right now? By the way, we are over the 50% threshold. We're at 51% now.
The total votes so far is 22,459.
And what was the total amount of votes in the original primary? Does anybody have those numbers on hand?
Oh, no.
I just want to compare the turnout between the two because be interesting to see.
Yeah.
That would be interesting.
Agreed.
Commander Blitz says also that they did nothing wrong. Blitz, really? Thanks. Ernie got his lunch stolen by sped kids in school, says Officer Rebar for $2. By the way, you guys, these are fucking great. Johnny Steele says, as a Czech, I've got 3 words to say, let's go, Brandon, even though the Europeans know that Ernie needs to... Yeah, no, that's the thing. Thank you for the $2.20. As I said, liberty knows no borders, so it doesn't matter where you're from. Y'all even see it, and that says something. I think it also speaks to Ernie's character in a very negative way.
And, speaking of that, that's one thing that is really a big part of our problem in the military right now is toxic leadership. And just showing that guys like Ernie were able to get to the top ranks. He was a Master Chief, which is the top enlisted rank that there is.
Yeah.
Can you imagine being forced to serve under that guy, being able to force, to do what he tells you and deal with that kind of bullshit? I mean, I can only imagine what a terrible command that was to work at.
Oh, I could only imagine. It sounds horrendous.
Yeah. The March 5th primary election, the total votes was 57,630.
57. Okay, so we are currently at roughly almost half of that for total votes. And
it's also a primary, and I don't know if the same people will show up again. So
yeah,
there's that too.
That's what I kind of wanted to see is like how many of the primary showed up for the runoff as well.
Right.
Yes. 938 split, says Sean. Did it update?
Ooh, yeah. Let me do all my updates.
Yeah, the Secretary of State website is freaking terrible.
Yeah, I'm gonna agree. Do you think the local San Antonio news site is better? Have we checked it?
I can check it here in a moment.
Do I know Brandon's stance on tribal sovereignty, says Joseph Ramirez? I actually do not. That is a question I'd ask him.
It is 938.
So wait, we're under 1,000 on split?
We're under 1,000.
Fuck yes.
Good call.
Great call, Sean.
Yeah, so that was 211 in Brandon's favor this time.
That's great. Oh my God. Inching closer, everybody.
Yeah, it's just a little bit at a time. We're just inchworming our way there. And
yep.
Can I read my favorite super chat so far?
Go for it. I'm excited.
Ken this 15 says Ernie runs backwards through cornfields for fun naked for $5.
Hold on, I gotta reread that because I was reading. Say that again.
Ernie runs backwards through cornfields for fun naked.
That's great.
Ken. Mwah, blessed.
Yeah, RF Daniel just dropped a good one. He says, I can't wait to see all the Republican funding against Brandon flip for him after tonight. Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
They cannot afford to lose that seat. And so it's going to be glorious.
I got another good one. Jack Hama says, so Jack Hama, I guess, is how it's supposed to be pronounced, says Ernie replaced his bike seat with a bad dragon tentacle. For $3.34. Ernie's like a sucker fish, a bottom feeder. It says no one for $2. And Commander Blitz wants us to take the Northwest Passage. I'm not sure what that's in reference to.
I don't know either.
That's probably earlier because when I was talking about going to Alaska, that we took the Northwest Passage up there.
Okay, so that makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes a lot more sense. Did we have any updates on the Uvalde sheriff's race?
I am so sorry. Let me check.
No, it's all right. I'll look it up too.
Lots of stuff going on. I see congressional races at the moment.
I'm pulling it up on KSAT. So,
okay.
It looks like right now the votes are Ruben Nolasco, 1,241 votes. So that's 52%. And Otto Arnim is at 48%, which is the incumbent. So it looks like the newbie Ruben is currently winning against the incumbent by a small 4% margin, but still a margin nonetheless. So got it right here for you, bud. Got it right here for you.
Even Uvalde County on the Texas State website is 1312 to 1052 for Brand. So I mean, it's still in favor of Tony, but it's within a couple hundred votes.
It's within a very small margin.
Yeah.
New York Times is reporting Tony. I was going to say New York Times is reporting Tony at 12,840 with a 51.9% lead, or average or whatever. Yeah, overall. And then Brandon Hoover at 11,902 with a 48.1. So it is close. It's getting there. Gap is closing.
Yeah. We're because on my end it just updated 12,840, 11,902. So yep. We're getting real. Ooh, and it's 54%, guys. We've still got plenty of time.
Yeah.
And it just keeps inching that way. Let's check El Paso County. El Paso County right now, barely anything in there. It's only one of 24 precincts. And so it's 157 to 146 right now. So Tony's ahead a little bit in El Paso. But if that trend continues the way it has, because it's all early votes in El Paso, they don't have any of the day of tabulation yet. So El Paso is going to be the one to watch.
I think El Paso is going to be the one to watch. Also for Bexar County, we're at 20 out of 123. I think enough people might have been turned off by Tony that
by all those mailers.
I think that there is
Tony
such
himself.
thing as
Tony himself.
Let's be real. Meeting the guy must be just horrendous.
Yeah.
And the thing is, he paid.
If he saw any one of us, would he? Yeah. I was gonna say, if he saw any of us in person, do you think he'd recognize any of us?
Oh, I fucking hope so. I'm like a 1.5 feet taller than this motherfucker.
I think what contributed to his nightmares, so that's a plus.
We're his sleep paralysis demons, along with Brandon.
Exactly.
Please let that be true. Oh my God! While he's cheating on his wife. Did you guys hear that?
Yep, that little snippet that dropped this morning. And what's funny is, so I saw that tweet, and then I went to the account like maybe 2 hours later, and the account was like gone. I don't know if it like deleted itself, but like somebody screenshotted it, and it was basically he was sleeping with one of his fundraisers or whatever. And I actually wrote down some notes earlier. Susan Lilly, I guess, is the person they were saying that Tony had an extramarital affair with. And
really, Susan, you couldn't have gotten better dick than that. It's got to be like the most half-hearted dick ever. Cialis couldn't even get that thing up.
Not that you mention it. Not that I want to like throw anything at his family, but now that you mention it, I don't think I saw his wife once the entire campaign.
Actually. Well, that's to be fair, he also didn't even go to his own he didn't go to the conventions. He didn't go to his own watch party. He didn't go to anything. The only thing he did was tweet all the time because he was fucking upset.
He was just working. He was hard at work, guys.
Yeah.
And then it's funny because you know how Tony the other day, he posted game over and everything, made a big deal. He's like, big news coming soon. And then Burnett was just like, if you want to escalate this, we'll escalate this. I bet you that's the news that Brandon had on Tony, and that he was kind of reserving for that, game over tweet.
I also
think Tony never did.
Let's be real. Brandon this entire time has maintained attacking him in policy, which is, I think, that's the right move.
Absolutely. And that's one thing that's very impressive when somebody's running a smear campaign against you to, take the high road for sure. And not, just keep it on policy. You don't need to go over after character attacks. He's already doing that. And you don't need to do that. He's sinking himself so far deep into the ground. It's not even funny. Oh, it's the worst campaign I've seen.
It looks like we got an update. We got an update on numbers.
All right, let me refresh.
Irish says, I think y'all give Ernie too much credit. He could fuck up a nap. That's a good one.
We probably do give him too much credit.
That is accurate.
I'm seeing the same
in the
numbers.
military. He'd come and wake you up. He'd be like, "Oh, hey, you got mid-watch. Oh, sorry, wrong bunk."
Let me just refresh this, and then I'll get to the thing. Here we go.
Yeah, I'm
still
seeing the same numbers.
I'm still seeing, yeah. So I don't know.
False update.
Well, it could be one of the updates from like New York Times API, whatever it might be.
Oh yeah, true.
Yeah.
Let me check on that.
Yeah, check it out. And then also we got more anti-Ernie shit, which is great. We've got support from Australia, from Jackhammer, saying, "Let's go, Brandon." Support from Australia. Don't let the government do to you what they have to us. I wish I lived in Texas. I love everything the Second Amendment YouTubers are doing. Keep up the fight. Fuck yes, beautiful Jackhammer.
I tell you what, you know, if you speaking of Australia, you look at what they did in Australia
oh my God.
during the pandemic. It made the case right there for why you should never give up your guns.
Yes.
Ever.
Yes.
It just the way that they treated the people of Australia, that was horrible. I mean, literal crimes against humanity.
Yes.
I mean,
100%. It's horrendous, and also their gun laws. I was talking with somebody in the Pepperbox Discord. His name's Brad, and he's from Australia. He was explaining their gun laws. The pellet rifles and BB guns are classified as firearms in the same way as like a 22 or 9mm. The fuck?
That's retarded.
It is so
guys,
retarded.
I'm going to show off just a little bit. Girlfriend just handed me steak and shrimp. Isn't that amazing?
You lost me on the
Ooh,
shrimp, but I'm down with the steak, and I'm down with the steak. I don't do seafood.
Oh, no, man. I'm gonna eat this right in front of you.
Enjoy it.
I don't do seafood either, but you are on a boat, so
It makes
that makes
a lot
sense.
of sense. Yeah. So fucking S tier girlfriend moves right there, by the way.
Why, hello.
So
Hello.
New York Times is reporting Tony Gonzalez at 12,847 with 51.9%.
So that's
And
only
Brendan
seven.
Herrera-
That's only 7 votes gained.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
And then Brendan Herrera at 11,919 at 48.1%.
Okay. Anything airsoft related is banned in Australia, electric and gas powered. Yes, it's fucking ridiculous. But so Jackhammer, thank you so much for the 1334. If you ever can escape Australia and come to Texas, Texas will accept you, other than Tony, because Tony's a cuck who apparently has no idea of what it means to be Texan. RF Daniel says, I can't wait to see all the Republican. Oh, we read that Republican funding, the $10 from RF Daniel. No, it's true. And I genuinely hate that they're so quick to say, oh, I supported them all along, or I did this, and it's like, shut the fuck up. No, you didn't. We could see it. You know, like Matt Gaetz, you could see, has been like an ardent supporter from the get-go. He invited Brandon to talk and speak out against the ATF with what, Marjorie Taylor Greene, right?
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah. So,
which was a fantastic speech by Brandon, by the way.
Oh, brilliant! He's a fantastic public speaker.
Yeah, he is. He really is. I rewatched his speech, his announcement speech the other night or last night, and seriously, it would be great to see that guy in Congress, man.
I just got a message. Hold on, same link. There you go, bud.
Uh-oh.
We might.
New surprise?
Maybe.
By the way, I just want to say, I've been checking my Twitter here and there, and somebody's posting a Matthew McConaughey smoking a cigarette, like all tense and everything. And I think I read a report that Tony Gonzalez is getting Matthew McConaughey to do calls for him and everything. So I find the irony just hilarious.
Well, I remember when Matthew McConaughey came out and he was trying to pretend that he's like super like, I'm super like, I know all about Texas and and yeah. And it's just like, and then he's like, oh, gun control, we need to protect the kids. And I'm like, that tells me everything, Tony. Like, come on, bud. 887 chat saying, SP saying 887. We got an update.
Ooh. All right, let me refresh.
Oh, yep, just updated on my end automatically. We got 12,054 for Brandon. We got 12,941 for Tony. We're in the same
we're roughly
realm.
900.
Yeah.
A little less than 900.
I think it's 887 is what they're saying. 887 difference.
Yep, that's It's awesome.
Oh my God, we're
Yeah, because the last split was 938.
Yes. Oh my God, this is getting really, really close, everybody. And remember, we're at 57%.
51 gained that time.
51 gained versus how much did Ernie gain, if any?
Well, I'm talking in the split.
In the split,
so
yeah.
It got 51
Ernie,
closer in the split.
Yeah.
Ernie gained 101 from that last one.
And then Brandon gained just a much higher. Yeah. Good. Let's go, Brandon, everybody.
Can you imagine being Tony right now, looking at having spent like $10 million
for this close?
$10 million to be known as Salsa Boy and still losing. Pretty much like we're in a neck and neck race. That's beautiful.
Oh, it's incredible.
Oh, I love every moment of it. Also, it's all deep state money, so it's not like it means anything.
Right, you know.
Well, the more they spend, the better.
The more they waste, the better. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm 100% behind that. I'm 100% behind that.
But at the same time, it's taxpayer money, so you kind of like, well, I mean, kind of, maybe. I mean, I guess if it's fundraising from people, I guess it's not. But like, still,
it's just taxpayer money laundered in Ukraine. I mean,
right?
Well, laundered all over the world. Let's be real.
Yeah.
Ukraine and China mostly.
Ernie makes Bob Ferguson look manly. Oh.
Do you guys know about Bob Ferguson? Because I'm up in Washington where he's running for governor. Oh, like, you want to talk about a shell of a man right there. Oh, my God.
That bad?
You know, one of the worst people running for governor right now.
Yeah.
And quite frankly, if the Republicans elect Seanie Bird up here to go for the general, people really need to get, some support behind him in the big way, because getting rid of Bob Ferguson would be the best thing we could do, because that dude is anti-gun through and through.
Hell yeah. I think that should just be like a prerequisite for just complete dismissal from office, because it's a violation of the Constitution right then and there. It's open and blatant.
Well, if I was going to write legislation, if I could pass any legislation I wanted, one of the first things I'd do is get it where we nullify all gun laws, period, because they're unconstitutional. And then I would make it a crime to introduce legislation that went after them.
Yes.
So make it a federal
it's
crime.
why that shall not be infringed is a clear language.
Yeah.
It's very clear.
It seems like it. It seems like clear language.
Did you see the Chad meme where it says girls with the time machine? Oh my God, I'm your granddaughter, and this is boys with the time machine, and they go back and talk to the founder, says write it for a fucking 5-year-old. And I was
yes.
Like, yes. By the way, Eli Sifford for 10 in the chat says, can we get some ATF is gay in chat as well? Also, rest in peace, Brian Malinowski. Yes.
Go see the ATF. There you go.
Fuck the ATF. Fuck the ATF with a bad dragon tentacle.
No, you can tell how old someone is. I guess that's become an age test, whether or not they know what goatsy is.
Mm-hmm. Oh, here we go.
Hey.
Did it screw up again? Or
No, you are here, good sir.
Okay, we can hear you.
I can't see you guys, except for Dalton. I can see you.
Hey.
Okay. So
it's
what's going on the ground there, Brandon?
Well, it's been kind of nerve-wracking. When we first saw the results come in, Tony was up 20 points. It was a 20-point spread. Now we're down below 4.
Yeah.
So
that's awesome.
It's incredible.
That's tracking. We keep seeing the numbers, and the gap keeps closing.
It's wild. We still have about 20% left to count, roughly.
So 20. Okay.
That's what I heard last. I'm still looking at it. It's definitely interesting because we have a path to victory. I was looking at the way I was looking at it earlier. I'm like, you know what? We ran a great race. We're probably going to come pretty close. I'm just proud of all of our volunteers and everything. And I'm just, that's the way I was looking at it. I'm like, man, we did a fucking great thing here. And now that it's getting closer, I had a moment where I almost tripped over a stool. I'm like, oh, shit, we might actually pull this off.
It's it's looking good because every single time that we're seeing the updates on our end, and we're using the Texas website, the what is the website again, Dalton?
Secretary of State.
Secretary of State website, and every single time Tony might pull ahead by 100, and then you're pulling ahead by 2 or 3.
Yeah, it's early voting, like I was saying earlier, early voting always favors the incumbent. We saw the same thing in the March 5th primary. He had a big lead in the beginning, and then he lost it slowly and steadily. And there's a lot of big counties that weren't reporting for us yet, like Medina. I knew we were going to pull Medina, and sure enough, like as soon as they started reporting day of voting, we won. We're winning that one pretty heartily now. Val Verde's coming out for us. El Paso's coming out for us.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see what El Paso's going to do. I think that's going to be the kingmaker because they're only one of 24 precincts in El Paso right now.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you're not lying as far as that being a kingmaker because Jesus Christ, we had some of the best block walking, best door knocking. Our volunteers in El Paso were rabid. We loved them.
And you know what? They deserve all the love. The ground game that you guys put on was fantastic, and I truly think that grassroots is how this needed to be done. And I also, we were commenting earlier about the difference in how you attacked Tony versus how he attacked you, and your attacks were persistently and consistently on policy, which I think
100%.
says not only a lot about character, but a lot about what politics should be about, and the fact that he has no record to stand on.
Because there's a lot of ways I could attack him very personally, some of which came out today. Things that I have known things that I've known for a long time that I didn't feel worthy of attacking him on because I'm like, look, I ran this entire race off of policy because that's the only thing in my mind that matters. You're not electing. A babysitter, somebody who's going to watch your kids. You're electing somebody who's going to vote the way you want them to vote. And at the end of the day, that is the only thing that matters to me.
Yeah. Well, just to let you know, Brandon, we just got another update. We're at 1347 for Tony, and you are at 12,172. So that's an 875 split that we're seeing on our end.
Not bad. That number's continuing to move in a good direction. My God, even if he pulls this off, let's say he wins, he's got to walk into D.C. and show his face around the people he begged for money from that he spent $10 million to get within, let's say, 200 votes of a YouTuber.
Not just a YouTuber who memed the fuck out of it.
What was it? The thing I said earlier? He spent hundreds of thousands of other people's dollars to be called Salsa Boy for free.
Yes, it's a brilliant. I love every minute. So what's the air like on the ground over there? I'm sure you're with other people. How's everybody feeling?
Oh yeah. A lot of cigarettes are getting smoked. A lot of people are just, honestly, a lot of people are just having a good time here. We're just waiting for the results to come in. My campaign manager, obviously, very nervous. There's a lot of volunteers here who just they put their all into this. They really have, and I'm very proud of them. And they've got a vested interest in it. So of course, everybody's nerves are a little tense. But it came from looking very grim in the beginning to now we have a clear path to victory, and now it just comes down to did we hit all the places we needed to? And at the end of the day, is Tony's bought and paid for propaganda useful enough to win him the rural counties?
Now, do you think that even if he wins, do you believe that this will kind of signify a change in how people go about elections?
It's definitely, I think if he wins, not as much. If I win, I think this will be a case study in poli-sci for the next decade.
I'd agree with that.
Yeah.
This is, but even though because I think people won't pay him as much attention if he wins, but this really is like a remarkable, for anybody who follows politics, this is a remarkable feat that shouldn't have been able to happen. And it wouldn't have happened if this was 10 years ago. This is something that is only available now. And I think, because of Trump, because of the way that Trump ran his campaign, now you can be an imperfect candidate somebody who's got a bunch of stuff like that out here. I say fuck a lot. I have a podcast where we're very irreverent, and still being able to pull out with being outspent 10-1, pull out a almost dead even race.
Oh, I lost Brandon.
With
Is Brandon still here?
Well-funded.
Yeah.
A sitting, well-funded, entrenched incumbent. That's incredible.
It is. It really is.
And
man, and I don't live in Texas, but man, my only regret is that I don't live in District 23 to vote for you, man. But I'm trying whatever I can do here to help out.
Well, you've done actually quite a lot. I've been very impressed, to be honest. I remember watching that long video you did, and I'm like, damn, this kid is good.
I messaged Dalton. I said, "Who the fuck does your editing? Because this is amazing."
Yeah, that was real.
It's just me, and I don't really. Yeah, I don't do video editing very much. I'm a web developer.
How does it feel that your passion project, random fuck it, I got time editing, beat any video I've seen from a multi-million-dollar campaign?
Oh man, it feels so good. Yeah, man. And I was just like, I got to do something. Can't not do anything,
Yeah. Oh, I think we lost Brandon there.
Yep. I see a black screen.
Yeah, I see a black screen. Man, this is absolutely insane. Because Brandon messaged me again. He says, "Hey, you still got time for me?" We always got time for the guy on the ground, no matter what.
What other election, watch party do you get to see the candidate himself? Yeah, we see you now.
Yeah, you dipped out for a second there, Brandon.
Okay. We've got the official results in from Medina County, which is the second biggest county in the district. We won election day voting 60-40.
For Medina?
Medina.
Beautiful. That is fantastic. Oh my God. How you feeling?
Man, I might have a job. We'll see.
Now, I know you've said that unsub will continue even through all of this. So, are there plans that unsub will actually move to DC temporarily whenever you're there?
No, but I really have always wanted to do an unsub episode or the occasional unsub episode from my office in DC. Matt Gaetz has a podcasting studio from his office in DC where he does his podcast. And so I took inspiration from that when I was up there. I'm like, oh yeah. So I was looking around his office. I'm like, this could work.
Oh, that would first off, the memes would be just outstanding. Now, my suggestion, and I don't know who has the power to do this, but my suggestion was, I'm not sure if you saw the blue-haired Tony.
Yes, I did.
We need to make a bobblehead for your desk.
God. There is absolutely a 3D printing company out there that could do that.
Yes, it needs to happen just because it would be glorious to just have that no matter what happens, just as a representation of... I
just feel so bad for the poor bastard who has to spend hours looking at Tony's face to model it.
Oh, yeah, right?
Very much so, very much so. Have you had a couple drinks tonight to try and take the edge off a little bit?
Yeah, but I mean, honestly, like it's more or less just like talking to all the people here, like a lot of our friends and family, a lot of volunteers and whatnot. Really, I feel like I've spent most of the night trying to calm their nerves.
More than your own.
I hate to sound like a sociopath. I'm pretty cool and collected about this stuff. There have been moments where I've been, stressed, depressed, whatever, anxious about the election results, but it comes and goes, and I've made my peace with it either way. I feel like we've done an amazing thing here, and I could not be more proud of my team. And I know that sounds like a stupid, platitude, but I really am. I'm overwhelmed. I have no room to be anxious because I'm so fucking grateful.
Oh, and as you should be. And I'm sure I could.
Absolutely.
Your campaign, your ground game, the people that you've had work for you, the fact that Ernie needed to pay people to stand up and say that they like him, and then you had countless people coming out in droves posting a video saying, I'm a veteran. I support Brandon Herrera. And the amount of comments that I had on my videos alone, because I posted a pinned tweet, comment. I said, "Are you a veteran that supports Brandon?" It had hundreds of comments from all people walks of life saying, "Yep," and "Fuck Tony."
That was not a video that I was aware of that was being made. Honestly, I was at an event that night, and I was getting pretty, obviously irritated with a lot of the false attacks and things that were made against me. And then I saw that video come out, and I got a little emotional about it because it's a lot of friends of mine, a lot of people I've worked with in the veteran community for a long time. They actually know me, and they know what I stand for. And to have them stand by me was an incredible thing. And I got a little emotional on that one, but it's nice to have people that, whether it's politically convenient or not, are willing to stand by you, and that's been awesome.
100%. And
Absolutely.
just to give you an update, DC Branding says that they will send you a bobblehead.
Oh, beautiful. There you go.
so we got that covered, it looks like.
Looking forward to it. Well, guys, I'm going to go ahead and jump off again. I just wanted to give you another update and kind of give you the vibe on the ground here, but I appreciate you guys.
We appreciate it so much.
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Again, thank you guys. You guys are the rock stars.
Hey, God bless Brandon.
Appreciate you.
All right, see ya.
All right, later.
And you know, it's an interesting thought to go on the end of what he was just saying there. Is like this is kind of a different type of campaign from anything we've seen so far, and so whether or not he wins or loses tonight, what we have seen in this campaign is a campaign where we the people have gotten direct access to the candidate.
Yes,
which you just saw, which is amazing. I mean, Tony can't come out and do this; he'd lose his ass. You get direct interaction.
The transparency is off the charts.
Yes,
and
we got an update, by the way, but I'm gonna go piss real quick.
Okay.
That's cool.
And so when you watch these things coming through, you watch the numbers coming in, and to be able to just have this type of access, this is where technology is changing, and it's going to help liberty for the better. And that is why they are pushing so hard to change things around, where they try and clamp down on information, whatever else, is because as we the people get more access to this information, we're able to pop in, we're able to interact, we're able to find out the truth, and it spreads like wildfire. And so as the older generation starts to die out now, the people who are very, technologically, not savvy, and the newer generations come in that have been raised with the internet, the power of the internet is really coming into its fold.
Absolutely. So the update is Brandon Herrera is at 12,172. Tony Gonzalez is at 13,047, with the split being 875. So we are closing the gap slowly but surely.
Yeah, I just got another update, 13,818 versus 12,941. So we're at 877. So we're hovering right there. And
all right. Yep.
So we're at 50 of 123 in Bexar County, which is one of the big ones.
Yep.
We've only got 1 and 9 in Brewer County, which that's not a very big county. But the other one we're looking at is El Paso. They're only 1 of 24. So El Paso is going to be really the one that we got to look at tonight to see what's going to happen here. That's going to be the one that tells us, where the victory comes from. So who's this chode in the chat screaming out of state? Oh my God. That must be AJ or something.
Hi, AJ.
Hi, AJ. You're still a
Hi, Adrian.
Oh, it's fucking beautiful. By the way, somebody's asking me to link up your video in the chat, which I'm gonna do right now. Just so everybody can see Dalton's video on this. And
yeah, can you pull it in, or do you want me to pull it in where we can just watch it right quick?
Yeah, you know what? Please do. I'm gonna post it anyway, but I think that would be
guys talking about my video?
Yeah, they asked specifically for your video.
You want to load it up and play it, Dalton?
The one that's 13 minutes long?
It's 13 minutes, dude. Yeah.
Yeah.
We might not want to do
the ad, because I know you made the ad.
Oh, the one that's 5 minutes long.
We could do.
Yeah, that might be a little long.
I like the most recent because it has even more of his voting record, and then it has all the smears that are just debunked. I like that one the best, but the first one's shorter.
The first one is shorter, but that's perfectly fine. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to link it in the chat. Let me, there's so much chat activity that is making my browser slow, by the way, y'all. So first off, thank you all so much for the support tonight. It's actually been wonderful. As you said, having access to the candidate directly has been ridiculous. That has never occurred in any campaign that I can think of.
Rarely do you ever see that. Yeah. And by the way, we're at almost 4,000 people watching.
Well, hello, 4,000 people. Just letting you all know you are unbelievably appreciated. And no matter what the outcome is tonight, everybody, just know that we can make a difference, and this is showing it, because to make somebody this scared that they blow $10 million and still it's this close right now, says a fucking lot. By the way,
if they don't pay attention
just refreshed for another update, but I don't think it pulled any new results.
I'm refreshing.
Yeah. This is absolutely brilliant. You know what? I never in a million years thought that that tonight would have been this fucking nuts, man. Especially with Brandon message. Like, first, actually, I was super excited, Renegade, when you commented and we started talking. I was like, this is gonna be awesome. And then Brandon messaged me. I'm like, how the fuck is this getting better?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, it's, you know, we've done.
So there is an
things-
update. Let me do the split math real quick.
What's
So
the
what I
split?
have is Brennan Herrera at 12,941, Tony Gonzalez at 13,818, with the split being 877.
877. Okay.
Wow, it's just been it's been 877 both times it's updated.
I thought it was 875, then 877.
Oh yeah, you're right, because
Yeah.
I guess I got
So,
those numbers
two.
earlier and then I did the math twice. You're right.
Yep, no worries. I'm still hovering around that 870 mark, which is insane. By the way, in Bear County, we have 50 out of 123, and then in El Paso, we're still only 1 out of 24 reporting.
Yeah, so there's still a lot to come down yet. You know, you've got a lot, and you know the
By the way, I
difference
just
between
broke
winners-
1,500 followers. Thank you for everybody who followed me just in the last 2-3 hours. Thank you.
Outstanding.
That's beautiful. That's fucking insane. Oh my god, tonight's been fucking crazy, and these numbers, oh god, this is exciting. There's no doubt.
I'm having
in
a
it.
blast.
I'm also
Yeah.
having a blast. Is everybody in chat having a good time? If you're having a good time, say fuck the ATF and fuck Tony.
It's brilliant.
We got an update, 841 new update.
841.
841 split.
Refresh.
All right, so I mean it's
Oh,
man. Doing the math. I haven't been so happy to do math and since I don't know how long.
So I got Brennan Herrera at 13,040, and I got Tony Gonzalez at 13,881.
Okay,
Yeah, so it's an 841 split now.
And I'm doing the split math right now.
oh my god. Ooh.
841.
Yep, so you were right. Yep.
So that one was, I mean, it was only 36, but it was 36 in the right direction. So it just keeps edging ever closer.
Oh my god, this is getting real spicy, everybody.
Can you imagine what the mood's got to be over at Tony's campaign HQ right now?
Oh my god, the panic in their eyes. Oh god, I want to have sex too. Sorry, what?
I was gonna say I would love to be like a fly on the wall to wherever Tony Gonzalez is right now. And
No,
just
you
see his
wouldn't.
Panic.
Have you seen the picture of him with the dildos and the fat guy? There's no fucking way you want to be a
Fair
fly on that
enough.
wall.
Fair enough. Fair enough. He is getting pretty screwed tonight, hopefully.
How
So,
long until this is
there's that.
completed, asks William. Until they count the votes. So we have no idea. Right now, it is 67% of locations reporting, and they are still counting, and they haven't even touched El Paso yet.
Yeah, El Paso is going to be the big one, and I'm
God,
really
I'm doing
wondering-
all
I'm-
these tweets. Like I'm just doing the math. Just somebody just shared a Matthew McConaughey with like 40 cigarettes, just and he's like smoking it all.
Oh, it's beautiful.
He's like so stressed. It's beautiful. Yeah.
Oh, it's
Sorry,
great.
I refreshed my notifications and that popped up and it's just hilarious. But yeah, I'm firing off these tweets, and so there may be a number or two off. So I'm trying.
So yeah, we're still not seeing any reporting out of El Paso yet, and that's the one where Brandon's like, "Yeah, we went really hard in El Paso."
Yeah. And so
And for how much of a veteran presence there is there, like that's the one I have a lot of hope for.
Yeah. Starlink for Renegade. Are you still there? Or am I
Yeah,
alone
I'm
now?
here. Is my internet messing up?
it might have been.
Oh, nope, I hear you now. Ooh.
Okay, so I think
I
it's
thought I
just the service.
thought I lost
system.
you for a second.
Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, it just refreshed on my end, but I'm gonna go over some more super chats. Tino Money
Okay.
for $2 saying Tony got bullied by short bus kids. We already know that. Soul Gazelle says, do we really need to worry about early voters? Not anymore. Early votes are pretty much tallied at this point, yeah?
Yeah, I'd say that's fair.
Maybe. The
I
early
still see the
votes-
same numbers.
Yeah. Now I'm just going back to El Paso County here. Like the only one precinct they had, it went okay-ish for Brandon there. It was really close, but it was in favor of Tony.
Okay.
In the one precinct he did report.
I hear some noise. Are we out of sync?
Are we out of sync? I don't believe so.
Nope. I think we're in sync now. It's just kind of quiet.
Oh, okay.
No worries.
And then we got Aaron Bresnick saying, Ernest sold me crack behind the 7-Eleven. That is a homage to the donut. Elmo sold me, wasn't that the Elmo sold me crack or something behind a 7-Eleven? Isn't that what donut said?
I think so, yeah.
Thanks for the 5, Aaron. We've got Alaric again saying, somebody ask Ernie if he knows where I could find a PRC E9. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, I was reading a tweet.
What's a PRC E9? PRC /E9. I don't know what that is, Alaric. Thank you for the 5.
Thank you, by the way, for saying / not backslash.
Yeah, no,
it's a pet peeve of mine.
It goes forward. The backslash goes the other way.
You read this way, and it's the /
Yeah, it's
I'm
only
sure
backslash if it's in Hebrew. By the way, Nick's Highlander gave just $1, so thank you for that as well. All super chats are unbelievably appreciated, y'all. Thank you so much.
Somebody just said New York Times called it for Gonzalez. Hope they're wrong. So
called it. Yeah, but didn't they also call for fucking Hillary at one point? Yeah, and then they had to retract it and then called for Trump. Hebrew or Arabic,
yeah.
Very true. Very true.
New York Times is saying 92% of the votes are in. So I don't know. They might be doing some math calculations and just saying that, just calling it, but we'll see.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how they're calculating it.
I mean, Tony's only up like 840 votes, like for what I'm seeing on the New York Times.
Yeah, 841 is what it is. So, like, and those are the SOS numbers. I don't see how they're saying that it's 70% because. I just went over just for giggles. I checked the El Paso County election website, and they're only showing one precinct reporting. So El Paso is so big, you cannot count that in yet. So
what the fuck is the New York Times doing other than just shilling?
Yeah, right. Being the New York Times.
Yeah.
They call them the New York Slimes for a reason.
That's true. That is accurate.
Try to catch up on some tweets. Yeah,
I've been totally involved in my Twitter here.
I haven't even looked at mine other than whenever I got the notification from Brandon. I was just like, oh, I have like 200 fucking little likes and stuff. I'm like, I'm not. No, not now.
Right.
We've got Epic Benastard saying currently 4:20 a.m. in Norway, staying up to watch an election across the sea. Let's go, Brandon. Time to see DC quake in their boots. Fucking beautiful. Thank you for the 469.
That's outstanding.
Okay, I got one that'll make both of you chuckle. Commander Blitz says at Jake Malone, Ernie does power squats over fire hydrants for $3.67.
That's great.
We've got Daniel Hall saying Ernie's the person who uses the hotel cuck chair. We already know that. Yeah, Ernie's wife's boyfriend has to give him permission to watch. Otherwise, he puts the horse blinders on and tells him to sit in the corner and cry. We got Rogue Gunfighter with $2 saying Ernie is a fluffer girl for horse breeders. It's the only Glock he handles is the fucking the Glock semen extractor. Ernie moans when he
Y'all are
wipes.
going hard tonight. They're going hard.
I love it. I love it so much because we don't have to say it. They say it for us, and we just get to laugh at it. Ernie moans when he wipes. Women moan when Brandon walks in the room. Says non-toxic phone. Yeah, $10. Thank you so much. That's accurate. When I did my D&D sheet, people said that I got his charisma wrong, and I said, look, like, understand that a full mark on charisma means that you walk into a room and you immediately just look at somebody and they drop their pants and start having sex with you. I gave him 1 mark below that because I said he'd still have to ask for consent.
All right, so some new numbers just came through. Let me do the calculation.
What do we got?
Oh, 2 seconds. Copy, paste.
I just did the math. We're looking at.
All right, so I got Brandon Herrera at 13,070, and then I got Tony Gonzalez at 13,907 with a split of 837.
Yep, 13,007. Yeah, so we're still in that 800 range.
Yep. And El Paso is still saying 1 out of 24 precincts have been reported, and 190 for Tony and 193 for Brandon. So we're still kind of waiting to see
what goes on there.
Pops in. Yeah, what goes on there exactly.
Muddy Truck says he just took El Paso. Because on our end, El Paso isn't updating. If you here, I'll show you guys. So we've got the districts here, right? If I go to El Paso, it's still only showing 1 of 24 precincts reporting. So maybe there might be some sort of disconnect between our end and El Paso. Then I don't know if we want to start looking at other sources like KSAT.
Yeah, let me take a look.
Yeah, see if KSAT's doing something different. Was that Renegade?
Yeah, El Paso is being very slow to update because on their El Paso County website, it's still not updated. They haven't updated for 44 minutes.
Oh, by the way, Dalton doesn't see you.
Yeah, it's super weird. I thought he was gone this entire time.
It just keeps dropping I think it's just kind of an internet connection speed thing.
Here, let me pop out and then I'll pop back in real quick.
Okay. Yeah, no, I don't know what's going on there. Looks like 48.69% is Brandon's current.
Yeah, I mean, it keeps whittling away. It was 841, then 837. I mean, it's only a 14.
718 now is what chat's saying.
Oh, 718. Let me refresh.
Refresh.
We'll see if there's some math to be done. I'd love to see it
drop below 8s. Yeah, I'm right there with you. Okay, we've got. Is it working now, Dalton?
It is. Yep.
All right, fantastic. We got an update. It looks like it's 718 split.
718.
Ooh, nice.
And so that last round, Brandon gained another 119.
Okay.
Oh, man.
Is KSAT reporting something different, by the way?
Give me 1 second.
Okay. What were you gonna say, Renegade?
I just say it's inching over. Just every time, it's just inching closer and closer, and I think we're gonna get there.
Yep.
The New York Times is saying that it's already called for Tony, but we're holding out some hope that they are wrong, like usual.
The irony after the salsa commercial of New York being in favor of.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, that's actually.
Oh, that's a good point.
Wait, Master of the Web. I see. He says Tony Gonzalez incumbent 1420 plus 51.3. 51.3%. Brandon Herrera 13,048.7. So that's where we're at now.
Sorry, I was sitting off a tweet.
No, I
Say
think
that
they're
one more
just
time.
going over the split. I lost it in the chat.
Oh yeah. 1718 is what I have.
Okay.
I'm looking at 14020 to 13302.
Yep,
which is 718 and the movement was 119 from the last update towards Brandon.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that 119 movement that is really good. So we're seeing things happen the right direction here. I'm really wondering what's happened to El Paso. I mean, they have not updated anything on their website.
Yeah.
And I don't know.
Right?
Maybe it's just going to be like a all at once dump.
604 now. Chat is saying update 604 on Split.
Oh, let me refresh this.
Look.
And they say New York Times says 48.9 for Brandon. It says Britt the Proto. While you guys check on that, I'm going to read more super chats. Moonflux once again with $2 saying when Ernie cooks, he crashes and burns. Ernie doesn't fucking cook. Man eats fucking dollar store ramen, but then claims that he fucking eats like a king. We've got the Sinister Siblings. Hello from Western Australia. I hope Brandon wins this primary. I also hope that Martin O'Donnell wins the primary in Nevada. Fuck yeah. I don't know much about Martin O'Donnell, but if they're they're more principled person, God willing. God fucking willing. Thank you for the 667. Snafu Bar saying Ernie's band is Smashing Colon. That's a good one. Thanks for the 2. Wire the Wolf saying I would call Ernie a cunt, but he lacks the required warmth and depth. Okay, that's a fucking good one. Thanks to the 5. Nomad with Ernie's the one always complaining about someone stealing his sweet rolls. Thanks for the 5. He goes to Texas Roadhouse and fucking says that it's actual Texan food. Irish says, I think y'all give Ernie too much credit. He could fuck up the nap. I read that one before. Sad day when Ernie slithered out of the abortion bucket. Oh my God. Leadworthy. Fuck. Thanks for the 2. Tony gave me nose candy behind a 7-Eleven, says Spencer, for 5. And we've got Ernie can't even get a fish wet. Brandon brings the flood. 2.0. That was Moon. Thanks for the 5. We've got Tony's campaign crashed and burned harder than Kobe. Little phony Tony is a joke. Holy shit, Patriotic Z.
Careful with the Zark jokes. Tony doesn't like those.
Oh yeah, no, he doesn't. Keep him coming. Keep all the darkness coming. I love it.
Yes.
Mentally dysfunctional. Speaking of dark, says they also require that Nerf guns have a what? Nerf guns have to have a serial number. They also require Nerf guns to have a serial number. That's insane, dude.
Ooh, dumb.
Thanks for the 10. Morty the Hunter with 5. We've got Greg Wessel says Tony is as valuable as the white crayon. Okay, that's a good one. That's a really fun one. Thanks for the 5. That's beautiful. Everybody give a clap for that one. Carson says if you join the Discord, beware the NSFW is NSFL, so not safe for life. Yeah, it's not. Don't go into the NSFW chat, please. I don't go in there. Just refreshed. I got an update on my end. Let's see.
Refreshing.
1420 for Ernie.
Same numbers.
Yeah, same numbers. So it's just
same numbers.
75% of total reporting, by the way. We've got no one saying Ernie has driven his campaign so far into the ground that he called Pelosi to resurrect it, only for it to betray him and vote for Brandon. Thanks for the 5. That's a great one. Allosaurus Jack says Tony Gonzalez is on a seafood diet. He sees food and eats it. I mean, that neck only grew for one reason. It's all the dick.
I can only imagine how stressed out that guy is right now. I mean, blowing through $10 million, not getting any type of traction, and sitting here watching this lead sink and sink and sink and sink.
Yeah.
To where it's less than 1,000 votes right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. So somebody just tweeted at me that I guess Tony's trying to claim victory on his Twitter. We'll see.
Oh, really?
We will see. We will see. Probably based off the New York Times, since he loves CNN and New York so much.
Oh yeah. If only. Too bad. What is it? Daily Beast isn't reporting that he won. He would be all over that.
Oh yeah. No, he'd be fucking licking the editor's fucking toes. We got XSSFDLT. I'm guessing that's a military term that I'm not familiar with. What's SSFD?
I'm gonna go use the bathroom again. I'll be right back.
Go for it.
So I'm not seeing. I'm looking at Tony's campaign, and he's not claiming victory there yet.
Is it on his official page?
Not that I see. Let me refresh it once more.
Okay.
But I don't see. He's got like 100 years. Yeah, he hasn't posted anything on there for like 9 hours.
Okay.
So we're still waiting for the updates there.
Yeah, El Paso is still only saying 1 of 24 precincts reporting, but counties reporting is 110 out of 110 on my end. We've got XSSFD LT saying, how can there be 143% counties reporting? Government math, we don't know. But thank you for the 2.
Yeah, that's that 2020 election math.
Yeah, that's that Common Core shit. Morty the Hunter saying, sending support from a gun-loving cheesehead from Wisconsin. Let's go. Fuck yes, Morty the Hunter.
Yeah,
Thank
sure,
you,
you betcha.
Yeah, you betcha, eh? You know, here's the thing. I love me cheese. It's fucking amazing. Here's the thing. Midwesterns are like the most polite motherfuckers on the planet. Some of the nicest people.
And you can always tell when they're ready for you to leave because they just slap their knees and be like, well, alrighty then.
Well, alrighty then. It's like, yep, time to go.
It's that time.
Yep. BKO Ben says Ernie is clenching so hard his wife can't peg him. That's a fucking good one. Thanks for the 2. Crow Eater saying sending support to Brandon from South Australia. A lot of Australia I'm noticing. Thank you for the 2. We've got. Oh, sorry, go on.
I was gonna say there's a lot of Aussies wishing they had guns right now. Let me tell you.
Oh yeah. I really, really hope that a lot of these anti-gun countries kind of have their own political shift. You know.
I think it's coming because like these people have felt authoritarianism. The problem is you've got the WEF that throws so much funding at these races and these campaigns and everything else that it makes it very difficult for people like Brandon to come into power because you look at the amount of money that just got shoveled at this thing.
Hold on, I'm messaging Brandon real quick.
And Dalton's sound's not working.
Oh yeah, it's doing the thing again. You have to reset it every time your earbuds reconnect, man. You back?
Now? Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yeah. Do we have any news from KSAT since this seems to be lagging behind? El Paso is still saying 1 of 24, which I don't believe.
Yeah.
KSAT is reporting, they're saying 13,906 for Tony with a 51%, and Burton Herrera at 13,302 at 49%.
Okay, so the update on our end is 14,020 for Tony, 13,302 for Brandon.
Yeah, and it's been there for a hot minute, so that's still at that 7-18 split.
Yeah, I hate to say it, but we want to start checking CNN or anything like that.
No, I don't want to do that to myself.
Fair.
Sounds like hell.
And then oh, go on.
I was just gonna say it's kind of interesting, like how far CNN fell. Like I remember, because I was active duty for 9/11, right?
Yeah.
And I remember, like as soon as we heard the first plane hit, we went up to the ready room, and we watched the second plane hit live on CNN. Basically, I mean, it was. I don't know if it was live, but at least we were watching it happen through the video that was coming in there, and that was like CNN was like such a big part of that, and that was like the first place we turned for news back then. And now like won't even touch them. They're like. They are so untrustworthy. I won't even bother turning them on.
Right.
See, the chat says CNN. There you go.
Uh-oh, you went full robot there for a second, buddy.
Yeah, I don't hear him.
You don't hear him at all?
Now he's back.
Okay. You good, Renegade?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. So I don't know how much got missed, but hey, there we go.
Hold on. We've got so Shell just sent me 270win.com for House District 23. Right now, updated 11:18 p.m. 95% reporting. It's looking like 14,177 for Tony, 13,460 for Brandon.
Let's refresh.
Now it's putting a check mark on it. I'm not sure if that means that they called it.
I think that, yeah.
As a win?
Yeah, I still have the same numbers from the Secretary of State site, so...
Yeah,
And-
I think just stick to the Secretary of State. I mean, that's the official reporting site. You know, it does say unofficial results, but it is supposed to be the place where we go to get the results.
Yeah,
so I would say
Shell just said that Angry Cops is using that one for his watch party. By the way, Angry, fucking love you.
I do enjoy his videos. He's pretty funny.
Oh, he's hilarious, man. I you know, he sent me him doing Scatman for his own song that I wrote for him. And my fucking god, did I laugh. I was dying editing that. It was so good. I'm really, really hoping that these sites are wrong because I want to go by the Secretary of State site just because I think that if you're getting it from the government's mouth themselves, that's the best you can do, right?
Yeah, well, the thing is, sites have
in some ways, yes.
The sites, I think, pre-report, and the reason they do that is because they want to actually get your eyeballs on them.
Yeah.
And so they'll put a number out, just assuming that's what it's going to be. You know, it's a little bit dirty, you know.
Yeah, no, I agree 100%.
And it.
Oh, go on.
I was gonna say it's like, you know, CNN calling Arizona with 0% of the vote reported in 2020. You know,
I remember that.
Yep, I remember that too.
Fucking insane. It's like, where are you guys getting your information? Let's see. We have some more super chats from Johnny Steele saying, Ernie's the kind of guy that can make any woman a lesbian by breathing the same air. Brandon's the kind of guy that can make any lesbian straight by flicking his hair. Thank you for the $4.40.
It's a great one.
That is a great one. You know what? As somebody who has a wife that was a lesbian, can relate. How did Brandon...
I tell you, get Brandon in that Subaru, he'll be unstoppable.
Oh my god, yeah. My wife drives a Subaru and vapes, which is the funniest thing in the world. So, Warren King says, how did Brandon not get a single vote in Maverick? Did he not get a single vote in Maverick? Early votes 0, total votes 0.
Yeah.
Not a single vote in Maverick. I mean, there's a total of 115 people that voted there with a total of 35,000 voters.
That's odd, but that's only
They
one
must watch
precinct reporting.
CNN and read the Daily Beast.
Yeah, that is only one precinct reporting there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm sure that'll change. You know, it might be just that one precinct is somewhere where they just had a really good ground game and knocked a bunch of doors, and you know, Brandon might not have a presence there. So
yeah,
I wouldn't look too deeply into that.
Yeah. Shauna Grieve says, lobbying for my husband to get a PCS to Texas. P.S. He says green crayons are the best. No, blue.
He must be a Marine.
Yeah, but no, blue. Yeah, no, he's definitely a Marine, but also fucking blue is the best. They're delicious. So thank you for the 5. Love you both. And God bless to you and your husband.
It's funny, speaking of that, in 2020, to get the hell out of Washington, because I was just getting tired of all the liberal bastards out here, I took a job, went back to heavy haul trucking for a while, doing some wind farms. And one of the guys that I was routinely on a crew with was a Marine. And so, you know, of course, you know, me being Navy, we're constantly back and forth with everything else. And, you know, so our last day on the job, I got donuts for everybody. And I stuck a full pack of Crayola crayons in the donut box. When I brought it out, I was like, hey, Brian, I got your favorite.
Oh my God. It's looking like, so somebody commented saying that the Texan is better, but it also tells you to subscribe to continue so the Texan can suck my fucking balls. God, legacy media.
who puts their election results behind a paywall? Like that's the dumbest thing ever.
Yeah, that's insane. But
Yeah.
it says Tony is the kind of guy to go all the way down the popsicle. Thank you for that, David.
I'm surprised nobody has cracked the Tony eats the corn on the cob the long way joke.
I think that people
Unless I
want to
missed
be
it.
creative. You know, they want to get away from the corn.
Absolutely.
I still maintain that he eats corn the long way with his butt mouth, but you know that's fine. So
The running backwards
Absolutely.
through the cornfield.
Yep.
yeah. And then Ernie is so incompetent, he would probably make a bowl of cereal and somehow burn it, says Gaming Inc. That's great. Thanks for the 5. Wife Like Cow. What a name. Ernie's gun safe is filled with bad dragon wolf dildos. Thanks for the 5. Nah, he has those out on his wall with the suction cups intact. Can we get some ATFs and gay? We already went over that, but thank you, Eli, for the 10. Sergeant
More the better.
Pickles says, let's go, Brandon. Don't let Texas become what my home state of Washington has. One day we all might have real freedom again.
It's terrible what they've done up here in Washington. I'm in Washington right now, and I mean I'm a resident of Montana, thankfully, so I still have all of my guns, and but I'm out here in Washington on my boat, and just watching what's happened to the state, because I was here in Washington for 9/11. I was up in Whidbey, NAS, and it's just terrible what they've done to Washington. I mean, just seeing what the Democrats have done to this state in the last 20 years, it's despicable.
Yeah.
And it's a warning to anyone, to watch out for these people and fight them tooth and nail. And what's sad to see is now you just have people moving out of here like crazy, like going to Idaho to get away from Washington, and rather than staying here and fighting. And it's a shame, because I think it means very bad things for the future.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
it's actually it's horrendous, actually. Also, I just saw in chat, have we seen kvia.com, which is ABC7? I just clicked on it. I'm taking a look at it. So U.S. District, so right now it's saying Brandon Herrera at 50%, Tony at 49% on that site.
Holy crap.
So that's
Interesting.
kvia.com. That's ABC7. I just saw that.
Yeah,
Thank you, chat, for that.
Yeah,
Yeah, we're not seeing any change on the
What?
SOS
Tony
website.
deleted his tweet on his win.
oh, big. That's big. It's so
Oh.
funny whenever
Did he-
Tony.
Yo, Israel, is that true?
Oh,
did he flat out delete it? Does somebody have screenshots?
Oh man, that'd be hilarious.
Oh,
It's a game changer.
oh my god, dude, my
Oh.
fucking heart
Let
rate
me
just
check New York
fucking ticked
Times.
up. Check New York Times and see what happened, because they might have
Yep.
rescinded the call. Oh,
My
okay,
God.
hold on. Brandon messaged me back. He says Maverick County just wiped results and started over. Apparently, El Paso does only have one precinct reporting.
Yeah, so this is still far from game over yet.
Yep, we just saw on KVIA you at 50 and Tony at 49.
So I got to go over to my alt account to see.
God!
So I still see his tweet, but
You still see it?
yeah, 24 minutes ago it's pinned.
It's pinned.
It would be amazing if somebody could get a community note on that saying the race is not over yet.
Oh, somebody at fucking Fat Electron Man, please.
Yeah, because I can't do it anymore, else I'd be all over that.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Is it the one
I-
from 24 minutes ago?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, the thank you for continuing to place your faith in me. I mean, that's not really a
Victory tweet.
So-
a victory. It's
a-
just kind of like,
it's a rough-
hey, it's
yeah.
over. Thank you.
Yeah.
True. That could be interpreted that way, for sure.
But by the way, so we have history in 1986 saying, what's the threshold for recount? Go Brandon from Iowa. Wait, IA
It's a good question.
is Iowa, right? My
Yeah,
geography.
Iowa's IA.
Yeah, IA. That's what I thought. I just want to make sure because I'm fucking derping. Threshold for a recount is typically within the margin of error of what, 3%?
Yeah.
So we're close, but also we have some now saying that Brandon's at 50, so 51. So we don't know.
Yeah, and I have not gotten any updates from Secretary of State site. So
Is that including refresh? I'm gonna refresh.
yeah, I just refreshed.
Well, also, if Maverick just got wiped and they're recounting,
Yeah.
that's interesting. Yeah, no,
Yeah,
it shows the wipe.
Kate-
It shows the wipe on Maverick right now.
Ooh, man. I'm just looking at kvia.com, and I mean that's pretty incredible. 50.39% for Brandon Herrera and 49.61% for Tony Gonzalez. So
Okay, so we're still within that margin,
Ooh.
but it's Brandon pulling
Yep.
ahead. So we're gonna have to see what happens in Maverick, everybody. This is not over yet.
this just got more exciting in my opinion.
Oh my god, it got way more exciting. God, just fucking it's just.
Yeah, I'm way more excited about this than like the Super Bowl or whatever. I mean,
Dude,
this
fuck
is
the
like,
Super
yeah,
Bowl.
you know,
this
This is our
much
Super Bowl.
better. This is way better. By the way, Alpha One Foxhound says no gun laws and support gun manufacturing with tax money. I say just remove all regulatory burdens on gun manufacturing and allow it to fucking flow freely and become an actual independent business that people could start with all the red tape. Without all the red
there
tape.
should be one gun law, and do you know what it is? We
Against
only
the federal
need
government?
one, and that is that every child in the United States will get gun safety training every year. That's the only one you need.
And that should be
Fair one.
within the public school curriculum, bar none, mandated. I agree with that.
That is the only thing. And you know what? I can even make a constitutional case for it because it's that well-regulated militia part. And so that is actually something the government actually has the authority to do. They don't have the authority to have a Department of Education, but they do have the authority to mandate that we are trained for the well-regulated militia. So there we go.
By the way, we've got Brian's done saying if there are 40,000 votes, Tony spent about 250 to total vote, or at a 50-50 split, about 500 a vote. Oh my God.
All right. So I do see some updates on the Secretary of State site.
Okay, what do we got? What do we got?
It's got Brandon Herrera at 14,284 and Tony Gonzalez. Oh wait, hold on.
Did you just
I got
update
that
again?
backwards. Hold on.
Oh, okay.
No, I got that backwards. Hold on. Tony Gonzalez is at 14,284 and Brandon Herrera is at 13,693.
That's what I'm seeing as well.
Yep. Man, I got excited for a
But
second.
that is also not including Maverick now, right? Oh wait, no, it is. Total votes 115. It's saying in Maverick.
Oh. Wow.
Now the split
split's
is
down to
the split is-
591.
591 split.
591.
Holy shit, everybody. Oh,
Because
this
it
is
was at
insane.
7-8. So that update right there, another 127. So that down to 591. Can I get a hell yeah in the chat?
Yes. Under 2%. Everybody, hell yes in the chat. Everybody, right now. By the way, Mr. Carlson's gave $18.76 USD for just yelling Brandon. So that's fucking beautiful. That might have been when Brandon was on the show. George Falu says, I don't know why the ATF is gay. My transmission is leaking and I need some stop leak. Thanks for the 5, buddy. Oh, look
I
at
was gonna
that.
say something in the nice space.
Oh no.
Oh, look at that. Yeah. Chat's going crazy.
Oh my God. This is the power of autism, by the way. I maintain that.
I love Brandon's his AK-50 video where it's like, what is it? Was it powered by autism?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was brilliant.
The edit.
The
I
intro?
will say. Oh my
Oh.
God, dude. I fucking watched that video 9 or 10 times when it first came out. I was just like, I have to learn from this because this is unbelievable. From like
That was
editing.
so fantastic.
The whole Deadpool intro with
Yeah, I don't know how much money he spent on that, but it was worth every penny.
Oh my God.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, 1,000%. 1,000%.
And El Paso County actually right now has not dropped anything else either. They're still at 1 out
Really?
of 24. So yeah, it's like I'm really waiting to see the updates there. They have not dropped anything, and so because they're it's saying that they have 19,000 on the El Paso County website. It's saying that they have 19,815 ballots cast, but they're only showing 383 of those so far.
Yeah.
And so
see
El
what I
Paso
meant.
County is going to be the make or break on this. So this thing is far from over right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. And if there's any hope, El Paso County, Brandon's winning by 3 votes.
Brandon
Yeah,
just says
yeah.
51-49 according to KVIA.
Cool.
For Brandon?
Yep, for Brandon.
Nice.
And Bexar County right now is 100 out of 123, and even it's close. It's 7,334 to 6,218. So half of the vote that Tony has right now is coming out of Bexar County.
Well, also, but
That's-
we anticipated that. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so it's laying out exactly like we thought. And even there, Brandon still got 6,218. So it's not like it was one-sided.
Everyone's saying
And it-
591. Did it update?
I got 591 for the split for the
Okay,
most
so
recent
that was
numbers.
our previous split number. Okay, I just wanted to make
Yeah,
sure.
591 is the split.
591 is the current split.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah. I mean, it is just edging ever closer. Like, I mean, I'm
getting
starting to get
edged.
excited. I mean, I'm starting to have visions of Congressman Herrera on the floor in a committee, like, can you imagine if they put him on the committee that oversees the ATF and that fucking piece of shit Steve Diedelbach has to drag his ass before the congressman?
oh my God.
I mean, what poetic justice would this be? I mean, like
Good debate.
I'm getting fucking goosebumps here.
Yeah.
So
For sure.
Yeah, so Shell's messaging me as well from Captain Z and Grim in the Discord saying that it is right now the KVIA results of 51-49 in Brandon for KVIA. So that's I really fucking hope that that's what this ends up being on the the actual reflection from the Secretary of State, because this is Also, Brian Winter says it sure would be a shame on this one. You want dark humor? Here we go. For $5, Brian Winter said it sure would be a shame if Ernie drove a convertible with the top down in Dallas. I'm not sure if I'm gonna get in trouble or you're gonna get in trouble for that one.
Well, it seems to me that the CIA would be on Tony's side though, so I don't think he has to worry about that. Honestly,
That's true.
I think that's where that one falls short. I don't think
And KVIA is El Paso only, by the way. Everyone's saying.
So I was
Okay.
looking at KVIA.com.
Yeah.
And I think we're looking at the wrong thing. I think we were just looking for at the El Paso County, because that was reporting Brandon Herrera at 51%. And
Okay.
when I look at the federal overall, it does say Tony Gonzalez at 51% and Brandon Herrera at 48%. So
Okay.
Well, I'm looking at the
That
El
might have
Paso County
been-
website. The El Paso County website right now, 190 to 193 Brandon leading. So
Yeah.
Okay.
it's 50.39% of the vote. So they don't have anything out in El Paso yet. So
555
like,
update.
yeah.
555 update. That's the new split.
that's the new split.
That's what
update.
chat's saying. That's what chat's saying.
yeah,
Don't let me down,
we'll
chat.
refresher.
Yep. Adam Santley says there are plenty of veteran associations that can help Ernie find a new job. Thanks for the 5, buddy.
I'm still seeing the same numbers.
You still seeing the
I
same
am
numbers?
I think someone might have got a little
updated
fast with the
everything.
math there.
Brett is yelling 555 in chat. So I don't know. Maybe it's just lagging behind. on
I'll
our
check
end.
my math. Let me check my math again.
Yep. And then we've got XSSFD. LT says, my submission for how the second should have been written. Congress shall make no laws restricting the right of all people to keep and bear arms. Mine would have been the government cannot, literally should have just been spelled out like it was for fucking mentally retarded children. The government cannot tell the people what they can and cannot own, period, bar none.
Well, we need an idea that I had, this is one of my little crazy off the wall things, is I think that we need actually a fourth branch of government. People think I'm crazy being a libertarian
And
calling for a
wanting
fourth
more
branch of government. Now, hear me out on this though.
Okay.
Is instead of it being a general election, It's for the nation's top cops. So how that election would work is you've got something like 3,800 counties in the United States. So all of those sheriffs from those counties would elect one guy to be the nation's top cop. So your line of succession in that is to your local sheriff. You have a vote for that guy, and then your local sheriff nominates whoever's going to run for that office. And so there's no money involved in that race. The guys just get to make their platform and run on that, and then essentially get elected to that position. Once they're elected to that position, that person, the only thing that they're allowed to do is investigate corruption within the government. That's all they can do. They can't arrest the average citizen. All they can do is go after corruption within the government, arrest and prosecute and deal with that. And I would also have it be where that person elected to that position could not have ever held office in the federal government.
Now, isn't that technically what the U.S. Marshals was meant to be?
Probably. You know, I'd have to look at the history on that a little bit more. That sounds like something that would make sense, but we need something like that because the government investigating themselves, it's funny how often they found that there was no wrongdoing.
Just got a flash on update, but I don't know if the numbers changed.
I just updated mine, still at 14,284, 13,693.
All right.
And so,
Yep, same.
And yeah, El Paso, what are you doing to us? Come on, they're turning it into a nail biter.
Yeah, no, this whole thing is, I swear, like, being edged, I am being edged harder than my wife has ever edged me. Like, this is insane. Brandon, why do you gotta edge me more than my wife, man? That's fucked up. You know, she'll probably be fine with it. She'll probably be fine with it. By the way, because Race Car says AK-50 for president 2028, with $2. My thing is, I feel like the presidency ruins lives. I don't know how you guys feel, but I genuinely think it ruins lives, and I wouldn't wish that upon Brandon.
Yeah, I mean, like, you look at what they've done to Trump with all the lawfare. I mean, the communist-style show trials, like, it's insanity.
Can you imagine the smear campaign against Brandon Herrera if he ran for president?
Oh my god. Oh my, you think Ernie's bad? Jesus fucking Christ. Imagine when he's going up against, like, Gavin Newsom.
Oh, wouldn't you love to see that, though, like a Herrera Newsom debate?
I would love.
I mean, that would be just. Can you just imagine that on CNN or Fox News or whatever?
Baby steps.
And,
we got to get into Congress first.
Yes, Congress first.
But I'm just thinking about this. Well, he's not even old enough to run for president yet. But I'm just thinking about the way that debate would go down. Newsom, like, spitting off the totally jacked around numbers where they have to include, like, 21-year-olds to say that gun violence is the leading cause of death for children. You know, totally ignoring that the vast majority of the numbers there are gang violence and having nothing to do with just kids being shot up in school.
Lie because it's still car accidents and accidents overall that contribute to that.
Right. You know, and also they exclude mortality from that, you know, because it's kids, not babies, right?
And also they include self-defense with a firearm that ended in the death of somebody else as a gun-related death.
Yeah.
So you add all the statistics together, it's all bullshit. Soul Gazelle, by the way, once again, fuck you. Love you to death, but fuck you, because when Brandon was on, Soul Gazelle said my two favorite veteran tubers. Because fuck you, neither of us. I want to once again say this, and I will continue saying this. I'm not a veteran. Okay, Renegade is a veteran. I don't, Dalton, you?
Nope.
Not a veteran, but put your veteran family.
Yeah.
Okay.
Military family.
Military family, same boat as Brandon, but not a veteran yourself. I have military family members. Neither of my fucking parents were. But still, Soul Gazelle, I swear to God. I swear to motherfucking God. Mr. Crane says Ernie looks like he'd lose a fist fight with a shrubbery for $5.
A shrubbery?
With a shrubbery. Bring me a shrubbery.
I will say knee again.
I will say knee. We are the knights that say knee. I love that movie so fucking much. I'm gonna rewatch that tomorrow. Bryson.
Oh, monsieur, I fought in your general direction. I blow my nose at you.
Bryson Rodden says they fixed the county percentage. It's showing 100. No, that we knew. Thank you. Thank you for the 2. Spencer Fink says, Brandon, thanks for coming to Denver. So that was dedicated towards Brandon. Yeah, no, I thought that was really actually kind of kick-ass of him to go to Denver and fucking speak out against their gun control legislation. Because it really shows principle.
Yep.
Shows principle.
Absolutely. And you gotta fight those fights there so that it doesn't, infect all the other states.
Yeah,
Well, that's exactly
That
it.
policy.
Screebs asks, has Brandon heard about 2A Jekyll's videos? I have no idea. You'd have to ask him. I feel I would implore you to tweet him. But thank you for the 2. I did link Nolan. I did link Dalton's video in the chat for you. If you guys want me to do it again, I will do it again.
Yeah, we could throw out the socials in there again too. I'm
Yeah.
almost at 3,000 on Twitter, so we get over
you
that
guys are
2,000
way
mark.
ahead of me. I'm at fucking like 300. But to be fair, my Twitter is fairly new.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
I got 2,916, so just inching along.
that's a
Yeah, I'm at
beautiful thing.
1546. So thank you so much for like the last like 60 or 70 people who followed me. It's awesome.
Kronos and Moon are both saying 554. Liam also saying 554. Come on, Maverick County. Recount has been smelt.
Let's refresh. I'm still seeing the same
Mine just
numbers.
updated. But it's not changing the numbers.
Same numbers.
14,284, 13,693.
Yep.
Yep. So we have to check the New York Times. What's it saying?
It's a good question. Let's see.
Oh, they're saying on the New York Times. That's where it's from. Wicked Wookie just said NYT.
Every time I have to refresh New York Times, I have to go through the code and the inspector and
change out
delete all the nodes and everything. Yeah.
Yep.
Because of the stupid paywall.
So stupid.
Hopping into Developer Edition, bam, bam.
Yep. Edge 2 wins, says Allosaurus. Fuck yes. I love, by the way, chat, I love every single one of you. Y'all have been fucking amazingly hilarious this entire time. I hope y'all are having a good time because we're having a great time here.
This has been a fantastic audience up here tonight.
Yeah, no, great
Absolutely.
people. They always say YouTubers don't read your comments. I love reading my comments because my comments are always just fucking gold.
Tony's mother was a hamster and his mother smelt of elderberries.
Oh, way worse. Way worse. I go through the Tony moans when he wipes thread. I highly recommend. All right, Dalton,
So right now it's reporting New York Times is Tony Gonzalez at 14,284, 51.1%.
Okay.
Brandon Herrera at 13,693 with 48.9%.
So that's what we're seeing on our end too. So
I'm
same
gonna grab
numbers.
something to drink right quick.
Same numbers. The gay abyssal chicken. What is wrong with my abyssal chicken? All right, Noah. Fuck you. I play D&D, and so I have a gay German abyssal chicken who is a male prostitute. Yeah. Was that Renegade with the fucking
I think so. It wasn't me.
That was fucking beautiful. Thank you.
Perfect timing.
That was great timing. Officer Rebar says, Brandon saying pull out. Ernie's father should have. Oh my God. Thanks for the 2. Blood Mutt, what's going on? And says blocked by Ernie party.
Blocked by Ernie party.
Yep. Thanks for the 10, Blood. You know I love you. Blood's been a long time. He's one of the founding fathers in my Discord.
So it makes me think, what does a gay German chicken sound like? Is it like bak bak via?
Well, so it's technically it's an abyssal chicken, right? And okay, so I have 2 characters that are gay German prostitutes. One of them is named Adolf Hitler, and he wants to destroy all the high elves because they think themselves to be too mighty and they are in charge of monetary policy. And then I have, of course, the abyssal chicken. The abyssal chicken also has dementia, and so he doesn't know who he is. But
so Joe Biden.
Yes, but he's convinced that he's an anime waifu, and that is why he becomes a whore.
So also Joe Biden.
Yeah, pretty much. So, yeah.
I
So
like to
my
sit in the
D&D
pool,
characters
the
are
hair
bad.
stand up on my legs.
Yes. My previous D&D character's name was Brandir, and Brandir was addicted to s'mores, was a chaotic evil, and would use people's flesh to put on puppet shows for wild animals while using weasels as a fleshlight. Don't ever ask to play D&D with me. You will hate your life for a good 6 months. So...
Yeah, they say when a man becomes a teenager, he's going to have to pick a hobby. And I am sure glad it was muscle cars.
I didn't get into D&D until COVID. 100% I didn't.
I'll
tell you what, man. Like,
Really?
joining the Navy, I bought
Yeah.
myself a 1980 Trans Am. It was black. And I got to drive that car all through the Navy. And you want to talk about a time, oh my God, like taking that thing down to Pensacola, Florida, being there for A school, and you just like living the dream. And that was like right in the era the Deftones White Pony came out. And so like I'm cruising around, Pensacola, Florida in the black Trans Am, just like living my life, totally killing it. Amazing, amazing memory right there.
Like that. Oh man, Deftones.
What's up, Reaper? Reaper says, I need you in my campaign. I bet you do, buddy. We've got
I'll be right back. I'm
Ash.
gonna do a refill.
Go for it, buddy. We've got Ash with $5 saying, disabled Desert Storm vet here. Let's go, Brandon. Fuck yes. Hell yes, and God bless. That is like my default response to that because you know what? Seriously, like bless y'all for fucking understanding liberty and fucking
Thanks for not listening to Tony's propaganda.
Yeah, that too. Thanks for proving him wrong. And you know what, Ash? Hope that your fucking life's fantastic. And thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for the 5. We got Zerp Derp says, if we donate to Brandon through super chats, is that considered a super PAC? No. But I like the joke, so thank you.
That's amazing.
That is a great joke. The GD Kite says Maverick in 22 at 16K turnaround could get good. Yes. Yeah, no, this is getting really interesting because that's what they're recounting, right? They're recounting Maverick, right?
Yeah,
I think so.
Yeah, Maverick went to 0.
Maverick went to 0 on 16K turnaround. We did have an update, but I don't think the numbers changed again. Everybody, you're saying new numbers? Everybody's saying new numbers. What are the new numbers? 500, they're saying.
All right, let's refresh.
I just refreshed. We got 14,339 for Tony, and we've got
500.
839 for fucking Brandon. Oh my God, everybody.
So that's a 91 vote difference.
Yep.
A 91 towards Brandon. So just inching closer and closer.
Yep.
Yeah, speaking of inching closer and closer, I've been edged so hard I gotta go fucking piss again.
Shake it more than 3 times. You're playing with it.
I'm gonna shake it 4 times.
Just don't get on cam and do the helicopter. So yeah, that's pretty incredible. Down to 500, and
Man.
so like, can you imagine the mood at Tony's campaign? Right, like, oh my God, like.
Yeah, I can't. I really can't. And I'll be honest with you, like, I wouldn't know how to feel if I was a candidate and things were this close. Like, you're now within 500 votes.
$10 million to be within 500 votes. I mean, $10 million to be within 500 votes. That is insanity.
Insane. Yep. Absolutely. 500, man. That's so awesome. It'll be so much it'll be even better if this just turns around and all the sites that reported that Tony won has to retract it. It would be chef's kiss.
Oh, it's going to be incredible. So as it stands right now, per vote that he has gotten, Tony has spent $697.40 per vote.
Ooh.
That is insane. What a
Right.
waste of fucking money, no matter which way you cut it.
I mean, you want to talk about a dumpster fire. That is a dumpster fire of a campaign.
Yeah.
And I mean, I'm trying to remember, but I think that all the money that Brandon raised was from small donations too. I don't think any of it was big money, as far as I know.
I think I read somewhere that it was the majority of out-of-state donations, and yeah, it was small dollar donations, if I remember right.
Yeah. Well, I think it was like basically via YouTube and everything he's done there. I think that's where the money came from, and people dove into that. And I'm kind of wishing I'd have thrown some money at his campaign. I think I donated once. I can't remember if I did or not. But I've been throwing a lot of money at FPC lately because they've been taking things to the Supreme Court. And so, like, every time I've got a spare, $25-$30, I've been throwing the Firearms Policy Coalition because they are. Matter of fact, I'm wearing their shirt tonight. The Gun Control Violence.
I love them and GOA, not GOA and NAGR, National Association of Gun Rights.
Fun story, real quick. Oh,
okay.
Sorry, Renegade. I was just going to say, fun story real quick. So back in February or March, I saw a David Hogg tweet, and he was making fun of, I think, the Trump shoes. Yeah. And he was going on and trying to troll Trump and saying like, oh, this guy didn't buy, shoptrumpshoes.com or whatever. It was just like, how can you not spend like $10 or $12 to buy a domain name? What a loser. And so I responded back to David Hogg, and I bought his David Hogg 111 handle. I bought the .com version of that, and I redirected it to Firearm Policy Coalition. And I made it so that if I shared the link on Twitter, that it would look like it's supporting David Hogg, when in reality, you click it, it goes to Firearm Policy Coalition. And so it's a dangerous troll. And so I've tweeted that out several times, and so many lefties, like hundreds of lefties, have retweeted it blindly. It's beautiful. And then I got people from the right just like hammering on like, hey, you suck and everything. And I was just like, did you click the link? It's just like, oh, you got me, And I did that once. I commented to, because Brandon tweeted at David Hogg once, and I tweeted at Brandon. And then Donut Operator tweeted at me, and he called me a little bitch before he clicked the link. And then I said, oof, I got Donut Operator, click the link. And so he clicked it a couple hours later. He's like, no, Dalton. And so he donated some money to Firearm Policy Coalition, and a couple of other people did as well. It was beautiful. And so, and the Firearm Policy Coalition, they tweeted it. It was so funny. And so, so that I love Firearm Policy Coalition. They're great. And
El Paso.
Anytime I'm did it update?
El Paso. Everyone's yelling El Paso. Look at El Paso.
El Paso.
Right.
Well, they did. It was some more numbers from El Paso that drove the last update, but it's still only one of 24 precincts, and so they still have a lot of votes to count.
Wait,
in El Paso.
should we check out the El Paso exclusive site?
I already did. They actually haven't even updated that one yet, so I've got it refreshing right now.
Yeah, I'm seeing the same numbers when I just refreshed.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So everybody's still saying El Paso. So chat, be more specific. What are you seeing in El Paso,
Source.
chat? Give us the source.
What's the source?
Give us the source. Let us know. Would I
Mr.
make a
Fix
song
said,
if Brandon
I got
won?
in Facebook
Yes.
jail for bullying David Hogg. Who the hell is still on Facebook? I'm gonna bully you right now for still giving your clicks to Facebook. What are you still doing on Boomerbuck,
Fucking-
man? I mean, what? Why?
Yeah.
Boomer.
Elon
That's amazing.
spent $34 billion so we could leave Facebook. What are you still doing there?
58%. Shell says 58% Brandon El Paso.
Okay, I'm wondering, can they let us know what website they're seeing this from? Because I'd love to go see those numbers. Because
Shell's one of my mods and a good friend of mine. So Shell has sent it to me. Which site is that, Shell? Which site is that? Oh my God, yeah. No, 58% exactly. With 99 reporting. Oh my God. Come on, send it to me. Send it to me, Shell. Current numbers from the results site. 14,339 for, yeah, that's what we're on. That's what we're on as well, Sean. That is for 270 to win. 270 win is pulling that number for El Paso. So here we go, pulling it up. There we go. So right now, Tony is at 50.8. Brandon is at 49.2, according to 270 to win. That is 14,559 to 14,096. Oh my God, it's close.
This is turning into a nail biter, man.
Look at El Paso on New York Times, says Matthew and Kingpin. Matthew and Kingpin are saying, look at El Paso specifically on New York Times. Oof. Oh, got him.
Oh, yeah. El Paso on New York Times. Gonzalez, 42, and Herrera, 58.
Ooh.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
They're saying 91% of the votes is in for that county.
91% of the votes in for El Paso. That is insane.
It's New York Times. So
it is
take
New
it with a
York
grain of
Times,
salt.
but still with 270 to win, calling it this close as well.
Yeah.
I'm stoked.
Well, and still we don't have anything for Maverick in there.
Yeah, Maverick is being recounted. They had to start over. That's what Brandon messaged me and said.
And so
I'm going to check if there's anything else updated on that.
yeah, I mean they're only showing 584 total votes in the New York Times is wrong because they're saying that there's total votes of 584 in El Paso County, and they're saying that's 91% of the vote. But yet you go back over to the El Paso website, and they are saying that they received 1,815 ballots. And so I think that they had more than 500 people vote in El Paso County.
Yes.
You know,
within the realm of El Paso that is within 23, because there is a significant portion that is not correct.
Right, right. But, you know, it's saying voter turnout that they have total registered voters of 507,865, and that in this they're saying that there's 19,115 ballots cast. And so that tells me that if they've only got 500 showing on the New York Times site, that they don't know crap and they just need to shut up.
Kezu is saying Maverick's not updating. Sussy. No, Maverick was updated, and then they pulled results, and they are full recounting. So whether or not that was by a challenge or because they noticed something, we don't know. So we are currently... but that's from Brandon directly. Brandon says Maverick County just wiped results and started over, and apparently El Paso only has one reporting precinct. So that's what we're at right now. Oh my God, guys! Did you anticipate it to be this fucking?
Oh, we got new numbers.
We got new numbers. Okay.
Oh, we did.
Okay, 14,419 to 13,991. The split is down to 428.
Holy crap.
Fuck.
420. Oh my God, baby.
Okay, boys, we are so close. 428. 428 is the split, yeah?
Yeah, 428 is the split.
Kezu's saying 49.25%, I'm guessing. Yeah, no, this is literally he could spit and hit Tony in the back right now.
Yeah. Tony can Tony looking over his shoulder like you wouldn't believe right now.
Yes. Let me let's go to more super chats real quick. So we've got oh my God. That was that. Okay, we stopped there. Just Another Brick says Tony's wife pegs him like a pogo stick for $2. We've got Mr. Cran saying, I've got a flat tire in my truck that's more reliable than Ernie. That's a good one. I like that one, Mr. Crane. Thank you for the 5. I thank you for the 5.
I trust gas station Susie more than I trust damn Tony Gonzalez.
I trust my sister-in-law's pussy more than I trust Tony Gonzalez. She's got herpes. I don't know if she has herpes, but she probably does. She's a whore. We got Timmy's 599 saying, last time Tony was this close, I'm sure it was during a pegging. Thanks for the 10. A lot of pegging jokes coming in, y'all.
It's wanted.
Coming from the Langley Outdoors stream, says that guy Brody. He has more viewers, but you guys are way more entertaining. Switch between you for a bit, but I'm staying. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. No, we like to have a good time here. I'm just glad. Apparently, also Shell says that they mentioned us on the Fat Electrician stream and Angry Cops.
Nice.
Because
Nice.
Brandon popped in here, so that's pretty fucking cool. So shout out to those guys. We love them. I hope their watch parties are going fantastic. I hope you guys are as stoked and drinking as I am, because I think I'm the only one. Oh, you're.
I regret buying
you're
alcohol.
sober,
Or
so
not
you're
buying
not
alcohol.
alcohol. And then
Yeah, I totally regret not buying alcohol.
Yeah, it's all right. It's all right.
I'm 16 years sober at this point, so I'm a party just all by myself.
Me and you. I'm just drinking water. So
That's perfectly fine, and I've said that from the start. I'm still sober, by the way, everybody. I just want y'all to know that. But that guy Brody, thank you for the 5. You got Ken this 15. My teenage hobby was pulling my pork sword. It's a great teenage hobby. It's a great one. We got Bob Snob with $2 as well, saying Tony has a folding chair in the corner of his room. God, the cuck and pegging jokes are just brilliant. I love you all. Oh my God.
Here's the thing: when Tony comes home from Congress, does he have to sleep in the guest room?
Yes. Daniel
no
saying
hesitation. Yes.
Daniel is saying multiple news outlets calling it for Tony. Has anybody else seen this? No, I'm sober as shit. Random stuff. This is just me.
I hope that they call it. I hope that every one of them calls it and then has to take it back, because it would be just the biggest upset, and it would run Brandon's name even more.
Yes.
It would be the sweetest victory if that was what happened. It'd be amazing.
And the best thing about this is if Brandon squeaks out a win, then it's going to be all over the news down there. And so Brandon's now going to get a lot of airtime, and his challenger is probably going to pick up using the same attacks that Tony was going
That's what I
with.
was thinking too. Yes.
Yeah. And so I think it gives him the opportunity, for one, to clear the air on that, but it just makes it look, even better. So it's, if they come after him.
Yeah, 387. Sorry, just sort of cut you off. 387 update on split.
38. Oh my God.
Which is 49.27 says Norm. Officer Tack saying update.
All right, let's update.
15002.
We're doing the math, so you guys don't have to, even though you guys are doing it anyway.
429 with what I have. Oh.
Is that?
We got 15,002 for Tony.
I got 429 as well.
You got 429
which is
as well.
one more, so lost one vote.
Okay.
Actually, it's one vote.
Patriotic
might
C
make the
saying
difference,
bring
though.
the audience as guests, me first. That requires having mods that can make sure that everyone's good. I do love all of you, but it does make things a bit more complicated. But thank you, Patriotic Z. Ryan,
back in the day, like call-in shows on the radio were wild.
Yeah.
Call-in shows on YouTube are mental.
Oh my God! If anybody's played Call of Duty on an Xbox 360, you know what's gonna happen. Ryan Tanner saying this is crazy. I can only get so hard, unlike Tony. Thank you for the 2. You gotta play the Trump voice clip. I'm gonna come.
You want me to come?
Kamala Harris.
Matt Self, thank you. I'm coming so hard. We have the best cum, the greatest cum. Oh my God. This is amazing.
Those guys don't have good cum. Our cum is even better.
Okay.
It's glorious cum.
So Dave the Crowd is saying New York Times shows the split is 387.
Interesting.
Okay,
It's the New York Times. Their math is wrong.
Yeah, well,
I'm kidding.
the New York Times, you said, was calling it earlier, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so obviously that was bullshit.
Right.
Yeah, Frost.
If anything, we got a good class on how messed up the New York Times is.
Yeah.
Yep.
Frosty Dog is saying Tony's the kind of guy to ask for blinker fluid. Do you think Tony's ever walked inside of a fucking auto shop? His wife does that for him. Thanks for the 2. We got 11.95.
I wonder if she demands that you address her by her husband's rank.
Oh god, she puts on the fucking strap on and says, "Call me Master Chief." Oh my god. She probably has 117 tattooed on her ass.
Playing hide the torpedo.
Oh god. Well, with as much shit that he shoves up there, it's not really hiding. It's just gonna fall out. Music Duck with the 1195 saying Tony isn't shaking in his boots anymore. He's rattling in his boots now. Yes. I think
I feel sorry for the chair he's sitting in because he's got to be clenching so hard. It's just like sucking the fabric between his ass cheeks.
BBG says, guys, I gotta tap out. So BBG had to go to bed, I'm guessing. Says, guys, I gotta tap out. Let's go, Brandon from Ontario, Canada. And man, I'm praying for our boy. Fuck yes. I hope you get some wonderful rest.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, BBG. By the way, guys, y'all are on point with some of these jokes.
So I never thought this would ever happen to me, but it's gotten to a point now where I tweet out the results, and I think people have turned on their notifications on my account because it's like 20 likes within like 30 seconds. It's insane.
That's absolutely brilliant. I love that so much.
So I've just been live tweeting the results as we go.
Yes.
And a lot of people are appreciating it, looks like.
Yes.
Yeah, get some good interaction. I'm up to 2,917 followers now. I was like 2,800 and something earlier tonight. So thank you everybody for the new follows.
I think I was at like 200 before. Now I'm at 323. So thank you all.
Yep, I'm 4 away from 1,600. So thank you guys. So that's like 100. That's over 100 new followers just from this. So thank you very much.
We got Yen and Supas doing. Well, we'll get to them. Kecklord guy saying, wish I could vote for Herrera, but he is 1 mile and 273 feet from my area.
Oh, I would have moved. I would have rented
Yep.
Yep, I would have rented like a storage unit and called that my residence for, however long that required time is.
Kecklord, thank you so much. I'm so sorry. Soul Killer says, so who else gonna lube their guns with Tony's tears?
Oh, that would be a hilarious product for Brandon to put out there to raise money for the next one around. Have a gun lube called Tony Tears.
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
Brandon, if you're watching, do it.
$1 million idea.
And then we've got James Weatherly saying Ernie's gonna be a big hat with no job in Texas soon. No, 100%. That's what we're hoping for. Thanks for the 2. Buttered Wheel says check Maverick. What's Maverick doing, guys? Maverick is now early votes 83, total votes 152.
Yeah, seeing the same thing.
Yeah, so
total altogether, because that was just for Brandon. Total altogether is 347 so far.
Yeah. So
is Maverick a big county?
We could look it up. Well, let's see how big we are. I mean, decently large.
Okay.
Its population is 57, so almost 58K.
Yeah,
that's where Eagle
so
Pass
looking at 347 people showing up. That's kind of weird. And the registered voters is 35,000. So
yeah,
that's kind of weird.
So I'm looking at El Paso right now. There's still only 1 of 24 precincts, but it's 245 for Tony, 339 for Brandon. So Brandon is blowing him out of the water so far in El Paso. I don't know if the split's going to hold, but I'm sure hope so, because, El Paso is a bit more of a modern city, which means that you're going to have a lot more people there who are tuned into what's going on online and everything else. So I have a lot of hope for that. I mean, you could be wrong here, but I think as we see these results from El Paso come in, I think we're going to see some amazing things happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've got James Weatherly. No, we already read that. Tony is 10 ply, says JD for 2. 10 ply. No. He uses 1 ply. He wants his fingers to go through. Iltak or Lultak, I have no idea how to pronounce your name, but thank you for the 5. It says, my friends don't talk to me anymore because I've been too into politics lately. Oh well, Brandon is my best bud now anyway. Here's the thing. Throughout life, I have lost and gained friends over politics. I don't know about either of you, but I have. It's a sad fact of life.
You know, it's an unfortunate thing that, you know, I've kind of got a friend who's a longtime friend who I'm having a thing with right now because he wants to go to war in the Ukraine against Russia really bad. And I'm like, dude, you never served. You know, you want a war and you're not signing up to serve in it, but you think we should go fight it anyways. And I'm like, you know, and I as a veteran, I'm like, no, we don't need any more of these wars. We don't need to be going over there and creating more disabled veterans who are then going to get screwed over by the VA, because anyone who's ever had to deal with the VA, it is terrible. Like at one point in my life, I went to get help from the VA when I was having a hard time, and they made me homeless.
Yeah.
You know, that's the kind of help you get from the VA. And like there are just constant stories like that, you know, are never ending.
Yeah. No, I've heard horror stories, and it's not
and it's bad enough that it's bad enough that we're in a proxy war with Ukraine. We don't need an actual war with them.
Yeah, that's true.
And that's what worries me is, you know, right now we are one Gulf of Tonkin incident away from being on a full-scale war in the Ukraine. And what that's going to be, I don't know. But it just, you know, you look at the way that the Biden administration has done things, especially like this pier over in Gaza that they built that just got destroyed by the ocean. I mean, I could see that coming. You know, anyone who's experienced in any type of seafaring could see that coming, because there's no protection for that dock they built there. And so as soon as the storm kicked up, which they do in the Mediterranean, anyone who knows the slightest bit can look at the Mediterranean and say, hey, that is a completely unprotected area that they put that dock in that is not going to last first storm that runs through. And the first storm that ran through, what happened? The thing got destroyed and sank. And so they spent $500 million to create a coral reef.
Here's the thing, and I just saw it in chat and I agree with it. That they want you, Mr. Potato says, I want Ukraine to win, but we have too many problems here, and stretching our military there is just too much. I agree. Like, I think, here's the thing. I think that, like, from a foreign aid perspective, there's a point when you just have to look at yourself. We just got update, by the way. Don't know if it's new numbers, but it just flashed for me.
I just refreshed and I didn't see any new numbers.
Yeah, it looks the same.
Looks same numbers. Same numbers. Everybody said we got 429 differences. What Kezu's saying, but I just think you just got to look domestic. There's a point in time when you got to be domestic policy first, and that is especially when your country is trillions upon trillions upon trillions in debt. We've overspent. We've overextended. We got to stop sometime. You know what I mean?
Oh, absolutely. And the part of the problem is, you know, part of my whole problem with this war is going on because of, you know, specifically Joe Biden's arrogant meddling in the Ukraine. When he was vice president, he went over there and did a whole bunch of stuff and, you know, did a whole lot of dirty deals over there. And as president, he's gone in there again. And, you know, I know that the reason that Russia felt emboldened to go fight this war now is because the way that Biden bungled to pull out of Afghanistan. I mean, it was a national embarrassment. You know, it put the Taliban back into power. There were no consequences for the Taliban for breaking the deal. And I mean, I just kind of look at it like, at least I feel like if Trump had still been in office at that point when the Taliban came down and started fighting, I think Trump would have uncorked the military on them in an incredibly spectacular way, and it would not have gone down like that.
Yeah. Oh God, you guys want some super chats? Here we go. Martini says Tony gets his milk from a bull. Hey, from Wisconsin. Thanks for the 2. And yes, definitely. Different kind of bull though. The hotel kind of bull, not the farm kind of bull.
So what's the over under on Tony owning a set of kitty ears?
And the tail, the butt plug tail.
I think he's got the maid's outfit too.
Oh, 100% he's got the maid's outfit. There's no doubt in my mind.
If you got one, you got the other.
Oh yeah, no, it has to be the full set. It's got to be the full set.
It was cheaper. It was on a, you know, it was a buy one get one half off or whatever deal.
Yeah. We've got Mr. Crane that says my Pontiac Fiero with a blown out motor runs better than Ernie's campaign did. For 5. Thank you. BK.
I tell you what, man, you need to swap that Fiero. You know, go bring some hate.
Oh yes. BKO Ben says Ernie sitting on a Sibian, watching this go down, lubing himself with his tears, wearing a ball gag and assless chaps. Let's go, Brandon. Holy shit.
I did not need that visual.
That visual's fantastically bad. That screams NSFW. This one, ooh. Tony Knight says, as a Tony, I'm conflicted. I hate that my name is becoming a meme, but I gotta support Brandon. I'm sorry that your name is becoming a meme too. Thank you for the 10. But you know what? We'll associate your name with the valiant nature of knights in standing for what is good and righteous in this regard. And then we've got Ernie is as useful as the army issue brown towel. Says Rubber Legs 623. Any updates, by the way? Do we have anything new?
I just refreshed. I didn't see any new numbers.
All right, so let's what's El Paso looking like, and let's check NYT and just see what's going on there, because they do seem to be ahead of the curve, but wrong. It's just interesting, at least. I just want to see. I want to see where we are.
Yeah,
Bottoms
El
for
Paso.
Brandon.
So El Paso has Gonzalez at 245 and Brennan Herrera at 339, so 339, and then total as 584. So there's that.
Okay.
And what was the other county?
We've got El Paso County, and then we were looking at Maverick County was the one that's getting the full redo.
Yeah, I don't think it's really changed. It's Gonzalez at 195 and Brandon Herrera at 152, which I think is the same as it was.
Yeah, no, there's no updates as Wicked. Yeah, no, I'm not. We're not seeing any updates on our end either. Ooh, Mike, you know what? That's even worse because it's beyond edging now. Now it's pissing me off.
Yeah, right. It's like, where are the numbers?
Yep.
Just let me come. No. So
gone past edging, straight into the blue balls of politics.
Oh yeah, 100%. Well said. Well said. Tony, the type of guy to buy groceries at Walmart, not HEB. I just got a refresh on my end. Same numbers. It's looking like 1502, 14,573. Yeah.
Same numbers.
All right, same numbers.
Dos es your huevos, señor.
Maverick County is learning how to count. It's okay. It's okay. We'll give them props. They're doing it at least.
Yeah, I mean, better that they're recounting it than just like putting something screwed up there and then letting everybody fight about it.
So Troy, Maverick was done. They pulled all the votes down and they're recounting.
And I'm looking at Maverick right now. It's saying 16 out of 16 reporting, with 195 to 152 for Tony. And it says only
weird.
347 votes were cast there.
Yeah, out of all those people that are registered, that seems weird.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
really
seems weird.
Odd.
Yeah.
I hate that I'm getting this good at refreshing Texas's website.
Right. I have the clicks down.
PA Brood Yinling, random stuff. How do you fucking know? I love
Replace
Yingling.
elections with boxing matches.
I actually think we should do that or gladiatorial combat.
So with the fact that Brennan Herrera won his last boxing match, I think he's what was it, on a technicality or something?
No, he got him in a KO with the jab.
Okay, so I read something where he said technicality, so that's what I was basing that on. But yes,
Yeah, no, he's
so
an
I mean,
undefeated
he won this
boxer.
all. Yeah, if it was between him and Gonzalez, Brennan all day. My gosh.
Tony drinks Bud Light, says Barbald. With
Flavored
Dylan
water?
Mulvaney. With Dylan Mulvaney. Dressed like him too. You know,
I can see that.
Did you see the Dylan Mulvaney thing where he went to what was that country? Was it Portugal or whatever? There was some other country he went to and they just criminalized being trans.
Oh, Chile.
No, I didn't.
Was it Chile?
Oh,
Or no, Peru.
Was it Peru? Peru. Okay, it was Peru.
Yeah.
I just thought that was
I'll
so
be honest,
fucking funny.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I don't really follow that guy very much, so
Neither do I, but I just saw a meme about it. I'm like, if that's true,
Right,
that's
right.
funny.
right.
You know, and being a libertarian, I don't give a shit if someone wants to go be trans or whatever. As
Yeah.
long as you're not like screwing with kids, go be you. Go do your thing.
That's how I
But
see
yeah,
it
my
too.
problem is where these people are coming into the education system and wanting to be involved with children all the time and hang these flags all through the schools and, you know, basically reach these troubled youth that we have in this country who are already screwed up from growing up in single parent homes and maybe getting molested by their uncle and mom's new boyfriend and whatever else is happening to them.
You had to
And
bring up that
then,
memory for me.
you know,
Thank you.
Now they're severely traumatized, and you know they weaponize this trauma is what they do, and that's the part that I really don't like.
Yeah, no, I agree. I actually 100% agree. Tony moans when he drives over speed bumps. These fucking comments, y'all. Are there any updates whatsoever? I'm gonna check Discord and see what's going on. I'm also gonna see if Brandon's messaged anything new.
I've not seen. I just refreshed the numbers.
Yeah, nothing on our
Yeah,
end.
it's just like stalled. I mean, El Paso is just teasing us tonight.
El
they're
Paso
just-
is, yeah. Oh god. Yeah, even Shell just messaged me saying El Paso has not changed. God damn it. Motherfuckers edging the shit out of us. Why?
And so right now their ballots cast went up in El Paso. It was at 19,000. It's at 24,696 now.
So they're still counting, or
And so I
they're
think
still pulling
actually, you know,
votes.
what I think is probably part of this now that I'm looking at it is El Paso has several different elections going on right now. And so they're probably counting other votes in other elections at the same time. And so that's probably why it's taking so long to get everything in there.
You know,
That's a great point.
You know, because at the precinct, everything has to go to the central location, and then it all gets counted at the central location at the courthouse. And so it's probably in line to be counted, and that's why we're not seeing any updates, because they do have.
We are so tunnel vision on this election and this one election alone. That's a great point.
I'm being edged so hard.
Yeah.
I'm being edged so hard. I've never been edged this hard before in my life.
I mean, we spent months waiting for this day.
Yeah, it's been a great fight. You know, I mean, if anything, you know,
It really has. It's been fun.
Even if it ends horribly, I feel like we're at the beginning of a friendship here. You know.
Oh, 100%.
And so
Absolutely.
It's like, you know, we're a couple of Shire, you know, a couple of hobbits and a wizard in the Shire right now, getting ready to go do the.
Yep.
I call Pippin
Absolutely.
just because I love him. I don't know. Something about his fucking chaotic energy just resonates with me.
Yeah.
Tony has to wear a
guess that would
diaper
make
because
Tony
it just
Gollum.
slides out. Oh my god. These are fucked up. Look at
They're
District
beautiful.
7, 2-vote split. Really?
Whoa.
Terra Prime with the $2 saying El Aso. Because we're just being edged by them. Oh my god. Medina versus Maverick votes are really weird. Ask Terrence Clapper. So yes.
District 7 is like two votes. That's wild.
Wait,
It's
literally
at
two
two,
votes?
Yeah, 2,176 to 2,174. 2 votes. That's wild.
Oh my god.
Wow.
That's gonna be like a recount contested. Yeah.
Which
I
county is
would
this?
assume.
7.
Yep, 7. That's wild. Thanks for pointing that out.
Yeah, thank you so much.
House District 7 or where you guys?
That's a good point. Actually, I wanted to
fair.
say congressional. It's U.S. Representative District 7 is what I see. So I think that's the Congress. I don't think that's the state. Yeah, it's U.S. representative, so it's the Congress.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's Congress.
In Texas.
This is U.S., so I'm guessing federal.
Yeah, but I mean, you know,
But yes,
Texas
yes,
one-
yes, Texas District 7. Sorry.
Okay. Animal Kelly's saying something fishy with all these split votes in every county so far. It's, you know what, considering that Maverick had to pull, that's the thing that really blows my mind. Why did they have to pull and recount?
Yeah.
Like, what was, what did they notice that made them have to do that? You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, that's a great question.
It might have been low voter turnout because they only had 0.98%.
Jeff Witt says, hello from a campaign volunteer in El Paso. Thank you for the 10, by the way. So a campaign volunteer in El Paso. So many of our volunteers are veterans, and I hope that we carry Brandon across the finish line. I hope so, too. Thank you for the update. We're waiting on El Paso, and we're real confused about Maverick right now. What's going to happen? Alexander asks, what's going to happen if Brandon happens to lose? The Texas voters sadly get fucked, but also a point was proven that deep state money isn't a guarantee.
Yep, that and Brandon Herrera still gets to do the best job that he has always said that he has. And so he gets to continue doing what Brandon Herrera is doing. So he still gets to have fun. And a lot more fun, to be honest, than having to go to Congress. So, I mean,
and the thing is,
you got to look at it that way, too.
The thing is from this, he's also learned a lot. You know, he's still a young man. He's, what, 28 years old?
Yeah.
And so to be 28 years old, to be in this position, to have almost unseated a sitting U.S. congressman, he has learned so much at this juncture that he'll probably turn around and do it again. He'll probably run next time, I'm guessing.
I don't know.
If it's just a nail biter tonight.
I don't know.
Matt Gaetz just liked a tweet of mine. That's wild.
That's kind of awesome. You know what, Matt Gaetz, we love you.
Yeah.
By the way, Shell messaged me and says Maverick pulled because they had 115 votes for Ernie and 0 for Brandon, and it was a red flag.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, so that's all we know on that, is that there was a red flag on that specifically.
And so, and now Maverick is at 195 to 152 for Tony, but super low turnout there.
Yeah.
I mean, that's unfortunate, because if they just spent a little more time on the ground there, they probably could have made some big gains in that county.
So Matt Gaetz just quote tweeted me. He said, Team Gonzalez spent around $9 million. Team Herrera spent around $1 million. 429 votes. And that was from my last tweet 24 minutes ago.
Oof.
So
yep. No, and it's 100% accurate, because that's the thing, is like, when you really look at it, I think that there's this consensus that you have to spend all this money. Like, we've seen elections get more and more expensive, but really what Brandon's shown is that grassroots can be just as fucking effective with far less money, as long as you have principle.
Yep.
So that's what we're seeing. Yeah, exactly. Duncan says Brandon has said in some videos on his B channel that this is a one-time thing, and that's to my knowledge that he said, you know, if he loses, he'll just go back to living life and enjoying it, and
having more fun at it, honestly. Because whoever has fun in Congress, unless you're like Tony and loves the
you have to be a masochist. You got to be a masochist.
Yeah.
And I'm going to say this 100%. I believe that Brandon, to some degree, has to be a masochist to have put himself through this and still push forward the way he has. And props for him. Seriously, dude. Like, if you wanted to get whipped, there were cheaper ways and fucking much easier ways. But holy fucking shit, did you choose the toughest way? And did you fucking grit your teeth and bear through this so far? And we're doing the same for you.
It has been a masterclass in trolling, hasn't it?
The memes, regardless, will be glorious. I maintain. But we're getting edged so fucking hard, and I hate every second of it.
Yeah. I'm hopeful that AJ guy who we had all the issues with there, that's working for Tony's campaign, every campaign he has worked for recently has lost. And so I'm hoping that we can stick him to his record. I'm hoping that we can provide him with the consistency that he deserves.
Bingo. Yep.
Also, speaking of him, Jesse Bear messaged me and says that who dat, whatever his actual fucking name is, who dat AJ apparently posted back. I don't know.
Doesn't surprise me.
Doesn't surprise us. Doesn't surprise us. The man has no actual life. Okay, so Joe Bean is saying, so if only 5% of El Paso voters showed up, then around 1,912 votes are still up for grabs. Following current patterns, it would end up as 15,805 for Tony and 15,682 for Brandon, if at the same rate. Thank you, Joe Bean. Oh my God, this is
Yeah, still no updates. I just refreshed.
Oh God, why the fuck? It is late, and these bastards are taking their time. I don't give a shit. We're you know what? Here's the thing. I have made a commitment to give you guys, and I'm sure Dalton feels the same, and I'm sure you feel the same as well, that we're all Renegade. We're all staying here until we at least get some solid belief of what the ending is going to be. Yes.
Absolutely. Yep. Like I can't put this one to bed tonight. Like if they better not pull a 2020 on us where it's like, well, we'll get back to you tomorrow, you know.
Right. Yeah, I work at 8 p.m. or 8 a.m. in the morning, so you know, if I have to pull an all-nighter, I will. I'm already 1 5-hour energy drink down, so what's another?
Fair. So we've got hold on, we've got more super chats as well. Let's see. So Echo says, have you guys seen the YouTube out of Illinois Freedom Steel? I have not.
Nope.
I have
not familiar.
My YouTube is actually pretty much it's pretty much Brandon, Fat Electrician, Demo Ranch Off the Ranch, and then I follow Neebs Gaming and McNasty and Soup and Donut. Yeah, I think that's it. Like I'm my life is far too hectic to sadly be able to watch everybody that I want to watch.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
There's so much content on YouTube. It's wild.
Yeah, it blows my
mind. There's so much
actually
to choose from. Yeah, there's so much to choose from. You're just like, you know, and then it's funny because some nights you're sitting there and you're like, there's nothing on. There's nothing that interests me.
Yeah.
You guys see in chat that everybody's just saying different things Tony does. Tony's a front wiper. Holy shit. I love that one. I love that one so much. We've got Sir Thinks a Lot with $2 saying, I 100% support Brandon. I 100% support Ukraine. Fair enough. Just updated again. I'm not sure if new numbers. Doesn't look like it. Looks like same numbers to me. 1502.
Yeah, same numbers to me.
Yeah. Fuck. We've got Sir Thinks.
Don't get us excited like that.
You know what? It flashes on my screen, so it's
yeah.
You know, I'm just like, do we know?
Yeah, exactly.
Brian Winter says USS Liberty Part 2 when? Ken this 15 says Ernie can vacuum the dimples off a golf ball. So that's a good one. That's a good one. I like that one a lot. Train facts. Okay, so a fellow autistic, obviously, says Tony's candidate picture makes him look like a bottom. Definitely. Also, is it so I've noticed in comments people have pointed out that Ernie looks like he constantly wears eye makeup. Have you guys noticed that as well? Like without me modifying, because I will 100% admit the blue-haired picture was me modifying him. But less than you think. It's literally lipstick and slightly darker eyeliner and blue hair.
Yeah, he's doing something.
And yes, let's go Neebs.
Sure.
Rip Thick 44. Thick 44 died of brain cancer. It was so sad with Neebs Gaming.
Oh man.
Yeah, he was young too. I think he was in his 40s.
Oh man.
Yeah. This is a shame. Biden's failure in Afghan cost my classmate his life at the Kabul airport. Rip. So R.I.P. Lance Corporal Jared Schmitz. Jared Schmitz. Sorry, it breaks it up. So my dyslexia just fucks with me. He was barely 21. Fucking may he rest in peace.
I'm so sorry
to hear that.
Man.
I'm so sorry to hear that, Riley. Fucking for him and all those who have fallen. Definitely. We've got Jin saying, let's go Brandon with love from South Carolina. You know, one of those East Coast states that apparently fucking, you know, Ernie just fucking absolutely hates.
Yeah, it's weird. He'll go to Ukraine though.
No, yeah, he loves it there.
CCP dime.
Yeah, on the CCP dime, and he loves their border, but apparently ours is un-Christian and un-American. Yep. We've got Chris Stratford saying Ernie's wife uses him instead of White Claws for her tests. Thank you for the 5. We've got mentally dysfunctional corgi. What a name! And they said my poop probably smells better than Tony's cleanest shampoo. Oh. Fuck, man, y'all are not even hiding it anymore. Y'all are just like, nah, fuck you. So thank you for the 10. We've got Patriotic Z saying I was at Rev in Orlando when Brandon announced. Really? Okay, that's pretty awesome.
Nice, very cool.
But
I bet the energy in that room was off the charts.
I can't imagine what it was. It was
when he announced, everybody erupted.
It was. I remember because I used that video in a couple of my videos, and just that portion of announcement, and it blew my fucking mind just how quickly that crowd went from like listening to just screams.
Whoa, yeah nobody expected it. It was beautiful.
It was roar. It was a roar of just absolute fuck the system. That's how I saw it.
It was beautiful.
Oh wait, hold on. Shell has messaged me. She says no update, but Scrap says 15% of polling locals not reported. There are some storms apparently making things difficult. We did see lightning behind Brandon when he was on last. That is true. We did see, and we knew storms were coming.
Yeah, we talked about it earlier today.
Yeah, we wanted to actually keep an eye on storms because initially you got a report out of Dallas, and you were like, "Hey, disregard us from Dallas." And I said, "Yeah, but storms are in the area, so let's just keep an eye on it." Very true. Yeah, so we've got they're blue balling us now from Butter Boy with $2.54. Yes, they fucking are. Commander Blitz says, at Rico, the hell are you talking about? It's the U.S. firearm duel with the contestant bringing their own gun. Is that referring to dueling, I'm guessing?
Trial by combat.
Yeah. Well, doesn't Texas has mutual combat, right? Just not mutual duel. It's not duels. It's mutual combat is legal, right?
I think so.
Yeah. I believe that you can actually have a fist fight in front of a police officer as an arbiter of the fight, which is insane. Fucking God bless Texas.
And Texas has some really wild but crazy, awesome laws for that kind of stuff. It's really funny.
Ironically, it's the same way in Washington. There is mutual combat here.
Really?
As blue as the state is, it really amazes me that that's still on the books.
I think, I think it should be, because here's the thing. I think that falls under consent, because if two parties consent to it, then you've consented to violence. I see no issue with that between two consenting parties. Anyone else, I think that's a problem. We need gunslinger duels, says AA12. Yeah. What, 50 paces and then just call it? That'd be beautiful. What else we got? We've got Terra Prime saying El Aso, which we saw. Thank you for the 2. We've got Terrence Clapper with Medina versus Maverick. Votes really weird. Yeah, we saw that. Chris Stratford saying Ernie's wife uses him instead of White Claws. We got that. Moonflux saying when Tony sits on a stop sign, he doesn't stop for $2. I love that we're not even phased by some of these things anymore.
I'm so sorry. I was reading tweets. I was trying to keep myself updated. My thing just updated as well. I had no new numbers.
No new numbers. I saw it flash too. I saw it flash as well. It's so annoying that it's doing that.
I remember the last 2 numbers of Tony's vote, and then if it refreshes and I'm dead, I'm deadlocked into to get a change. And I don't see any changes. So
yeah, I've got the history open on my calculator just so I can tabulate it and keep track.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
nice.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. We've got all the sites open. I've got Discord. You've got tweets. You've got your history. We're all looking at various links at any point. There are no updates right now, y'all.
Yeah, El Paso's really making me wonder because for you've got ballots cast so far, 24,696. And so looking at that in the Republican primary, only 584 of those have been counted.
Really?
And there's got to be more than that in that area they're covering, because it also covers the military base in that portion of the district. It covers Fort Bliss. And so there's got to be more coming in there. And I just don't see that being the total for El Paso County. It just...
Yeah.
It's weird. Yeah.
That's way too low.
It's showing for the sheriff election, for the runoff and the sheriff, there's 23,830 votes cast in that they've counted. So I think they're counting the other side of the county first.
Okay, that's possible. So we could just be waiting on them to do what they need to do on that side, and then they'll get to it.
Yeah.
By the way, Officer Tax says early votes for Brandon are 69-69. It's a sign.
Beautiful.
Yep.
All right, chat's gonna make fun of me probably every time I do this, but I gotta go use the bathroom again, so I'll be right back.
It's all good, baby. Do what you got to do. We've got Matthew Irwin with $2 saying Maverick votes on a recount. It's only 600. It was because apparently there were no votes for Brandon. It set off a red flag, so they're forcing a recount. Maybe it's their own internal policy. Maybe somebody challenged it. I'm not sure. We don't have information on that. Iltak says Tony's so worried about his prolapse it's retracting. That's a beautiful comment. That's also a beautiful image I just got.
So I'm looking at Medina County right now. Just kind of an interesting thing on the numbers.
Okay, Medina.
They're 16 out of 16 reported. So it went 2138 to 2215. So Brandon carried that county.
Brandon did carry that county, yes.
Yeah. And so like Maverick County is really odd. They only had 347 people turn out, but yet in Medina County, there are 4,353. So 4,000 more people voted in Medina County. And yet the total registered voters they have in those counties are within 2,000 of each other. And so I'm wondering what's going on with Maverick. Will we see more reporting out of there or what? Because, I mean, a 0.98% turnout is not good. And maybe everybody just forgot about it. Maybe everybody just kind of didn't get the message today, but that's kind of surprising to me.
Yeah. Also, chat, I can't play the AK-50 song. It's copyrighted. If I could, I would. Just got a flash update. Let's see. No new numbers. No new numbers. God damn it, these fucking bastards. This is pissing me off. It's actually pissing me off now because it's like, come on, like give us a little something. Just one little update. One little update is all we need.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Perfect.
So we've also got non-toxic bone says old L edgelord. So old L edgelord with El Paso, which is fucking accurate. Brian Isaacs with 5 saying, is Tony's internet persona doodle diaper doodle tones? It's let's go Brandon W Mr. Medicare. I don't know, like here's the thing. My experience with Ernie on Twitter hasn't even been necessarily with Ernie. It's just been with people that he's hired to represent him, and they're all awful. Because there's no way that he runs his own Twitter, right?
You look at the people this guy's hired, and they're like the worst of the worst. They're all a bunch of Democrats.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just so weird. I mean, it's not weird. It's Tony, but like, it's odd. If you're a Republican and you're surrounding yourself with your circle being all Democrats or majority Democrat, it's weird.
It says a lot. Weird. It says a lot. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Absolutely.
And then we've got Moonflux saying, in the end, we win with funny number early vote. I mean, here's the thing. I'm still hopeful because if we're just waiting for El Paso to count over the other side of the county, and then once they start counting, and then we really just see that number could just skyrocket. And it's already extraordinarily close. What's the margin right now? It's what, 492?
Yeah.
So, I mean, that is not a large margin to have to clear, especially if El Paso is expected to be very pro Brandon.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, it's 429.
I was just about to
429.
correct you.
Okay, so
Thank you.
I was incorrect. All right. Thank you for the
Dyslexia.
clarification.
It happens.
You know what? I do have dyslexia, so yeah.
You got the numbers just kind of in a weird order. That's all.
Fucking Blue Knights with $5 saying Ernie is like Moses, except of a burning bush talking. It's his campaign team burning and pleading to be put down. That's an image. We've got George Fallu with 2 saying Florida man supports Brandon. We've gotten a couple Florida people in here saying that they support it, which is great. Matt Gates is out of Florida, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so I think that makes a bit of sense, you know, especially if you kind of got that already firebrand representation, kind of backing him. We've got Adam.
So
what? Go on.
No new updates for no new updates for the last 42 minutes. So we're just waiting.
We're just killing time.
We've got Shell. Shell just sent me a picture of somebody from the Pepperbox Discord with the words El Paso written across their chest, and they are sleeping. So there you go, everybody. I don't even care if he gives me permission. That is beautiful, everybody. That is a great fucking meme. We've got from Brandon. So we've got a message from Brandon on Twitter. I'm not sure if everybody's seen. Oh no, I've already read that. I've already read that. So Brandon has put out a post essentially saying that polls have closed, and no matter what, he's very thankful for everybody who's worked for him. So if anybody didn't see
that was like 4 hours ago.
That was 4 hours ago. Yeah.
Yep.
Little late, Shell. Yeah, it's fucking brilliant. Then we've got, let's see, hold on. We've got more of these. We've got Adam Sandley saying Tony flushes baby whites into the VCHT. Wait, what's the VCHT? I'm not familiar with that acronym.
I have no idea.
I have no idea what that is. Somebody Google it. Somebody Google it for me. Ike the Mage says Tony sold me fentanyl. So there it is. Thanks for the 2.
Oh. Well, I mean, with his record on the border, I mean, that kind of makes sense.
Yeah, no, that checks. That passes the sniff test. We've got Commissar Krieger with $1 super chat just because, so thank you so much. And we've got Jason Mills saying Tony plays Leapfrog with unicorns for 5.
Oh, that's great.
Some of these are just making me so happy.
Leapfrog with unicorns.
Yeah, no, this is just fucking amazing. We've got Tony gets his milk from a bowl, and then we've got Tony's junk is so small it looks like a button on a fur coat, says Gabriel. Thank you. For 5, we've got Cody Justin saying it sounds like a water pipe situation. I'm not sure what some of these are in reference to. Tony does his own prostate exam, says Mike Morrison. You're not fucking wrong. You're not fucking wrong. That's all I'm gonna say.
Okay, I'm looking at something here.
What do we got? What do we got?
I went back. I've been trying to find the original primary election results.
Yep.
And when you start looking at the spread and comparing them between the two, for instance, Bexar County. In Bexar County, originally, the spread was 47% for Gonzalez, 24% for Brandon. And it is way closer because right now it's, 7,900 and change to 6,800. So that is a huge move towards Brandon.
That is a massive move. But also, it makes sense considering that how many other candidates were there? 4 or 5 during the initial primary?
Yeah. And so, I'm sure a lot of people said, yeah, well, we really don't want Tony, so we'll go there. So, but that's a huge move either way. I mean, that's huge. Now, voter turnout was much less because, Brandon in the primary got 14,201, whereas in the entire election, whereas in Bexar County, there was only 14,000 votes, cast total. So,
Yeah.
I mean, it's looking like there's a very strong showing of support coming out for Brandon. And unfortunately, their little twirl down menu, because I've got JavaScript turned off here.
Roll down menu. Beautiful, beautiful reference.
Yes.
Spencer, by the way, you're about to take another shot. Spencer with the $5 says, I take a shot for every time you guys use the bathroom. I gotta piss.
Yep. And I knew they would make fun of me for it.
I haven't used it yet, but that's 1.8 million miles worth of over the road trucking got me there.
Oh yeah.
Okay, El Paso County in the primary. So it was only 1,462 votes cast in the primary. So for me, that is a little bit worrying that like El Paso could be done if it was low turnout. That's the only thing I'm worried about right now, because it was 1,462 in the primary. Right now they're at 584. But it's only showing 1 of 24 reporting still. So I don't know if they didn't hit the button or what. But that's kind of interesting. And so
It is.
But it's showing that before, though, in that primary, that it was 43% for Gonzalez and 30% for Herrera, and now it's way more for Brandon. So he has flipped El Paso County in the votes that are in. I just don't know how much of that will continue.
Right.
And
no updates.
And I do know my way around El Paso fairly well. I know that downtown, kind of like right in the center of the city, there is where the courthouse is. And so all those, ballots had to be driven in from those locations out there. So they're probably at the back of the line to be counted.
It's a massive waiting game is what it is.
It is.
It is a massive waiting game.
The frustration is palpable.
Yeah, no, I mean, it sucks. Just because, here's the thing. We're doing a watch party. We want to be able to give you guys, random, constant updates. But we are sadly at that point where we are now... Uh-oh, we just lost Renegade.
Nope, he's good for me.
Really? He's not on my end at all.
Oh, yeah, he's there for me.
But we're at that point where we are now waiting for everything else. So we're at their mercy now. Just wait for the 4 a.m. vote drop.
Have you been able to see Turtleneck?
Oh, so you still... Oh, there we go. Now he's
I
back.
hear...
There we go.
Okay.
All right. Now,
I was I can hear everybody.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, so we're good now.
Weird.
Yeah, it keeps switching you two, so... so now you're top left, he's top right. It's fucking hilarious to me. Wait, it just updated. 407 split.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Let's see. Yeah, it did just update.
What county updated?
Give me one second.
So for Ernie, it's 1523. We've got 14,616 for Brandon now. 407.
So yeah.
Oh my god. What county did that come from? Was that El Paso?
I'm not sure. No, it's not El Paso, because El Paso was 266 to 382 and it still is.
So Texans for Abbott tweeted, congratulations to Tony Gonzalez on his Republican primary runoff win.
Boo.
Yeah.
Oh, we're sticking this out.
Yeah, and now it's saying 24% of 24% in El Paso, though. That's the only thing.
Okay.
24. So, I'm wondering if El Paso's done. I don't know. But it's saying up on the top bar there, 86% counted. So I don't know if more is coming in. But it might not, when we're seeing the full count there, I don't know if everything is...
I accidentally added a 0 in my time on my tweet. So I'm gonna leave it. 7 people have already liked it. It's weird. Everybody has their or not everybody, but a lot of people have their notifications on for my tweets whenever I send them out. So
I mean, if you're
I don't want to delete a
updating
tweet.
live, yeah.
Yeah, and I don't want to delete a tweet, and it's just gonna be a weird time format.
It is very close.
Whoops.
And so looking, well, I'm clicking around on the map on El Paso, and for each of those districts out there, it's saying partially reported still. So I don't know if there's more coming or not, because right now it's the 245 to 339, with Brandon taking 58% of it. I mean, that's amazing. So as long as there is still more to count in El Paso, that's going to be the game changer. And I'm going to refresh it just to make sure to see if they are still counting. But, the last update was 18 minutes ago on this.
Yeah.
And I'm not seeing the numbers going up anymore, so we don't know if they're done there for the night or what. We'll just have to see. And that makes me wonder if maybe, because they're saying 86% of reporting. Okay, so what it says there is right now is 2,046 of 2,353 polling locations reporting. So there's still, several polling locations that have to report. So this is far from over, because if we do the math on that, 2,353 minus 2,046. So that's 307 polling locations that still have to report. And it hasn't been going Tony's way at all. Every time it's gotten progressively closer to Brandon.
Yeah. I mean, it's closing. The gap is definitely closing.
The gap is closing. Is it going to be enough?
I don't know.
I'm not sure.
By the way, as for the question in chat about recount laws, it looks like Texas recount law requires there to be a tie.
Yeah, it's weird.
So,
like a tie with the percentage, I would imagine.
There's got to be like a percentage margin of error. So I think what margin of error is okay, here we go. The required margin is less than 10% of winning candidates' vote. That's for a requested recount.
Okay.
So it's less than 10%. Okay, so there is a margin. It's actually a higher margin than I thought it would be.
Same.
I thought it would be closer to 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, looking at it, we got 307 precincts remaining, and it's a difference of 407 votes right now.
Yep.
And so that's pretty wild. I mean, that is right down to the wire.
Yep.
And I don't know which way that's going to go, but it has been ever progressively going forward. Every update, it just keeps getting better and better for Brandon. So will he overcome it? I don't know.
KVIA ABC News an hour ago tweeted, we have a new leader in the Republican primary runoff for U.S. House District 23. Tony Gonzalez, 49%. Brandon Herrera, 50%.
Who tweeted
Interesting.
That was KVIA ABC7 tweeted. So I'm gonna actually just click on their website and see if
It's like, what data do they get that we don't?
they've got to have something.
You said KVIA tweeted that?
Yeah, KVIA ABC7 News.
I'm not seeing that tweet.
Here I will link it to you. Give me a second. You want it on Discord or you want it on Twitter since you're on there?
Twitter.
Okay.
Pretty please.
Pretty please. Here we go.
Cherry on top.
Yep, you got it. Here you go, bud.
No, I hate to do this to you. I just scrolled to it. It was about an hour ago. And it does say we have a new leader of the Republican primary runoff for U.S. House District 23. Tony Gonzalez, 49%. Brandon Herrera, 50%.
That's overall predictions. It's not. So it's they measure for El Paso, but it doesn't look like that's only counting El Paso. That looks like it's counting overall. because
Right.
they're calling victories for other splits. So they haven't
It's weird,
called
when I
anything
click-
for him.
Yeah, when I click that link, it still says U.S. House District 23, Tony Gonzalez 51%, and Brandon Herrera 48.
Yeah, mine is
So-
now showing it's showing the Brandon Herrera 50%, Tony Gonzalez 49%.
Let me clear my cache and see if that does anything.
Let's see. I'm gonna click on the link as well and see what's going on.
Now I still see Gonzalez 50% and Herrera 49% for District 3. Oh, yeah. Okay. Maybe they're updating this differently than how I'm reading it.
I think that they're like updating it almost like a thread.
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
Some counties probably don't have power right now due to the storm in the area. That's also very true. So some of those counties, we might not, I hate to say it, we might not get any info until morning.
My screen just refreshed. No new updates.
KE in the chat said El Paso started to move again. It says Brandon is 58, Tony. That's El Paso specifically, Reich. I believe is that split for 58. Brandon, Tony,
Yeah.
41, right? That's just El Paso.
Yeah, the El Paso website now is saying completely reported 648 votes total, with
That's
382
weird.
for
That's so
Brandon.
low.
Yeah, so it was very low turnout, and it might have been if there was a storm there tonight, that might have just kept people from going out and voting.
Yeah.
But what we're looking at right now, let me refresh the SOS page there because that's kind of like what we need to watch at the moment. So we're seeing, which I don't know if there's anything left to count there or not. That's what we're questioning.
Yeah, no, the Brandon update was updated to 14,616 votes. Wasn't that what we had before?
Yeah, 14,616.
14,000.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, so we've had that number for a bit. So on 270 to win, they're also saying 50.7 for Gonzalez and 49.3 for Brandon right now. So this is extraordinarily close.
Yeah.
Update.
And we've maintained about was there?
Zero Holly
Let's
is
see.
they might be asking for an update.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
No new numbers that I see.
Yeah.
Livestream has maintained about 4,000 people for the last 4 or 5 hours. It's incredible.
Yeah,
Wow.
This is insane.
That's wild.
Just updated. Red says just updated 100%.
For
New York Times
yeah.
called it. New York Times called it 3 hours ago too. So let's be real. So Kezu's saying Tony won. It's over. Everyone's saying it's over. Brandon 100% reporting. AP states Tony wins.
yeah, I do see 100% on the Secretary of State site.
Yep. So let's see. I'm wondering if Brandon's gonna put out a tweet, or he might wait until morning. I don't know. Update 100% reporting. Everyone's saying just updated. Texas cucked.
Man.
So New York Times called it for Tony. Angry Cops just ended stream with 11K views, so numbers might spike over here. That's possible. We're gonna see. 99%. What are we doing?
I'm just rolling through it and seeing if there's anything left. I mean, it's looking like things are in. El Paso's saying it's completely reported now.
El Paso 24 out of 24. Total votes 266. That's it.
For Tony only got 266 votes in El Paso.
Jesus fuck.
I mean, it was a blowout for Brandon in El Paso. I mean, he got
was a-
58.95% of the vote in a military town. You know, apparently he's not well liked by the military. You know, that whole lie.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
You know what the ultimate irony would be of this is if now it goes on and Tony pissed off so many people that they don't vote for him in the general.
Yeah, but then they get a Democrat.
Ooh,
They would,
yeah.
which would be terrible, but it would be ironic.
Yeah, Patriot even just super chatted. It's an open primary, so Democrats can vote.
Oh, it's such bullshit. I hate that so much.
So are we all calling it?
I don't know. We're gonna have to see what happens here. I mean, let me go back to the official website here.
I'm gonna refresh the local news as well to see what they're saying.
Because it's saying 2375 of 2353 reporting. So
I do see that too. Yeah, it's kind of weird.
yeah.
So,
And so
it's like it's saying. I think it's rounding. Honestly, it's saying 100%,
Yeah.
but not everything is actually counted.
Well, actually, that's weird because that's more that 2375
I was just about to say that.
Yeah.
is more than 2353.
Yeah,
And
that is
so,
a higher
like,
number.
How, you know, it's like 2020 election math. Like, what the hell? Like, you know, how did
Exactly.
these counts go over the? Like, how can you have more than 100% reporting, and yet, that makes no sense to me. And then the low turnout.
Right.
I don't know how they're doing things behind the scenes, but it's the type of embarrassment that only government can provide.
Yep.
See, when you type it in on Google, if you type in the District 23 results, the top stories, it says live results, primary, Gonzalez and tight primary election with Brandon Herrera, but it doesn't seem to have anything that just flat out declares it. So let's see. I'm going to click on the New York Times link and see what goes on. So those are the same numbers we're seeing right now.
Yeah. And so I don't know if there will be any more updates tonight. I don't know if, you know, I guess the only thing that I can think of in this is don't they have a few extra days where ballots from overseas also come in? If someone requested a ballot overseas, you know, like active military and everything.
Absentees, yeah.
And so that might be, you know, where it's at. I mean, I don't know that we'd expect the needle to move much easier, much better tonight.
400. Yeah,
And
400
so-
is it's a little bit to go over. You know, hurdle.
And so hard to say at this point. I mean, it's so damn close. It's like you don't want to be like, oh, well, screw it. But, you know,
I don't want to call it, but here's the thing. What I will do is this. I'm going to say this. I think we have to wait for Brandon's post about this. So right now, the numbers are as stands. We are at what? 1523 for Ernie, 616 for Brandon.
Yep, with a split of 407.
With a 407 fucking spread.
Yep.
And so we are... No, definitely. And here's the thing. Regardless of the outcome, as we said, no matter fucking what, this proves that it can be done within this kind of campaign. Like, these people should not feel fucking safe. Everybody's saying
That's a
recount.
great point.
looking at it, okay, I need to redo that math. Give me just 1 second. I did not do that math right.
No worries.
Getting a little late in the evening to be doing this much math.
I know the feeling. Yeah, I don't handle math very often unless it comes to, like, you know, JavaScript weird stuff with the screen and everything. But
Yeah.
So right now we're at $665.64 per vote.
Per vote?
That Tony had to spend. Per vote.
That's insane.
Per vote. $665.64. And the question you would ask from that, to have that type of money to spend, like, who did he get in bed with politically? Like, what promises did he make? Like, you know he went and kissed the Ring of Power. What did
so
he
you
have?
asked you asked who he had to get into bed specifically? Susan Lilly.
I mean, technically, I wonder if his marriage is going to survive this election.
So, so I will say that I looked at Open Secrets, a while ago, and so there's a couple of things, and it's so Lilly and Company, I guess, is the thing that she's associated with, the organization or whatever, and there's two things. Tony Gonzalez for Congress.
Yeah.
I guess her organization donated or fundraised or whatever, $490,000, a little over that. And then there's also the Tony Gonzalez Victory Fund, $278,000, a little bit above that. So with a total of $768,682. So a lot of money. This is a ton of money.
That is a ton of money that came in from that. You really wonder where it all came from. And who he's going to be beholden to now, because there's not really any receipts on where that money came from.
Dude, 407 votes, man.
Yeah, I've got actually a full breakdown on each county percentage wise from Shell. Shell just sent me.
Nice.
So Bexar, Tony was 53.8%. So that's Bear Counter. Sorry, fucking tired.
Yeah.
Brewster was Brandon 65.2. Crane was Brandon 59.7. Crockett was Brandon 51%. Culberson Brandon 83.9%. Dimmitt was Brandon 65.9%. Edwards was Brandon 70.2%. El Paso Brandon 58%. Frio Brandon 55%. Hoodsmith Brandon 61.1%. Jeff Davis was Tony 58%. Kinney was Brandon 66.5. LaSalle was Tony 50.7. Loving was Tony 56. Maverick Tony 56.2. Medina Brandon 50.9. Pecos was Tony 50.9. Presido Brandon 57.1. Reagan was Tony 52.2. Reeves Tony 50.9. Schleicher, I can't fucking read that because dyslexia. Brandon was 61.2. Sutton was Tony 51.7. Terrell was Brandon 60. Oh my god, 66.7. Like, he won majority in a lot of the counties. It's just they weren't the largest population density. It looks. Upton was Brandon 69.2. Uvalde Tony was 55.5, which is actually surprising that it was that close. Valverde was Brandon 59. Ward was Tony 50.3. Winkler was Tony 66.7. Zavala was Brandon 51.5. And so people are saying it's 100% now. So it looks like Culberson and Edwards have the highest supports for Brandon overall. So if you want to know which counties had the highest amount.
Kind of makes sense because you've had the most people move to San Antonio from California.
Yeah. Yep. And it kind of goes with the, cities are mainly liberal.
Yeah. Everybody, you're saying call Brandon. I want you to understand, I sent a link to Brandon to call me via a program we're using. I don't have Brandon's contact information other than his Twitter. So I do not have the ability to call Brandon. It's also 1 a.m. here, so it's midnight there.
Midnight here. Yep.
Yeah. So Brandon might even just be asleep. It's been a long day, everybody. So I do not have the ability to call Brandon at my leisure. So I did message Brandon, and I did ask, hey, what's it look like on the ground? What are we hearing? What's the deal? Because this is what the call is from New York Times and Texans for Abbott. And then I said, and Ernie. So that is where we are currently. Is we don't know until we get an official report from either one or a declaration from, I guess, the election committee, right?
So I just checked Team Tony's page, and I have not seen a new tweet for the past 2 hours from him. So he hasn't said anything. which I feel like if it's 100% and everything is, in the clear, he would have posted something. So I guess we should probably wait for him to say something or for Brandon to say something.
Yeah.
And kind of just go off of that, maybe.
Yeah. So I think that it's going to be morning. So in the meantime, here's what I'm going to say. Well, let's go over, as I promised, I want to go over all the super chats. And then what we're going to do is what we're going to call it for the night. And then we'll reconvene in the morning. We'll see what happens. So,
yeah, that sounds like a plan.
Just to go over from all the stuff, the super chats. We've got, we ended with Tony does his own prostate exams. Tony wipes with his bare hands, then sucks them clean, says Justin Grantham. For $2. Thank you. Drifter saying waiting for these results is what Tony feels like waiting for a turn on his wife. Thanks for the 5, Drifter. That's beautiful.
Great.
That is hilarious. They're trying to rig it, says Sam 8000 for 2. I don't know. Right now everything is so up in the air that it's actually really confusing to see. Okay, so I have no idea what this means. Maybe somebody else can explain it to me. But 1966 Pontiac Power says Tony would send his clibbins in the road gobbles. So
that's over my head.
That's way over my head. But thank you for the 2.
I'm sure it's funny if we understood it.
Yeah,
I'm sure it's hilarious.
Yeah, it's one of those things
We
you
just
probably
saw.
have to be in the know, and we are not in the know.
Yep.
So we just got another flash update, but no new numbers. So we've got Wiley Dutchkowitz saying close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. They will feel safe until you beat their game with a win, period. But prayers for Herrera. I think that he's still going to, I think he might breathe a sigh of relief if he pulls it for a W. But I also think that this shows that it's not a guarantee for them.
Yep. And that's exactly, I think, what Brandon wanted from the start, was to really scare the crap out of them.
Yes, and the janitor with 10 says we are proud of our man Brandon no matter what, and I agree with that. Is that Gobless? No, they wrote Gobbles. They wrote Gobbles, not Gobless.
I wonder if they mean Joseph Goebbels.
Goebbels? Oh, Clibbins in the road Goebbels? I still wouldn't make sense.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm not sure what that means.
I'm too tired to, hit the mental Rolodex right now either. So.
Oh, okay. So
that's
Clibbins are cut grass. Okay, so sends his cut grass in the road gobbles. What's that mean? Gobless. I am so fucking confused.
Me too. Sorry.
Yeah, chat. This is so fucking. Oh my fucking god. It's biker speak for. See, I'm a biker, but I've never heard that as the term. Glass clippings in the road. Oh, okay. Thank you so much, Shell. Shell fucking clarifying. So, yeah, I'm a biker. I've never heard that. So, as a term, but I don't know. Maybe it's just something I'm not aware of. So what you're saying is that he's the type of asshole to throw his clippings in the road to make bikers slip. Yes, I'd agree with that.
Yeah, that's a dick move.
Yeah, that is a very dick move. And we just got another super chat from Elvice saying Tony would let Brandon literally duck him for an extra vote. Probably. You're not fucking wrong. So remember, everybody, at the start of this stream, we said no matter the fucking outcome, and we still actually don't have a concrete outcome because we're waiting on counties, whatever absentee ballots there are. We don't know, and there's been no concession and no declaration on either side, and there's been nothing from the election commission either. As a result of that, we're going to see what happens in the morning. I will say that this has been a fucking ride no matter what.
Oh, it has.
This has been nuts.
Yeah.
And I can only imagine what a ride it's been for Brandon, correct?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I can definitely I could definitely see this being something we're gonna figure out in the morning as an official thing, whatever way it goes. Even if we're thinking right now that it's because these numbers are saying obviously Ernie sadly pulled the W.
And it is what it is. And you look at the amount of money spent. I mean, over $600 spent per vote got. I mean, that is insanity.
Wasted deep state money. That's
and the whole point that you would make with that too is people who think that their vote doesn't matter, their vote could have mattered in this election.
1,000%.
When it was really close. You know, and the people that are waking up tomorrow in Texas going, "Oh God, you know, that was so close. I wish I'd have gone and voted." You know that. So I hope that, you know, at a minimum for those people, when it rolls around to the general election, when they're, you know, when it really matters here, when we're seeing the big Trump showdown versus whoever the Democrats run, because personally, I don't think it's going to be Biden. I think they're going to replace him with Newsom at the convention, but is my best guess. And so we're going to need people to get out and vote. And, you know, right now it's obvious that there's a huge apathy problem because this was a very low turnout election. And the turnout went extremely well for Brandon. I mean, you look at across the counties that it covered. And the one place I think that he really fell short and probably need to put in a little bit more attention was in San Antonio. If he could have done just a little bit better in San Antonio, in Bexar County, I think he would have completely carried the day. But it's a very good lesson there. And, you know, it was a long shot election in the first place. You know, he's trying to unseat an incumbent, and he got outspent 10-1. And to come within 407 votes, I mean, that is insane. You know, it's not a victory, but always at a near miss. And I mean, you know, it's like you shot at and you hear the bullet go past your head, you know? And it's definitely sent a message. You know, it's not like watching them drop 50 feet away from you in the dirt going, ha, you can't hit me. I mean, it's right over the top of them. And so it was a very good, you know, effort. And so, you know, everybody can feel good about that. We had a lot of fun memeing him. You know, I mean, is Washington still going to be screwed up? Yeah. Were we expecting Washington to not be screwed up? No. And so that's just where it is. And, you know, we did our part. You know, everybody, you know, did what we could. And the other thing is that if, you know, Tony does win tonight, you know, yes, he will go on. He will serve another 2 years. And in the future, though, anyone who challenges him now can say, hey, you know, he's got a weak seat. And so if Brandon decides to do it again, which I hope he does, you know, as close as this was, I have a feeling he may turn around and be like, you know what? These are the lessons learned. We could do this all over again. You know, and if Tony goes down that road and is a bad vote and continues to be a bad vote, you know, because either way in that, you know, Brandon really wins here, because if Tony is the winner, now Tony has to be careful with his voting record because he knows that he can lose it all so easily. And so, you know, if it comes into a runoff again, you know, Tony can't tell the same lies over because they'll be debunked by then. He, you know, all the campaign research that they did doesn't matter. And Brandon, you know, now is going to be a little bit older, a little bit wiser, and a little bit more well-funded with a little bit bigger audience. And so you know, there are a lot of silver linings in that. So I'm sure there's a few of the little crotch goblins on, you know, Tony's team that are going to do their happy dance and want to make a parade, and we'll continue to meme them to death because they're some unfunny motherfuckers anyways.
Well, the left can't meme.
They cannot. And so, you know, either way, you know, there's some good things that came out of this. And, you know, yeah, we are looking for silver linings, but it is what it is, you know. Yeah. And, you know, we've enjoyed the process. We've made some friendships. And so we've won in that sense, you know, and then we'll probably continue to do stuff like this again because, I mean, I had a lot of fun with this.
Oh, same.
And
I had so much fun.
You know, and maybe, you know, one of these nights here, when I find something worth streaming on, maybe I'll hop over onto my stream or whatever else and do it again. And, you know, just
I'm down.
We can have a party with it, and we can do some good things.
Hell yeah.
Absolutely.
Now, just real quick, I just want to, there have been more super chats, and I thank every single one of you, by the way. Thank you so much. Fat says, sending support and love to Brandon from Oregon. Hell yes. We've got Smothery Table. That's a name. Sends 2 over, says win or lose, Brandon should file a defamation suit. That I actually agree with. It's just difficult as a public figure. He has to prove damages in a court of law.
True. Yep.
Which makes it more difficult. And then Johnny Hammerstick says, for $5, would anyone think less of Brandon if he asked to recount? No, I don't think anyone would. I think that within the margin, you have the right.
Yeah, it's a safe bet. I mean, if at the end of the day you don't get the votes, you don't get the votes, and a recount isn't going to hurt. You might get a couple more, you might lose a couple more. Who knows? But at the end of the day, I mean, the near victory is still there, and all the hard work has already been done, and it's counted in tenfold. Honestly, I mean, when Brandon launched this, he didn't launch it, unless he knew that there was at least a path to victory. And there was, and he came within 407 votes of that.
Yeah.
Incredible. And he's 28 years old. And I think, what is it? Ernie's like in his 40s. Like, that's incredible on its own. And, with Brandon's background and with Tony's background and with all the lies that Tony has thrown at Brandon, and for Brandon to overcome that and not play the dirty game that Ernie has.
Kept it on principle the entire time.
Kept it on principle.
And not only that, but running against someone who is a veteran who can stand on that.
Yeah.
And it's like at the end of the day, it's like I'd much rather think that Brandon wants to, go out this way on principle, only attacking his record and not playing the dirty game and, maybe win. So it's like Brandon, in my mind, he's won this. Maybe not, he's maybe not going to Congress and proceeding to the general, but man, he my only regret, and I've said this before, is that I don't live in Texas 23 to vote for Brandon. He is the kind of candidate who, you listen to, and it's like, I remember hearing him one time in one of his videos saying something along the lines of, if I lose, I get my sanity. If I win, I lose my sanity. It's like I hope for the country that I win. I hope for my sanity that I lose.
Yeah.
And so, at the end of the day, Brandon won his sanity. And it's like, good for him. He can definitely sleep, he can sleep better tonight knowing that he didn't play the dirty game. He didn't take any of the super PAC money.
Yes.
And he didn't crawl into the bed with all those people. So it's like, good for you, Brandon. I'm so beyond proud of you. I'm so happy of everything, all the, man, it's just like, I'm kind of at a loss for words because this has been months in the works and in the making.
Yeah.
And we all had a lot of fun. And like all you guys just said, we made friendships out of all this.
Oh, hell yeah.
And wouldn't trade it for anything. Super glad I was in the fight with you guys.
Hell yeah.
And man, I can't wait to see, the next journey. Whatever that is, wherever that is.
Probably the general election overall in November. Let's be real.
Yeah, fair enough. But like, Brandon, thank you for everything that you have done, all the work that you've put into this, everything that you've said. It's like that you are the candidate that this country needs. We need more Brandon Herreras.
Yes. All over the nation, all over the world.
Yep, happy to donate and dedicate, as much as my free time to this, and yeah, here we are. So it is what it is, and I'm just happy overall, no matter what, So
Same.
That's kind of what I've got to say.
By the way,
Yeah. I mean,
we got 2 more super chats. I just want to make sure I clear all these up and thank everybody. A recount based on the weather sounds plausible. Doesn't even need to be on the weather. It's within the margin, Soul Gazelle, but thank you for the 5. Red Iron Ranch says 7th generation rancher out of Eastern Washington. A lot of support to Brandon from up here. Sets the precedent for the change we need. I agree. Thank you for the 5. And Silent Night with a 2 says, I bet Ernie's wife thinks about Brandon in bed.
Ooh.
Fuck.
That's a great super chat.
That is a fantastic super chat. That is just chef's kiss. So
you know what would be hilarious at this point is everyone in Texas 23, if in the general election they write in Brandon.
That'd be hilarious. That would be hilarious.
Now we need a write-in campaign for the general. My gosh, that would be hilarious.
Yeah,
that would be just amazing to see happen. I mean, like that I doubt that it'd come to victory, but I have a feeling a lot of people in Texas 23 are going to write in Brandon Herrera,
If I was in that position, for sure.
if that happens, the Democrat will probably win. But I see that, coming down, that they are probably going to, have that happen anyways, because there's a lot of people like me. If I was in Texas 23, I would not vote for Tony, period. Like there would no be crossing that line.
Yeah.
So he may not have won yet. He may lose the general.
That is very true. Very true. I couldn't bring myself to vote for Tony after all this. It's like, it kind of sucks because you don't want to lose that seat to a Democrat, but at the same time, Tony, dude sucks.
Yeah.
In my opinion, Tony lost. Even if he wins, Tony lost by showing his true colors and his true character this election.
Tony lost.
It's just
he lost his spine. He lost his dignity, and he might lose his marriage.
Yeah, and he lost his honor. That's the thing is he lost any honor he had left. He drugged the name of the military through the mud doing what he was doing.
Yes.
I mean, he made veterans hate him. I mean, the level of hate coming out of a lot of veterans for him is on the same level as the stolen valor assholes. I mean, it's right up there, because using your military service to tell lies, it is the same dishonorable behavior that just makes us go crazy. And that's why we hate the stolen valor guys so bad, but we also hate the guys who use their military service as an excuse to be an utter piece of shit. And that's exactly what's happened.
Yep. All right.
Absolutely.
One more super chat just came through from Skeppy. Oh my God, is that Skeppy Peanut Butter? Says
it is peanut butter. Yep.
Yeah, okay, my dyslexia just fucking I felt
no,
retarded.
you nailed it. You got it right.
He says he eats Snickers upside down to feel the veins. Thank you for the 2.
That won't stop.
Yeah. So everybody, it looks like we're going to call the stream for the night now. I just want to say thank you all for coming out, not only to support this watch party, but also to support, other Justin with another super chat. A vote for Tony is a vote for Democrat. And Alonso saying, well, we know the ratio of steers to queers.
And before we bounce out of here, you want to leave our Twitter pages or X pages in here so everybody can follow over?
Yeah.
And then also for anybody that comes to my X page, if you go up to the link in there, there's a Telegram chat. I am very active in that Telegram chat. Yes. And so if you're a Telegram user, hop in there. We're constantly talking about good stuff. Got a good group of guys in there. And so it's going to be, and I'm going to put more effort into it now that the election here is over, because I've been focusing on this quite a bit, but it's a really great place to just hang out, chat. It sounds like there's a lot of like-minded people in here. So if you want to come over to that Telegram, we'd love to have you over there. So, and please do give me a follow on X as well.
Yep. And so,
I just want to say real quick,
pages real quick.
Yeah.
Go on.
Thank you so much for everybody who's followed me, for everybody who liked and commented on my stuff. I just broke 17,000 followers, and I think I started with like 14 or 15,000, or not 1,000. My math tonight. Probably not on par, but thank you guys so much. It means a lot. Trying to grow my X page. I've been a lurker on Twitter for years, and it's just now in the last 3, 4, 5 months that I've really tried to take it seriously. And so thank you guys so much. I just thank you. It means a lot.
Agreed 1,000%. The support that, first off, like that I've been getting on the YouTube, videos and stuff about this has been unreal. And I'm thankful till the day I die for all of that. And the people this has also exposed me to have been amazing, not only with you guys, but also within the Pepperbox community. I've met some just wonderful people, and we will continue to do this. This doesn't mean that the fight for liberty dies. It just means that we continue fighting tomorrow, and we get closer and closer until, well, you know what happens.
We're just
getting warmed up.
Yeah, this is a warm up. And also 2 more super chats. Fat says also Rhino Ernie double fist shake weights. And Elvice says Texans prepare for cuckery Ernie. Yes. All right, y'all. We're going to call it. I have posted. Make sure you follow everybody. If you want to follow me on Twitter as well, feel free. We'd love to have you over there. And I'm gonna get a snack and then probably go to bed, because this has been a night.
Damn.
This has been a night. If
Yeah.
you want to join my Discord, feel free. It is on my YouTube page. If you go to my links, it's in there. And yeah, we will see you guys next time. And love y'all very much. And thank you so much for the support.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Have a good night.